6 free armor,
Hey,
56
we're
free AP.
live. Sorry, I'm watching it in a blue jungle thresh, which is actually very interesting, surprisingly. But anyway, hey, season 5 Marvel Rivals is here. And we got Gambit as a strategist, which should be fun. Tanks are looking strong as heck. My Magneto play, I need to get back into him again and play him some more. I was trying to learn Venom a little bit last season at the end, but didn't really get to put too much time in. But I think I'm gonna put a lot of time into Marvel Rivals again this season and see if we can't get to get out of GM, get past GM this season, which I think is possible. I think GM is pretty much diamond in like Overwatch terms. Maybe a little league tonight, depending on how it goes. So we got some follows. One Piece enjoyer. Oh, that's awesome. I love One Piece. That's a league player. Okay, cool. So yeah, new followers on X. If everybody would like to, they can follow me on X. It's linked below for preview notifications when I'm gonna go live and repost of me ranting about stupid things. Also, don't forget to hit the follow, subscribe button, Twitch primes if you got them, use them, all that kind of stuff. If you are watching on Rumble and want to get drops for Marvel Rivals when I'm playing, I am streaming on Twitch as well. And you can get drops there. I've stopped boycotting Twitch since they have made announcements and changes over the past couple of days and did actually ban that Lin or Nina Lin or whatever her name is girl for a week. Should have been longer, but you know what? I just think I need to be more vocal and say that Twitch just needs top-down change over and over and over and over and over again. But anyway, I figured we'd watch news. I'm gonna set a timer. We're gonna do like an hour for news, maybe. News and YouTube for like an hour. What is falling apart? There's the clock. We'll set an hour timer. Add a new one. 1 hour. News is done with. Time to game. Okay, I'm putting limits on myself. If I don't put limits on myself, I'll never get into it. So that timer's starting now. Wasn't really gonna scroll through X at all. Really haven't been caring much of what any of these X posts are. All I'm seeing is Democrats anyway. And of course, my governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, going into crazy rants of stupid things that he's done and not done, and trying to take credit for things that were probably already in place before he was here. But yeah, you know how it goes with politicians. Breaking within just 1 day of the federal government reopening, my administration issued every single dollar that was owed to Pennsylvania SNAP's recipients for the month of November. Yeah, I'm glad you did your job. Woo! As long as I'm your governor, will work to ensure every Pennsylvania has the resources. They need to put on favor. Didn't know someone's arm could stretch so far to pat their own back. Stretch Armstrong in here. I saw on his throat to get a gift of Mao's little red book in China. The list of where he killed everybody.
Really? Is that a Bible?
No, that's a little red book.
It is basically.
The little red book?
The little red book.
It's the red Bible is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some may say more important than the Bible. Some may.
Especially over here.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy.
Chat.
Oh, no way.
the small one.
And it's the first version.
It's the first. Wait.
Yeah.
Is that
Really?
is that a Bible?
First, no, that's a little red book.
It is basically.
All right,
Little
that's
Red Book?
Mao's
Little
book
red book.
of names that he's gonna kill. All right. We know you shocked your dog. Oh, the internet. Liberals alone. Liberals together. Stupid and dangerous. Exactly. Well, that didn't work. A brief history of communism. Yeah. I think you'd be happier in China. Yeah. Brett Cooper. Denaturalize and deport Mehdi Hassan. Yes. Zara Mandani. Yes. Ilhan Omar. Yes. I don't know who or she does. I think it's that Indian guy, right? That looks really greasy and weird. We found JD floating on his couch in the clouds. And the left can't mem. That's hilarious. He does do it. I mean, he recreates it so well too, on top of it all. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, breaking news. Iran is doing something stupid.
Hello everyone, I am the Enforcer and welcome to the breaking news. Please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to support us on Patreon, link in the description below. Today we have breaking news coming out of the Strait of Hormuz as reports have emerged that the UAE flagged vessel Talara has been seized by Iranian naval forces and is now being diverted into Iranian waters. A U.S. MQ-4 Triton is currently conducting large amounts of surveillance within the area as it does appear that a U.S. response may happen eventually to this armed provocation by the Islamic Republic of Iran in international waterways. Meanwhile, we have also been able to hear that the Russian Federation's port of Novorossiysk has officially been shut down effective immediately due to the unbelievable amounts of damage that were caused by the Ukrainian drone strikes that occurred yesterday. While at the same time, the Russian Federation is seeing the Ukrainian attacks, like at the Saratov refinery, are still causing collateral damage due to the ongoing fires that are still wreaking havoc through the area of the refinery. Meanwhile, the United States of America has conducted another flight of a B-52H Stratofortress directly along the Russian-NATO border, only 8 kilometers away from the land border, mind you, while the Polish are now considering reopening 2 border crossings with the Republic of Belarus. Meanwhile, in the area of Eastern Asia, we have also been able to hear that the United States has given the green light for South Korea to develop and deploy nuclear-powered submarines, capable of operating far more silently than diesel-electric submarines. This will allow South Korea to be a large part of the island defense chain and stop the People's Republic of China from breaking out the sea as easily. China has also issued a warning to their citizens not to travel to Japan
he was supposed to like reignite relations with China
after Japan stated or largely insinuated that they may have to intervene in a possible Chinese attempted invasion of Taiwan. Meanwhile, in the Americas, we have also heard that the United States of America is continuing forward with possible strikes on Venezuela, while the Russian Federation is now openly distancing itself from the Republic of Venezuela. Meanwhile, the USS Gerald R. Ford is on station in U.S. Southcom's area of responsibility, and Mexico, due to fear of possible U.S. military action within their waters, has agreed that they will intercept and destroy drug boats if necessary to stop U.S. involvement in Mexican waters. We have a significant amount of news to cover over the course of just the past 12 hours alone, and we are going to be making sure to get into it, starting with our largest stories first and working on down into the smaller ones throughout the course of the video. Moving us into our largest and most important news within the Islamic Republic of Iran, or generally around the Islamic Republic of Iran, we have been able to hear that the instance of distress that was announced last night, according to the UK Office of Maritime Trade Operations, the UKMTO, has turned into a full-blown incident. As we were able to hear last night, very limited information, that somewhere 28 nautical miles east of Khor Fakkan, within the area of the United Arab Emirates, a distress signal has been reported by a commercial tanker within the area. During that time, a U.S. MQ-4 Triton was conducting surveillance, and since then has conducted an even larger amount of surveillance, with the drone being in air for an incredibly long period of time, possibly even entering the Islamic Republic of Iran itself. As a part of its flight data actually shows that it flew north of Bandar Abbas into the Islamic Republic of Iran. We're not sure if that's just fibbed GPS data or whether that actually happened. Nevertheless, the MQ-4 Triton was conducting a great deal of surveillance within the area at that given moment in time. The information has now emerged earlier this morning that the vessel apparently had altered course for an unknown reason, as a Marshall Islands registered oil tanker traveling from the UAE to Singapore abruptly altered course and began moving towards Iran's waters, according to the security firm Ambre. Information has now emerged that the U.S. Department of Defense is sharing with the public that Iranian forces have taken control of the Marshall Islands flag tanker Talara, according to a United States defense official. The ship left Ajman in the United Arab Emirates carrying high sulfur gas oil and was heading towards Singapore when it was intercepted by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and directed into Iranian waters, according to the Washington Post. It is unclear at the moment as to how the United States of America will respond to this situation, considering that a war with the Islamic Republic of Iran appears to be coming within the near future. The state of Israel is incredibly concerned about the ongoing nuclear developments and weapons programs within the Islamic Republic of Iran, and would seek to try and end these programs if and whenever it may become possible. The United States of America is also largely on the same page as well, as the Iranian nuclear weapons programs not only pose a threat to the state of Israel, and more so an immediate threat to them, but also poses a significant threat to the United States of America, considering that Iran is simultaneously developing intercontinental ballistic missiles with enough range to reach the continental United States, here within the lower 48 states, and possibly even reach U.S. overseas territories such as Guam within the Pacific. This is a considerable security issue for the United States of America and the Israelis, which does mean that eventual strikes will restart again against the Islamic Republic of Iran and generally force our hand in getting involved. Still, it appears that at this moment, this may be a catalyst to allow for further military.
Because I think I heard this morning from Tusi, I don't know if you've seen him on YouTube, but that there are IRGC generals and commanders flipping to the Sikh side, so the original crown prince, basically, of Iran's side, and are basically looking to tear down the caliphate that's in power right now in Iran. So if that happens, that's great. Then we can work closely with the Sikh to disassemble the nuclear program and weapons and everything that's been stored up, and really, really weaken the terrorists that have been running Iran for a while. So I don't know. Hopefully those defectors come through and you see the people revolt. Unfortunately, I think no matter what, it's going to be bloody. I don't think the IRGC, the loyalists, are going to let it go very easily, especially it being a death cult and all, Islamic death cult. So it's going to be either bloody revolution, or it's going to be a bloody war for Israel and Iran.
Actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, as they are now interdicting global shipping within international waters. We actually spoke on this a little bit last night, but the area that the ship was seized from is an anchorage for ships that are awaiting passage through the Strait of Hormuz. If you check marine traffic or any website that shows the traffic and activity of global shipping anywhere around the world, you'll actually notice that there are two large anchorages that exist within the area south of the Strait of Hormuz. One of them nearer to the Iranian coastline, where this ship was seized last night, the Talara, and another anchorage that's closer to the city of Khor Fakkan, directly along the eastern coast of the United Arab Emirates.
They would
This is something that is showing us that the Islamic
Steal
Republic
a
of Iran
ship from
actually
the
sailed out
UAE.
directly into that anchorage, boarded the Talara, and forced it to divert into Iranian waters, with the crew most likely now being held hostage at this point by the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yep.
This is a violation of international shipping laws and generally international maritime laws, as militant actions by the Islamic Republic of Iran within international waters without an official declaration of war against the other nation is a direct
Either UAE or
illegal action
Singapore.
by their country. This
This is
may
not even
result in the
going to,
United
like,
States of
America,
America
right?
starting a war
Yep.
against the Islamic Republic of Iran, or Israel for that matter, in the attempt of reopening the international shipping lanes through the Strait of Hormuz, as this also appears to be a possible attempt at the Iranians to start an enforcement, or largely a belief on an enforcement, of a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which would be damaging
they
the
have
global
threatened.
oil markets and economies, and also would have a great deal of damage to our supply chains here within the West, which heavily rely on petroleum-based products and therefore crude oil being transported by ship. Moving on from that significant news with the Islamic
Yeah,
Republic of Iran,
bad-
we have also been
bad
able to hear
news.
that the Israelis have begun airstrikes
Strikes
in
in
Gaza
Gaza
once more
again.
against unknown militant groups. We're not sure if it's Hamas or
Probably
some
Hamas.
other small group that is within the Gaza Strip, but Israeli airstrikes are once again occurring within the area, giving us an idea that the state of Israel is largely shredding the prior peace treaty that they've had with the Hamas forces within the Gaza Strip, and that they are
Hamas
generally
didn't hold
returning
to
to
it.
armed strikes within the area without any recourse of a
They're not
diplomatic
disarming.
approach, is the best way to put it. But moving on out of the Middle
They've
East at
been
large
going
and
through
on up into the
diplomatics
area of
for
Novorossiysk, we have also been able to
2
get
years.
a large amount of information
Really,
about the
they should have
damage that
just
was caused
finished the
last
war as
night.
quickly as
And to
possible.
give this to y'all up front, we have been able to hear, according to reports that Reuters has been able to get, that all oil operations at the port of Novorossiysk have been stopped. This is reported by Reuters and comes only 3 days after the
Don't think
latest
they hit
Ukrainian
Russia.
strike against oil infrastructure in the neighboring port of Tuapse, further south. With
You
both
said
oil
so,
terminals taken out, Russia is currently not loading a single drop of oil in the Black Sea, leaving Ust-Luga in the north as the only remaining large sea terminal in all of Russia. At the moment, there were 3 large oil loading ports within the Russian Federation, at least at the moment. The port of Novorossiysk, which was hit last night, the port of Tuapse, which is a smaller city here along the coastline, but still a significant oil loading port, and then way up in the north, there is the port of Ust-Luga, which you can see right here. It actually is technically called Koskolovo, but it really is a part of the Ust-Luga city area. Still, this is the only port, Ust-Luga, that is going to be operational at the moment, and there is a smaller one near to Primorsk, but that one has taken significant damage from Ukrainian attacks prior, weeks ago. The Russian Federation's port of Novorossiysk, however, which was the larger ability that they had to be able to export oil out of the Black Sea, has been completely knocked out effective tonight. We have also been able to get additional information of the damage that was caused from the Ukrainian missile and drone strikes that were conducted on Novorossiysk as well. We were able to hear the damage report from the coastal defense batteries directly at the mouth of the port, which I'll show y'all here on satellite footage. This is the coastal defense battery, and you can actually see the S-400 air defense systems stationed here directly along the coastline, along with a couple of other systems as well. Apparently, a Panzer S-1 was within the area and operational during the midst of the Ukrainian strikes. From what we understand, 2 entire S-400 battalions, meaning the entire launcher system, and the Panzer S-1 was destroyed in last night's Flamingo cruise missile attack against the coastal defense battery, meaning that the entire coastal defense battery has now been knocked out of action, and there is not a surviving S-400 or even a Panzer left within the coastal defense forces around Novorossiysk to be able to attempt a defense of the city. Actually, see in the clip here the explosion once again occurring. This explosion is from last night, but it is showing the footage of the air defense battery going up in a ball of fire. When you see a secondary explosion, most likely the solid propellant from the S-400 missiles. And we also see additional proof here of the explosions that were happening at the coastal defense battery. We can clearly see just from the size of the explosions, the entire coastal defense battery is gone. Completely deleted off of the surface of the Earth, and also the firm satellite footage, which we're about to be getting to in a second, also confirms that the entire coastal defense battery has been completely obliterated. surely this is going to be causing a lot of problems for Russia, to say it lightly. The
Yeah.
entire air
Big
defense
trouble
system
for
around
Russia.
Novorossiysk is gone. This was the only one, mind you all. Outside of this, the only other air defense that the Russians have within the port of Novorossiysk are some soldiers of the Rosguardia and the Russian army that are armed with light machine guns that are able to conduct very light amounts of air defense and have rarely ever been successful in prior attacks. So basically, the whole port of Novorossiysk, which was one of the most important ports for Russia, second only to Ust-Luga in the northern part near the Baltic Sea, has been completely knocked out in terms of its defensive capabilities and its oil loading capabilities in just about one night. The firm's satellite also confirms that multiple fires are burning throughout the area, including at the Coastal Defense Battery, once again confirming that's completely gone. We also saw that there were fires that were ongoing at some of the loading ports, loading piers generally within the port, further on up within the mouth of the bay. We also saw some fires occurring near to other areas of major industry, and we also saw a large patch of fire happening south of the Vostochny Rayon, once again near to another oil loading and natural gas loading facility, which we can see right here. All of these facilities have been completely obliterated by the Ukrainian attacks that happened last night. And it is giving us a really good idea that the Russians are going to be suffering even more heavily now than they ever could. If there was ever an argument that the People's Republic of China or India were actually trying to circumvent sanctions and find some way to conduct oil transfers via ship to ship, it is going to be next to impossible to conduct that in any large number, because now Russia can't even load 3 out of the 4 ships that they would have loaded every day, because the port of Novorossiysk, Tuapse, and Primorsk are all out of action due to Ukrainian attacks, leaving only Ust-Luga as the last operational port, meaning that Russia's export capabilities, just by the amount of available loading ports, has been dropped by 75% just from Ukrainian attacks. An absolute death knell to the Russian Federation's economy and the struggling oil companies, which are hardly hanging on at this point. And even crazily enough, the Ukrainians were so thorough in the attack last night that they ended up successfully destroying the Sudzhug lighthouse that is at the mouth of the port of Novorossiysk. This is what remains of that lighthouse this morning. The Sudzhug lighthouse was incredibly important for non-GPS navigation in and out of the port, as the small lighthouse actually sits somewhere near to this sandbar, or somewhere within this general area, and allows for ships to be able to coordinate where exactly they are as they're entering the bay. And it also allows for incoming and outgoing traffic to make sure to avoid each other by keeping the lighthouse on a certain level, either port or starboard of the vessel, as they're entering or exiting the port. This lighthouse is completely gone as of today. It's quite literally been reduced to the foundation that you can see right there. This now means that the port of Novorossiysk generally isn't even operational, not just because everything's been knocked out and destroyed in the port, but because ships can't even safely transit in and out of the port at night, which is a high likelihood that a ship can arrive in the night and attempt to enter the port that way. So the Russians are either going to have to bring out a light boat into this area to try and sit in for the Sudzhug lighthouse, or there's just going to be no transits in and out in the night, and ships will only be able to enter the port in the day, once again greatly reducing its efficiency, even if they somehow manage to repair the port oil loading facilities and get the port operational in that degree. Basically, the port of Novorossiysk is completely gone as of today. Moving on out of Novorossiysk and further on into more news that we've been able to get over the course of the day, the Russians haven't been faring that much better up at Saratov, as the Saratov refinery has also been cooking for about 2 days now. Not really a good look, and also causing even farther damage as this fire continues to burn, as the heat can warp and degrade the quality of the different parts of the oil refinery that help them to be able to refine fuel products. Moving further on from that, the United States of America has continued another show of force today by flying a second flight of a B-52H Stratofortress about 25 miles from the border with the Russian Federation. This flight lasted for about 3 entire hours and appears to be another large show of force by the United States of America directly along the Russian Federation's border. We do not know exactly what this is supposed to be responding to, but at the moment, the Russian Federation has given absolutely no response to the B-52 flights. Apparently, this may actually be scaring them, as they're not even willing to conduct a equal response
America needs to be doing that to Russia.
flights that are
We
being
should not be
conducted
scared
directly
of
along
Russia
their
at all.
borders. In the meantime, Poland has decided to reopen at least 2 land borders with Belarus at Bobroniki and Kuznica, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It appears that they will only be allowing the transit of passenger cars, and the other border crossing, Bobroniki, will reopen for cars, buses, and partially for trucks, but only those registered in the EU, EFTA, and Switzerland. Authorities say the move is needed to restore the flow of people and goods. Business owners, transport companies, and migrant workers have long demanded this. Currently, only Terespol, or Brest, is open for cars, and Kukuriki, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, which I'm not, is only for trucks. Prime Minister Donald Tusk had previously announced this reopening, but it was postponed after Lithuania extended the closure of its border due to smuggling using weather balloons. Warsaw then supported Vilnius and extended their border closures for a little while longer. However, the borders will now be reopening, and it does seem that, at least for now, there will be the semblance of peace, although we already know that Poland is heavily considering mass conscription throughout the country to raise the number of the available soldiers in the armed forces and to prepare for a larger war with the Russian Federation and Belarus. Even more interesting so than that, the People's Republic of China is starting to ramp up its rhetoric today against the state of Japan, warning its citizens against visiting Japan.
Again? China has gotten its butt beat every time it has gone against Japan. Like, Japan was living over there for a long time and enslaved a lot of Chinese people. Does China not learn that they're going to continue to get their butt kicked by Japan? Like, they still have the same mentality in a way. They're still pretty strict and regimented and loyal to their country and will fight to the end. And if Japan wants to get involved with Taiwan, they're gonna get involved with Taiwan.
In the near future,
there's nothing
due to
China can say that's
political
gonna
tensions,
like
including recent
them.
remarks by Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Taikaichi regarding potential intervention in the Taiwan Strait. To summarize the ongoing spat between Japan and China, at least at the moment, the Japanese Prime Minister stated in a parliamentary session a couple of days ago that if the People's Republic of China conducts an attempted invasion of Taiwan, Japan will actually be due to intervene due to this being a major national security and defense risk for the state of Japan, stating that this actually falls within their self-defense doctrine that is enshrined within the Japanese constitution. This has led the Chinese to go into an absolute temper tantrum. And they have been threatening to destroy the Japanese, literally through their foreign ministry, among many other things. And they're now telling Chinese citizens not to travel to Japan because of the rising tensions between the two countries. Generally, this won't really amount to much, to be entirely honest with you all. The Chinese are just extremely livid at the moment that the Japanese would say that they would get involved in defending Taiwan, but the Chinese are not going to be doing anything against Japan anytime soon, because Japan and the United States of America are locked in step allies. So if China did anything with Japan, the United States would directly get involved in that conflict against the Chinese, and that really wouldn't bode too well for them. On top of that, that wouldn't bode well for them in international trade markets either, as most countries would most likely call the actions by China as illegal provocations of war against the state of Japan, and for that reason would implement significant sanctions that could see around $2.3 trillion of annual trade with the People's Republic of China disappear practically overnight globally. Meanwhile, the United States of America is helping our allies within the area to continue to increase their defensive abilities against a possible war.
I'm not sure how I feel about this one. Apparently, they're gonna allow South Korea or assist South Korea with making nuclear-powered submarines. If I remember correctly, this South Korean elected president is communist and was trying to make ties with North Korea again, make ties with China again, and all kinds of stuff. Like, he really wanted to become on friendly terms with both North Korean supreme leader, I guess, and China's president. Whatever you want to call him.
With the Chinese, as the United States has greenlit South Korea to build nuclear-powered attack submarines, enabling months-long underwater operations to track Chinese and North Korean vessels as part of alliance modernization amid Indo-Pacific threats, per the White House readout today. This is a fairly significant move, as this will be the first time that South Korea has a nuclear-powered vessel within their navy, but it will not be nuclear-armed. That is a very big difference, and the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty does not allow for a country like South Korea to possess a nuclear weapon, but the Non-Proliferation Treaty does not say anything about a country like South Korea possessing a nuclear-powered vessel, or nuclear-powered vehicles for that matter. This means that this is not violating the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and this will also be allowing South Korea to extend their long-distance underwater submarine operations to be able to conduct more maritime interdiction against North Korea and China, especially in the advent of a war. Nuclear-powered submarines, on the by and large, are also quieter than diesel-electric, although there's a little bit of a caveat to that. Nuclear-powered submarines are generally fairly quiet. The only thing that produces any noise is the nuclear reactor itself, but it's a fairly small amount of noise. However, a diesel-electric submarine, when operating on battery power, is practically completely silent. The only issue is that every few days, a diesel-electric submarine has to snorkel. And when a diesel-electric submarine snorkels, it has to turn on its diesel engines and use the air that the diesel engines are provided by the submarine practically servicing it at that point or using its snorkel to be able to generate more electricity for their batteries. That is an incredibly loud process, and that pretty much makes the submarine a glowing target at that moment whenever it conducts a snorkel. It can be heard over an incredibly long distance, and not only that, considering that the submarine has to snorkel and really cannot dive until the snorkel is completed and they have enough batteries for the electric motors that are operated within the submarine, this means that the submarine, once it begins to snorkel, is practically a sitting target at that point and can be destroyed by anyone. So this is generally removing that risk for the South Koreans once they start to produce and field these nuclear-powered submarines, and will be allowing them to conduct a more deadly and precise operation against North Korea and China if a war is to break out. Moving on from that news in East Asia and all the way to the Americas, we've also been getting further developments in news out of the area of the Eastern Caribbean and the endless hunt by the United States of America for Captain Crack Sparrow. It appears that the United States has brought in the Gerald R. Ford, which we already knew about in the past, and a good amount of pictures have emerged from U.S. Southcom Command as it is now within the area of the Caribbean. This is our first look at the Gerald R. Ford's Carrier Strike Group, consisting of the Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers Mahan, Winston Churchill, and Bainbridge since entering the U.S. Southcom's area of responsibility on Tuesday. The U.S. Navy published photos from an opportunity earlier today showing all ships with the Ford and also an FA-18 Super Hornets assigned to the carrier wing, including aircraft from Strike Fighter Squadron 31, Strike Fighter Squadron 37, Strike Fighter Squadron 87, and Strike Fighter Squadron 213, which flew as a joint multi-domain force with the U.S. Air Force B-52 Stratofortress long-range strategic bomber. We can see that all here in the clip, and this is confirming that the Gerald R. Ford's Carrier Strike Group is a little bit lighter than normal. It only has 3 Arleigh Burkes. Most Carrier Strike Groups actually have about 3 to 4 Arleigh Burkes and a Ticonderoga, or 3 Arleigh Burkes and a Ticonderoga class cruiser. The Gerald R. Ford only has 3 Arleigh Burkes, which is somewhat interesting. Still, the pictures were absolutely stunning, and they did look quite good. Take a look at that. I mean, that is rather impressive, to be entirely honest. Right now, we understand that the Gerald R. Ford is somewhere north of the British Virgin Islands and Anguilla, somewhere around the Eastern Caribbean, but not directly inside of it, as it's believed that they may be trying to improve the maneuverability and ensure that the aircraft carrier remains out of range of any possible anti-ship batteries that Venezuela may possess at this moment. Speaking of Venezuela, it appears that their ally, the Russians, are not going to be that big of an ally for long, as it does appear that they are trying to generally back off of their position that they've taken in support of Venezuela. Despite Nicolas Maduro's public claims of a strong alliance with Russia, the Kremlin appears in no hurry to support the Venezuelan leader as U.S. pressures intensify. Top Russian officials have effectively distanced themselves. Putin hasn't made a single statement on Venezuela, and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov stressed that Russia has no obligation to defend Venezuela from external threats. The reason is clear. The war in Ukraine has drained Russia's resources and sharply limited its ability to assist allies. Moscow and Caracas have historically had close ties, armed deals, economic cooperation, and cultural projects. But now with the U.S. sending the USS Gerald R. Ford to the Caribbean and boosting its military presence, meaningful Russian support is going to be non-existent. Even if Putin wanted to intervene, Russia's options are limited. Air defense systems are tied up defending Russian territory from Ukrainian drone strikes, and the Flamingo is making that ever so pressing at the moment, and the the arms industry is operating at full capacity. So far, the only confirmed action from Russia is a cargo plane that landed in Caracas in late October. Reports of deliveries of Pantsir and Buk air defense systems remain unverified, but still stand as Russian claims from Russian government officials. As tensions with the U.S. grow, Maduro risks facing the crisis alone. Like other Kremlin-aligned leaders in recent years, he may discover that for Putin, the war in Ukraine outweighs any foreign ventures, which is not really a good look for them. We also got an additional statement, an official one, from the Russian Foreign Ministry on Venezuela, and this was the statement. Since September, we have observed an unprecedented U.S. military campaign in Latin America carried out under the pretext of combating drug trafficking routes into the U.S. Countering illegal drug trafficking must not be exploited as a pressure tool on sovereign states.
Well,
Generally
good
showing
thing
the
they're
Russian
not a
Federation
sovereign
support
state.
is going to be hopes and prayers, or prayers and wishes, or thoughts and prayers, or anything else that you want to put, any combination of meaningless stuff. But it's only going to be meaningless support to the Venezuelans, and they largely are on their own, outside of the shipment of the Pantsirs and the Bukes that were provided to the Venezuelans last week, making the situation not as pressing as before, but making it quite clear that if Venezuela remains without any U.S. intervention being conducted against them, it is highly likely that they may be further supported, trained, and armed by China and Russia to turn them into a veritable bastion of their sphere of influence within the Americas, which would be incredibly concerning for the United States of America to have an enemy that is quite literally directly on our doorstep and less than 1,000 miles away. Moving on from that, however, we've also heard that the Mexicans, or at least the Federal Republic of Mexico as it's officially called, has agreed to intercept alleged drug boats off of its coast in an effort to prevent further U.S. strikes near its waters. So it does appear that the Mexicans will be getting involved in interdicting narco-terrorist vessels that are somewhere within the Gulf or the Caribbean. Meanwhile, within the capital of the United States of America, there is currently an ongoing discussion by officials who've arrived at the White House today to dissuade the president on live nuclear tests. If any of y'all know about this or don't know about this, I'll explain what's been proposed so far. The president of the United States has proposed that the United States returns to full-on nuclear warhead testing within the area of Nevada, generally, or somewhere within U.S. territories overseas. This has generally been considered to be a bad idea by a large amount of advisors and officials within the government currently, as this could lead to a greater heightened sense of nuclear war being on the horizon, considering that this would give a justification for the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China to resume live nuclear tests. That could start to create a escalatory situation that we wouldn't want to be in, and it would make a nuclear war a little bit more of a certainty, at least considering that people would be testing nuclear weapons live, and for that reason, it's not really considered to be a good move. On top of that, there's also a great amount of health concerns, at least for the United States of America, as the nuclear tests that were conducted prior in many decades ago, around the area of Nevada, actually deposited a decent amount of radiation over the United States of America over a prolonged period of time. Such an action may not be good for the longevity of the citizens of the Republic, or for anyone or anything that's living within the Republic for that matter. So generally, it's not the greatest idea to resume live nuclear tests. It's not a good thing to leave the Russians and the Chinese racing to develop and field new nuclear weapons without us making a response, but at the same time, it's not a good idea to conduct a live nuclear test. There's a better way to go about that, like, for example, the conducting of tests with the Minuteman IIIs or non-nuclear armed weaponry, just to generally show that the systems work. But with that is all of the breaking news that we have today. I get to thank each and every single one of y'all so much once again for watching and enjoying this video, and I hope that y'all have enjoyed it a great deal. We put a lot of work and effort into these short war videos, and if you are new to this channel and you just watched this for the first time and you thought, wow, that was actually kind of okay, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and support us on Patreon if you would like. Link is in the description below. We have to give a massive shout out to all the folks who support us on Patreon, but it's for the cost of about a cup of coffee every single month,
Monday,
they help us to be able to keep the lights on and work on this as our
news.
full-time job, continuing daily coverage of major world events every single day. And so a huge thanks to all of you all so much once again for watching,
Trump,
and we will see you all in the next one.
Is done, but most of the time it's apolitical, which is a nice relief of how heavy politics have been and do almost everything lately. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I have to pee real quick. So I'll be back in a minute or two. And then I switched to Bible verse for the day, which you should be able to see there. It's Isaiah first. Isaiah 1, end of the chapter, verse 24 to 31, I believe. So, want to read it? Go for it. If not, I'll have to look at it. I am going to read it, though, for you guys, too, because it's sometimes hard to make out. As I always believed, I don't think it's right to push anything upon people, but I do think there's very good lessons to learn, and Christianity itself, I believe, is wholly true, but most people have trouble with believing everything that's in it. But I do believe the Bible is wholly true, so that's why I put so much weight on it for my personal life. You can take it or leave it. But anyway, here we go. We're going to read Isaiah chapter 1, verses 24 through 31. Therefore, the Lord declares, the Lord of hosts, the mighty one of Israel, I will get relief from my enemies and avenge myself on my foes. I will turn my hand against you and will smelt away your dross as with lye and remove all your alloy. And I'll restore your judges as at the first, and your counselors as at the beginning. Afterward you shall be called the righteous city of righteousness and faithful city. Zion shall be redeemed by justice, and those in her who repent for righteousness. But rebels and sinners shall be broken together, and those who forsake the Lord shall be consumed. For they shall be ashamed of the oaks that you desired, and you shall blush for the gardens that you have chosen. For ye shall be like an oak whose leaf withers, and like a garden without water. And the strong shall become tinder, and his work a spark, and both of them shall burn together, with none to quench them. See what I did there? Stream title was about sparks, and it's a strength awakening. It's true, especially when you're forging with metal, which I used to do. I used to make blades in the garage when I could stand for long periods of time. I would make knives and working tools and stuff like that. And you work out the impurities in the metal, it gets stronger, it doesn't crack, it doesn't break, but there's sparks, fire, and the two come together as you're striking it, and you get even more sparks when you strike it. And it's just a beautiful, beautiful process. I've always loved forging. Ever since I was younger, I wanted to get into it. Maybe one day I'll be able to get back into it. I just gotta get my leg strength underneath of me. Alright, what do we got? We got about 20 minutes left, one more video, and then we get into some rivals.
Is Sydney Sweeney proving that you can be in Hollywood, you can be based, you can have a career, and you no longer have to apologize to the woke mob?
Found this American Eagle ad right now, and maybe we should just talk about it. So, were you surprised by the reaction?
In case you don't know, it was the American Eagle ad, which says, "Jeans make people."
I just have to make fun of this girl one more time. Her head is so square. Somebody said she looks like she belongs on Minecraft. I think it was from Louder Grouter in the morning or something like that. When right after this interview happened. And I thought that was so hilarious. But next to Sydney Sweeney, she does not look very good. She's like a Midwest 2. Next to Sydney Sweeney. Who is just a beautiful girl, but
People have blue eyes. I have blue jeans. American Eagle. Apparently you can be proud to be anything. You can be proud to be Asian, proud to be Korean, Hispanic, black, trans, whatever, but you just can't be proud to have blue eyes. That's what she's inferring. And since she has blue or maybe green eyes and denounces this, she demands that Sydney Sweeney do the same.
I did a Gene ad.
Simple as that. I did a Gene ad. I read a script.
Yeah.
The fuck you want me to say?
I mean, the reaction definitely was a surprise. But
she didn't say that, but yes.
it was. I love jeans. All I wear are jeans. I'm literally in jeans and a t-shirt like every day of my life.
Jeans are uncontroversial. Jeans are awesome.
Yeah, I like your jeans.
You look great.
She's literally
in your
trying to hold her hand and walk her down the path of apologize
The
for being
interviewer
white.
just looks
Apologize for saying
so
something that might
uncomfortable.
be
Yeah.
positive about being white. How dare
Doesn't
you
look at
step out of
Sydney Sweeney
line
at all.
and not march in lockstep with us, of people that are ashamed of our skin color because the woke demands it. Because as soon as she says, you know what? I am proud of being white. I am proud of having an eye color that will likely be extinct in the next, like, however many generations. Like, I think something absurd like green eyes and red hair is likely going to be gone in, like, 3 generations. That's all it's going to take. And it's like, yeah, my genes will, or like, you know, dark hair, brown eyes, that'll always overtake somebody that does. So it's like, it'll likely be gone in not so many generations. But the idea of, hey, I'm happy that I have blonde hair and blue eyes. That's kind of special. That's unique. That's cool. No, you can't, because it's not about inclusion. It's about hatred of a certain ethnicity.
I think I know how you're going to answer this, but I'm going to ask anyway. I mean, the president tweeted about the jeans ad, or Truth Social about,
because everything Trump does is bad. Because she could say,
why they're
water
attacking
is
it so
good.
much.
Water is life. And they say, well, this President Trump tweeted about water being good, so obviously you need to denounce it too.
Yeah,
Aren't you
water
afraid
needs to
of
be
the woke activists canceling you? Not anymore after Trump won the popular vote.
the jeans ad, and that just seems to me like a very crazy moment for anyone. And I wondered,
Just because you're afraid of the woke mob doesn't mean someone that is, like, you know, this generation's it girl is afraid of being canceled.
Yeah.
what that was like.
It was surreal.
It was surreal.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be
Possibly because she likes Trump. Possibly because she voted for Trump.
totally
He's
human.
I don't think she voted for
I would
anybody in
probably
his
feel
life.
like thankful that somebody had my back in public, you know, and conveniently some very powerful people had my back in public. And I wondered if you felt that way.
I don't think that it's not that feeling I didn't have that feeling, but I wasn't thinking of it like that.
Yeah, because I don't see the world through the lens of wokeness and
Yeah.
fear. Because that's all the left is. It's just because you spent so much of your life canceling people for not passing the left's ever-changing purity test. You're always tiptoeing, wondering, am I going to pass the purity test? Am I okay? Like, you saw that with Asians. Like, obviously not blonde hair, blue eye, I can't see that. But it was the craziest thing ever, where you had a lot of Democrat by default Asians out there that would say, oh, okay, I'm going to, you know, stand in unison with BLM. I'm going to do all the things that the left tells me. I'm going to repeat all the catchy phrases I saw celebrities and social media program me to. And then when inclusion was like, oh, stop Asian hate, like, we're starting to see there's a lot of Asian hate crimes out there. We don't want our elders, we don't want our grandparents to be tackled in the street. And all of a sudden they realize, wait, who's committing these crimes? And then Mohammed Anwar, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but it's tragic. He is the South Asian Uber Eats driver, I believe, but he's an immigrant, Asian guy, comes over here. He's feeding his family with, I believe it was Uber Eats. I don't want to get it wrong. But during the time of the lockdowns, the BLM riots, 2 black teenagers carjacked him with a taser, They cause his car to skid out, gets ejected from it. He immediately dies. The two girls that were responsible for his death, very callous. All they care about is getting their cell phone out of the car he just got ejected out of. You have National Guardsmen walking around like, oh my God, what happened here? We obviously don't want to be the next Derek Chauvin, so we're not going to detain these ladies here. All of a sudden, overnight, Stop Asian Hate went away because the mainstream media outlets even admitted it, saying, well, Stop AAPI or whatever is harming our other social justice movements. So you know what? Just throw it away. And it's like, it's crazy where you have all these people, blonde hair, blue eyes, marching in lockstep with every single liberal social justice movement they've ever seen for the last however many years. And all of a sudden, now they demand them denounce their own ethnicity, denounce their own religion in some parts. And they are so afraid of the system that they built. They're so afraid of, you know what? I spent all my life canceling all these other people for just, not passing the purity test. I am more willing to denounce my own ethnicity, my family, my own people than be canceled. And that's the sad part, is they're still afraid. But then you have Sydney Sweeney saying, you know what? We don't have to live like this, guys.
Like, of any of it. I kind of just put my phone away. I was filming every day. I'm filming Euphoria. So.
Yeah, when you actually have a
baseball
job.
bat thing, but
and
I
you're busy.
kind of like it.
You have like
Keeps his
you're
hands
touching
from being,
grass.
like, overly
You're
busy, I
accomplishing
guess.
tasks. And you're not accomplishing tasks. You're living out your little dreams. You don't have time to look at social media and say, oh, okay, you know what? Do the random accounts from other countries and bots approve of me living my life the way I want to live it? Or do I have permission just to enjoy life?
Yeah.
They're so surprised at the idea that people don't live their lives based on what general consensus is, or the most emotionally fragile people are in the world. No, I just live my life. I turned off my phone. I don't give a fuck what you think. Why would I care what you think? I am a millionaire movie star, and you're some journalist nobody could even name or point out in a crowd. I don't care what you guys think.
So I'm working like 16-hour days, and I don't really bring my phone on set. So
good.
I work, and then I go home and I go to sleep. So I didn't really.
Yeah.
These people are so dumbfounded. Wait, you work, go home, go to sleep? How do you achieve happiness?
How do you do anything?
I don't really see a lot of it.
I
It's
lost
closed
all
off
connection right now, didn't I?
because of-
Yeah, we're back. Yeah, if I talked about Stop Asian Hate, all of a sudden it just cuts it off.
Do you worry about that?
No. If somebody is closed off because of something they read online to a powerful story like Christie, then I hope something else can open their eyes to being open to art and being open to learning. And I'm not
Being open to just thinking for yourself. Was it a big deal? In the grand scheme of things, it really wasn't. But if you're able to be whipped in a frenzy over a jeans ad and going in public and posting your social media video of you giving it the finger and saying, I'm going to boycott a place I'd never shop at anyway, nothing's ever going to make you happy. And you're always going to be captured by the Democrat Party and the leftists that tell you what your values are.
gonna be affected by that.
Yeah. You've come here like really willing to talk about this whole discourse that doesn't have that much to do with you, and I'm grateful for that. Is there something that you want to say about the ad itself? The Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
We're 3 minutes in, and she's still trying to harp at her, saying, hey, I'm giving you the opportunity to apologize so this audience will accept you, because they never will. They're still going to throw it back in your face, and there's always going to be something new that comes up that they don't approve of, that they need you to pledge your allegiance to the woke. It's never going to stop, and she's smart for saying no.
Do you have...
The ad spoke for itself.
You think the ad spoke for itself?
Yeah.
Okay. And the criticism of the content, which was basically that
Literally trying to
maybe
hold her hand.
specifically in this political climate, like...
In this political climate, being proud of having blue eyes is a problem. Ridiculous.
Like, people shouldn't joke about genetic superiority. Like,
It
that
was
was
not
kind
about
of
superiority.
like the criticism, broadly speaking. And
Nothing said
since you
about
are talking about this, I just wanted to
superiority.
give you an opportunity to talk about that specifically.
I think that when I I have an issue
Okay,
that I
then.
want to speak about. People will hear.
If I give a fuck, you'll know I give a fuck. That's what she's trying to say here. It's hilarious. They don't want you to be independent. They don't want you to open up your eyes, because let me know in the chat. You know, someone says Sydney Sweeney found out real fast she can make more money pandering to white supremacists, right-wing types than she can ever acting. She's self-admittedly broke. She knows she can't last in Hollywood, so trying to cash in, hence her relationship with Bezos. She's a propaganda tool. Like, so much projection here, so much self-hatred placed on her. But
Wait,
I think
does she have a
it's she's
relationship with
breaking out
Bezos?
from the typical Hollywood elitists, the activists that had to go out there and
Newsom
say
messing around
woke
with, like,
stuff.
Katy
Like, I know
Perry
it was
now, too.
you got Danny DeVito saying something stupid here. You had who's the Incredible Hulk on Marvel movies. He's always saying something stupid and liberal and woke. But who was the actress very recently? Let me know, chat. There was an actress that recently said something very based, and everybody's very surprised at it, saying, "Oh yeah, she's just like, you know, she doesn't care what they think of her." And then almost like a week after, she started bending over backwards to rescind her base statement. I forgot who it was, because I brought up this right here. It's
Danny DeVito.
it's Danny DeVito. Oh, am I? Yeah, probably that's what it is. Was it Keira Knightley? No, it wasn't Keira Knightley. It wasn't Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj hasn't apologized. It was Hermione Granger. What is her actress's name? Emma Watson, right?
Yeah.
Keira Knightley? Was it Keira Knightley? Okay, maybe it was her then. But it was an
Keira
actor
Knightley
that
had
said something based,
was
and they're like,
very
okay,
based,
cool,
and
whatever.
Nicki
And then
Minaj.
immediately when they started getting backlash, they were like, okay, you know what? I pledge allegiance now. It's like, okay, if Sydney Sweeney can get away with it, you can. And now no longer you have to have the actors pledging allegiance, which makes it so the viewers and the fans of Sydney Sweeney have to fall in line with it. Because once she breaks free of the Matrix, if Danny DeVito doesn't have to say it anymore, Mark Ruffalo doesn't have to say it anymore, Emma Watson, Keira Knightley, they all break free and just say whatever they want and actually admit that they're probably conservatives secretly deep down inside.
Well,
then they've lost.
Emma Watson.
They've lost the entire middle. It's already gone, because this is how bad it's going. Like, I bring up the Stop Asian Hate thing because, you know, you see this from Coke's diversity training. Coca-Cola had diversity training that urged workers to be less white, and you can't tell me this right here wasn't the same. Be less white. Like, look at this. Allegedly from Coca-Cola, from the New York Post, saying to be less white is to be less oppressive, arrogant. That's so bizarre. They say if you're white, you're arrogant. Whatever. Be less certain. Why is having self-certainty, like, why is being self-confident being white? I don't know. They say be less defensive, be less ignorant, be more humble. I'm sorry, but I don't think that I know minorities of saying, you know what? Maybe certain model minorities are known for being humble, but I don't know if there's other ones I would say, oh, they're notoriously known for being humble. I don't know. Yeah, Sarita Morales says Nicki Minaj came to our side now. Nicki Minaj came, in case you forgot, guys in chat, Nicki Minaj became based when during COVID, she had a cousin, I believe it, had a vaccine side effect and shared it. And then the entire mainstream media came down on Nicki Minaj, trying to make it look like she said a lie. And then also, like, Nicki Minaj called out saying, why did CNN march out their specific black female analysts? So they're black female journalists. Like, that's who they brought out to denounce her, to make her look stupid. It's like, wait, that made Nicki Minaj base. Yeah. But they say, yeah, Coca-Cola, break with white solidarity. And then also you see this from The Economist saying, with Trump and Vance in power, many pro-natalists, people that want to have babies, okay, believe this is a moment to jumpstart baby making. Well, but some critics see pro-natalism as a part of insidious project to create a whiter America. A whiter America. This is insidious to say a white America. And they say, okay, wait, this is insidious. What if they say having more black babies was this? Like, it's insane to me how they just want to paint this as a negative thing. Like, oh, I think it's good if you have more any babies, if you're proud to be whatever. Like, you can be proud to be Asian, proud to be blonde hair, blue eyes, proud to be black. Like, you should have self-esteem about who you are. But the idea that only one of these is negative is nuts to me.
Oh, Super Sad. That was a good documentary. I remember watching that in high school. sure if we can watch it live now, but there's Knox and Orr.
An interesting new helmet design was unveiled at the Milan Motorcycle Show, which opens and closes from the rear, which alleviates the need for a chin strap. Riders can easily put it on or take it off without removing glasses or gloves. The system also allows
nice.
safer emergency removal with no pressure on the neck. This design could be a game changer for riders' comfort and safety. An interesting new helmet.
That is
Whoa, Lucy, what the hell?
What?
What are you doing with your hands?
Representing the 2-4.
No. That's a gang sign. You know that, right?
Yeah, the Station 24 gang. What up?
No, stop. No, it's not. It's a real gang sign. It's the 82nd Street Boys.
What is that, a boy band?
No, it's not, actually. It's the sign for the 82nd Street Boys. They are a very dangerous street gang in the Little Belgium district of Tacoma. And that crisscross pattern, that's the Belgian waffle. Don't make that sign.
This is a solid bit.
It's not a bit, you guys.
This is exactly what we're talking about, man. There's no Belgian street gang with a hand waffle sign.
They're called the 82nd Street Boys, and you better pray they don't see you making that hand sign down there. Or you're fucked, Lucy. I'm serious.
This one?
Oh my God, stop it. Stop it. Oh yeah, go ahead. Actually, you know what? Go ahead. Go flash it on the streets, see what happens. Somebody's gonna get the last laugh. It's not gonna be you. It's gonna be the streets of Little Belgium.
Oh, what's going on here?
Some kids pranked us, blasted the station with waffles.
It's not a prank. Sure as hell ain't kids. It's the 82nd Street Boys. They must have seen the photo. Now they're angry.
We better make some pancakes and hit them back.
Yeah. You think that's funny too, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
Why won't you take this seriously, Lucy?
Because these are kids playing a prank. Or it's you playing a prank.
Let me tell you something. I've seen a million waffle tags in my day, and this one is particularly brutal.
Okay, Ike, prove it.
Prove it to you right now. Whoa, Lucy, what the hell?
What?
What are you doing with your hands?
Representing the 2-4.
So the idea is I'm going to try this completely on my own with no help, and then he'll show me how to actually do it. Oh Lord, this is how we do it. Oh, I'm already messing up. A little sticky stick, nothing crazy. Put the magnets down. Yeah, there we go. Does this go on the left or the right? My fingers can't even go straight.
Got those alien fingers, bro. It's not the small gloves.
Stay in my hand. Hey! Don't like that.
I don't think they can see it.
It's perfect. Take my word for it. Dang it!
Sounds like you over here frying bacon.
We're just gonna accept there's a bubble right there and move on with our lives. No! We say yeah. And the glove is slippery. God dang it. Round 2. Okay, we starting somewhere. Minus that. Don't look there. I can hit this little number. Yeah. Man, what is this?
Look, man, I gotta put you on that beginner. I can't give you the torch.
Jeez. Mm-hmm. Yo!
You gonna leave all the wrinkles in there?
I give up. I like to think that wrinkles add character.
That's what you tell all the old people?
And character builds nations. Everybody has a smooth car. Do we want to conform to the system?
Trust me, you're rapping and conforming to the car. The amount of bubbles you got in this thing.
Dang, that's all bubble.
I know.
Wait a minute. That's all I needed. See, a little bit of heat, a little bit of heat, a little bit of pull, a little bit of slice. Oh yeah. I know it'll fix that.
A little bit of heat.
This don't even make sense.
whole debacle when she was running around. It's what it is. I didn't know the bank charged you $3 a month for having a debit card, though. That's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Just to keep the debit card active. To not get charged that, you just have to say you don't want a debit card at all. And it's like, well, no, I just don't want to use it every month. Stupid. Stupid scam. That's what it feels like, a scam. How people get away with stupid stuff like that, but I guess that's how they make their money. Alright, let's finish this one.
Sucks. I got this part. Look at it. That's smooth. That is smooth. And then we get to the curb. It's not easy at all. I don't understand what the heat's for either. If it's not sticking anyway. Gunfighting. Show me the way.
I will show you the way. So the idea is I'm going to try.
About the bike.
Pretty sick, man.
Yeah?
Dig it.
Thank you.
One more video. Okay. Sorry, I get distracted by shorts. He broke Destiny with a post. All right,
hey, look,
Metatron, let's see how it goes.
Destiny the Second. Now, as you know, I've already kind of clashed with Destiny a few times on this platform and, in fact, on X. Here's the thing, though. X is indeed the greatest representation of his hypocrisy, because look at this. Destiny Stephen Bonnell II, the omni-liberal, and the very message that he writes here to present himself is going to be my line of attack for today. Open quotes. The do-your-own-research guy who actually does his own research. So, given the statement we've just been presented with, one would imagine that if said individual shared his opinions, then those opinions would have been based on research.
That's kind of wild.
Well, apparently Destiny had something to say about a post of mine. So how about we check out the post proper first, and then we see how he responds. So on this post, I was responding to Abortion is Healthcare account, and this individual posted a picture of Charlie Kirk with the was-were mockery, meaning like, oh, you're dead, but I'm making fun of the pronoun thing, even though these are not pronouns. Imbeciles. And he said, boo-hoo, did you cry like a wee-woo baby? So to that I responded and I said, no one has pushed me further and further away from the political center and to the right more than people like this on the radical left. The discrepancy between we are the party of love and tolerance and this behavior is too blatant, too awful. I cannot stand it. Can we all agree that this is like a normal human take? Normal. It's absolutely normal to be disgusted by people who celebrate, mock, and laugh at someone else's death simply on the merits of, oh yeah, but he had politics I didn't like and everyone told me he's a fascist, so I'm gonna make fun of him, but then still say I'm party of love.
But don't actually do any research on looking at
apparently Destiny didn't like that because he responded and he said, open quotes, we, and then says, bro thinks he's on the team and he's not even American, LOL. Ooh, wow, Destiny, you cooked. You really cooked. You smoked me on this one. How am I ever going to respond to such? I went on the merits of him like that because say the and this behavior is...
No one has pushed me further away from the political center and to the right more than people like this on the radical left. The discrepancy between we are the party of love and tolerance and this behavior is too blatant, too awful. Destiny's post doesn't even make sense.
It's too blatant, too awful, human.
He's making fun of his we quote of the tolerant left.
Open quotes, we, and then said...
But she said the only time he used we is for the left.
Bro thinks he's on the team and he's not even American, LOL. Ooh, wow, Destiny, you cooked. You really cooked. You smoked me on this one. How am I ever going to respond to such? A highly researched, a strong comeback. Well, here's how I'm going to respond to that, Destiny. Here's how I'm going to respond. First and foremost, you should learn English. You seem to think that it's out of place for me to say we because I'm not an American. So I don't belong to the team, right? Thing is, though, the only section where I said we is the one where I'm quoting your party. So already, am I misunderstanding something here? Or is he not understanding what I'm saying here? I'm talking about the Democrats. I'm talking about the liberals and progressives that are all about, that keep pestering us about love, tolerance, and being nice. But then we got people like you who mock the death of Charlie Kirk. As you'll see, he keeps doing it. He keeps mocking and laughing at Charlie Kirk's death.
He's just
So
getting
yeah,
clicks
I
for it.
don't see why we like this makes absolutely zero
Stop
logical sense.
platforming these
But then he
people.
says bro thinks he's on the team and he's not even American. So, Mr. the guy who actually does his research, if you did do your research, when it comes to me, that research meaning you just had to scroll down a little bit and see that in one of my recent posts I announced that the immigration authorities have contacted me through letter to letting me know that I am allowed to begin my citizenship proceedings to become an American citizen. I have begun that process with my lawyers. Now, it's gonna take some time, of course, but yeah, it's kind of funny the fact that you point a finger at me and tell me you're not even American. Well, hold on a minute. 1, I am becoming an American citizen. 2, I am married to an American citizen. 3, my son will be an American citizen. And 4, I live in America. I pay my taxes here. I immigrated legally. So yes, I would say I am part of the team. I am part of it. And it is ludicrous that someone who belongs to the liberal positions, so you are the guys who are all about immigration,
I have to say he's the one person who's gotten a history degree and actually uses it well. I know a lot of people that just got a history degree to get a degree. They didn't even care about history at all. Thought maybe they could get a museum job or whatever, but are still working at Boscov's.
let everyone in, you bigots, and generally speaking
And then
attacks
another one
those
had to end up
elements within
going
the
to get,
extreme
RN
right where
or
they are
something like
against
that,
foreigners
or
of all kinds
is
and all
now
forms of
working at a
immigration.
more
It's kind of a fraction because generally speaking, the right wing is against illegal immigration. Sometimes there is a racial
Or
component to
coroner's
it, but
office,
in
something like
general,
that.
most right wingers have zero problem with legal immigrants like me. Regardless, usually that is one of the lines that you attack on the other side. And yet now you're using my foreign status, the fact that I'm a foreigner, as a way to mock me and belittle me. And in fact, undermine my arguments. So once again, massive hypocrisy on Destiny, huge line of hypocrisy, and also a demonstration of a complete
He doesn't
lack
even
of
have critical reading
research
skills.
when making a point. He hasn't got a clue what my position is, what my ties are with this great land, but he got his little gotcha. But that's what he does. That's what he does. Everyone is stupid but him. He complains about the rhetoric promoted by the Republican Party and right wing in general, considering it dangerous, even though he himself has pushed for violence on the streets against
he's the
conservatives. He has
one
laughed at the
pushing very
firefighter who
far
got the
left
bullet,
violence.
even though the only thing he did was to attend a rally for a political party that he supported, which is his own freedom in this country. Yet to Destiny, that means that if you're stupid because you go to a party that he thinks is bad, and therefore if you get a bullet in the head, he will make fun of you. His words. That, to me, is a dangerous rhetoric. Also, do remember that just simply because I made statements that he thinks, or I shared opinions that he thinks were stupid, that he said I'm not a human. He said, you're not a human being. He said that. That's a dangerous rhetoric if you ask me. And honestly, the only thing that I agree with when it comes to Destiny is when he goes against Hassan.
Oh yeah, he hates Hassan.
That, in fact, shocked me. He thinks that it is appropriate to consider the current sitting president of the United States as describing as subhuman. Subhuman. But it's the right-wing rhetoric that is dangerous. Subhuman. I imagine this includes everyone who supports him. Am I right, Destiny? I mean, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. People are doing this to mock Charlie Kirk's assassination and what Destiny has to say. This is absolutely disgusting behavior. Wow, you're telling me that there are at least 3 different billboards up honoring that loser? Unreal.
He's doing it for clicks.
Don't you get bored, Destiny, of having to
Being evil.
constantly post these edgelord comments that at this point, do you even believe this stuff? Or are you just going further and further, crossing that line of decency just because it's the way you make money? Anyways, that's why. It is because of people like him that I went into this pro-Charlie Kirk crusade. And I'm not done. I'm not done. Here you go.
America is not white people's land. That's Europe. It absolutely is white people's land. We fought a war over it.
Oh my God, it's politics on Twitch.
What is with white people? They have to, wherever they go.
Like, is that just like the cockroach shitting on white people for no reason? And then it's going to be the Roach King talking about how America is just for white people. Oh my God.
Since the last time I've been in Japan, I've seen a lot more white people out here.
Oh, for sure.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
And I don't like it.
If you are a foreigner in Japan because you're white, then what does that make every other person that's not white in America?
Oh, he's gonna say that Asmongold actually did have Asmongold just destroyed logically Hassan, and I know that he doesn't like Hassan. That's the only thing we have in common. He's gonna say that Asmongold is right.
That's not the kind of identity politics you really want to play.
Why would you say this? Another huge problem you have too with these guys going back and forth is Asmongold is always going to be able to put a more coherent point across when it comes to identity politics stuff, because Hassan weaponizes identity politics to force feed you class consciousness, which is the U.S. is never going communist. It's never happening. The fascists have come and gone, and nobody gave a about communism. Hassan weaponizes identity politics to feed you class consciousness, and then Asmongold weaponizes identity politics to just feed you worse identity politics. So Asmongold is always going to have the better point, just because he's playing in a more disgusting, he's more honest about it. And I think that comes across to the viewer as being more honest about it. Like Hassan, how are you going to have this guy being hypercritical of what races of people can live in what places, but it's not races of people, it's really only white people. But it's actually not only white people, it's just white Western people, because it actually has nothing to do with white people at all. It just has to do with like imperialism, which is like even more disconnected from everything. And then Asmongold will just be like, bro, white people rule. F you. And if you don't like white people in Japan, then we don't like colored people in America. And it's like, and listening to all these people, well, Asmongold seems to be making a more coherent point, which is unfortunate at how this platform is for politics. But
well, it's not the platform, it's the Hassan Paiga. Because yes, I agree with that, unbelievable. I'm actually agreeing with Destiny in the sense that, although again, I don't think what Asmongold does is worse identity politics. In fact, Asmongold was indeed simply making a statement to show the inner logical inconsistency of the point that was trying to be, that Hassan was trying to present. So, but yeah, cool.
Hassan was.
This is the last one I'm going to read. The map that made the left cry. So the fact that there are a lot, like a big blue cities and a lot of red land, I suppose. That was it, the White House. And then he responds, the map that made the right cry. Never forget. Oh, this is Age of Consent. You, of all people, are going to use this with the legal lawsuits that you're dealing with in the leaked messages. Seriously? And people are gonna like this? 4,000 likes? Holy moly.
He's really falling off, though.
Unbelievable. Self-awareness zero.
Barely big.
If you're enjoying this video so far, please take a moment to check out my Patreon page. With as little...
Okay. Enough of that. Got some notifications. Thank you, everybody, for liking posts. Why did it say arm? I meant to type arm. Let's redo this one. Copy. Go to the original post. No, not this page. The original post. Paste. Arm. Reply. Delete. I'll give myself a like. Okay. XP, a lot of that. RAM usage. Let's see where we at. 71 RAM. Notes could be closed. Ones. Canvas mode. Yep. Keyboard view, I guess we can do. Keyboard view, potentially. Yeah, that works. What about you? board. Yeah, I don't have room on this one for keyboard view. Maybe I do. Whoop. Oh. And move the screen capture down. Chapter verse on top. Go. That. Okay. Down. And do like a little. Top it. Move it. Move it. Yeah, I guess that works. All right. Intermission. These have audio settings. I think I'm going to it. Sorry. Email. And goodbye. Preview. Working. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Media. What else do I need to do? I need to switch this. Yeah, placements now. Leave. Rumble. No, just chatting. I guess. Switch it up that much. Gambit looks pretty cool. I messed around with him a little bit in the practice range this morning.
Beautiful. Oh, I think that's Kane? Oh, Kane's red form. I'm gonna lantern you out, don't worry. Oh, you wanna kill her? I think Kane might be coming down. Oh, nice shutdown. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna ulti because I think Kane's coming. Yeah, he is. Oh, step away from that. She's immune to autos. Help me. Oh! Swain, my boy. Well played, dude. Well played. Wait, is someone else coming down? Oh, I think Lux might be here. About. Yo, Swain, go distract her. I got you, bud. Yo, that was crazy. I have 100 farm. Nice. What am I going next? I want to go Phantom Dancer and probably Bork. Should I just do Phantom Dancer? I'm gonna try Phantom Dancer. Yes, I know I need boots. You know what? Boots aren't running anywhere. Boots will wait for me. It's fine.
Might save up and get this bundle.
Let me go deny this crab and dragon situation here. Who's fed? Cled's fed on their team.
None of my,
I'm more fed though.
Chrono tokens came over.
So the nice thing about Rage Blade is when you have max stack Rage Blade like this, my team's fighting. It actually applies Kraken Slayer faster. So it's gonna do
more right now.
See?
Oh, we got a skin.
Oh my gosh, I'm trolling. Bro, he can't just. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I like the thing skin.
My bad.
The blue thing. Pretty awesome.
I can't believe he literally just walked in and just took it.
Ultron skin.
It's okay. Missing smite happens to the best of us. I'm just gonna full clear. Let me hit a full clear. Get all my free souls from this full clear. 70 at 15. That sounds like a lot. I mean, look how much armor I have. 103 armor and I haven't built any. Kind of wild.
This looks like another Wanda skin. Like, seriously.
Is it just like A-ramming? I'm just gonna keep farming.
Your skins all look similar.
Yeah, I do want a Bork.
Yeah, this is the one. Battle Pass.
Wait, I can kill this
Don't
Neela
have-
for sure.
don't
I have
have-
green. It's gonna be yellow by the time I reach her. Maybe red. Oh, nice. Oh.
I didn't realize
I just do
Brute,
so
or I
much
knew
damage.
Brute have a Venom skin, but I
'Cause I
didn't
get the
realize the
extra
thing
damage
had a
from the
Venom
E.
skin too. But it's
Passive.
not here in
The
cosmetics.
210% AD ratio. Plus all the souls that we have. Like, we're just so powerful, actually.
The thing's supposed to be pretty strong. Mag's gonna be pretty strong.
Go push this next wave, actually.
Let's do a quick
No
play.
one's here. I almost have Phantom Dance here. It's gonna be fire.
Oh, dude, I'll show
Phantom
you guys
Dancer
the
gives me
time
10%
square. It's
movement
pretty
speed,
awesome. It won't
and it gives me
burn my
a
computer
lot
quickly.
of attack speed, which is gonna be really good. Plus some crit. I grab that. And almost the cannon. Nice.
I fight for everyone.
Almost have Phantom Dancer. This will do it. I wonder if these guys have ever seen like an attack speed thresh before. This is gonna finish my jungle items. Beautiful. And then I guess I'll just grab Herald too, since I'm here and the Arcane is mid. A casual 3 levels higher, not bad. Oh, Lux and Clegg got a couple touchdowns just now.
Yep. There's
Oh, they have vision. Oh, that's bad.
Gambit. Awesome Gambit skin.
Oh, that's bad.
Now's the time to hit it. Be swift.
Okay, I might have to. Can I kill him?
Uh,
No, I can't.
Oh, I was
Oh, I was trying to escape with the plugs, but they're not even there. My bad, my bad, my bad. I had too much gold and... Yeah, my bad. Alright, let's build Bork and...
That one's
Bork
going
and...
Back for the game.
Swifties. I definitely need some
It's
Swifties.
pretty awesome. It's a cool little hangout where you could
Should I just build it now? Nah, let's think of this. Let's think of this. Wait, my Kraken's only at 487. Am I not hitting enough champions?
20 people inside of
I
it.
feel like it should be higher.
I am here.
Diva, relax.
Oh no. Oh gosh. Okay. That's not good. Why did I just love Monster Hunter?
Diva, come on.
It's weird. I think I've done too much farming this game. Let's go kill some people. I mean, I do have 84 souls, so that's pretty good. Look how fast I attack. 2.09 attack speed. That's awesome. Oh no. I think Lulu's walking into me here. Oh, I thought I saw Lulu.
Yep,
Oh, they're over
definitely gonna
there.
get this one for sure.
Gotcha. Okay.
We're
gonna go over
I think
here.
I'm gonna
See,
get
buddy.
either the
Okay,
mag
never mind,
one
you're
or
with
the
me.
Jeff.
Oh, I'm actually dead, guys. Flux is here too.
Hilarious.
Oh man,
let's
I
sit
got
up.
2v1s. It's so bad. There you go. Kraken did some damage. I actually was gonna win the 1v1 there, but Lux showed up. My R does 500 damage. That's definitely worth using. Definitely worth using my RE. W is not bad. Yeah, I just got outnumbered there. Oh, she's dead.
No.
Nice. Clean. Clean. Guy has no ignite. Used it on me. Let me buy a sweeper. Let's go get Dragon and Otacon too.
Skin.
Swain, play with me. I missed my Swain. We did really good magic together. Wait, is Yorick AFK? No, he's TPing. Someone pinged him. I thought he was AFK. Oh man. Nice. I mean, that's gonna at least. Nice. That's gonna be an Otacon. Let's go, bud.
I played against it.
How much attack speed do I have now? 2.11 without lethal tempo. Look at this. That's so cool. He changes the swing angle. Just keeps changing the swing angle. Oh! Come on, Gnome ZZ'd. Come on. I don't want to send a hook. I think it'll be too slow. I think my auto just gets here.
Pick your hero.
Nah.
Or villain. I'm not judging.
Hmm. Oh, we got a tower at least.
Hear my command.
Oh. Okay. Well done. Oh, is that us? Oh, that's us, dude. Yo, grab that. Oh! I need Swifty so badly. Get me out of here. Let's grab this fast. Drive by. No way, he actually got a kill too. Beast mode. He actually got a kill, 1 versus 3. That's wild.
Be strong. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
All right, let's let's just take Gromp. All right, I'm gonna finish my boots now. No more messing around. Kraken 867. We're almost about to break the attack speed.
Sometimes
the attack speed barrier, I believe, is 3.0. You can't go higher than 3.0 anymore unless you're playing, I think, Belbeth.
You would use
I think there's like one champion that can.
to run from a battle.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Stake spam scepter, heal a little bit.
1.
Very well farmed. I have 102 souls.
Got it?
Gives me 102 bonus armor, 102 extra ability power, and extra damage on the E, extra shielding on the W. Look at that. I'm shredding. I'm a shredder. Whoa. Okay, let's go fight someone. I might just take mid. Could be a move. Save my boy Swain here. I'm coming. I have 50s now. Okay, nice shot, guys. I could have run to Nila, but I don't know where the rest of their team is. Are. I can't use proper grammar today. Yeah, I'm gonna go Bork next. After Bork, I'm trying to remember what I did during my Ashe games that I played.
Oh.
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, oops.
I'll come up with something.
Oh, I got a kill.
I just want to see. I think I break the attack.
I don't know how to play her.
Cap. Oh. No! Oh! What a cancel. He's so dead. You're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere, pal. You walk into my jungle. You get out of my jungle. Oh, that was so good. Over 1k on the Kraken now. Now we're firing up. Now we're doing some damage. Oh! Wait, I can't use it! No, because I was wounded. I couldn't use it. What a lucky Q by her. Having no vision here. Kind of scary. I guess I'll do Krugs for now. Get this. 111 stack on the souls.
Wait.
Can we do this? You know what? You're right. I'll just do it myself. More gold for me. Make sure they're not doing Baron. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's against the wall. Let that one actually. Let's get the dragon. Got over here. Oh, it's going behind us.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
He might be here. I'm kind of worried he's going to go behind us.
They couldn't weather the storm.
I feel like Cled's going to be behind us.
No, I got off of it. Nobody else was on it.
Give me a lantern. Autoing. Over the wall. Nice. We got him. Oh. Got out of that one, huh? A flush cage. Nice. More souls.
Destructive power.
Dude, they're all just out of range. All right, let's grab this thing. 2.19 attack speed currently.
Get ready.
I'm going in.
I know that most mutants aren't exactly common.
Got one.
Our troubled
And I got a
past
Canar
is not
too.
my primary concern right now, Wanda.
You
It
guys
is
get
the
him?
future
Oh,
that
no
has me
flash?
worried.
Oh, maybe a Collie finishes in here. Ah, jeez. Maybe going in was not a good idea.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Come on.
2,
Monkeys, get him, monkeys.
All you need to do is capture the mission
the way he
area.
lives.
Got it?
No, he's gonna die. He's gonna die.
Billions of people are counting
There it
on
is.
us
Beautiful.
to put the timelines back where they belong.
Nice. KDA style. A collie. That's strong. I'm so close to my max build here. So very close. Alright. I'm gonna walk to Dragon. Or should I, maybe I should wait. I'm only 30. Yeah, I'm only 20 gold off. Yeah, I'm waiting. My team can do that. I believe in them. You guys got this, right? Come on. There you go. Fork. Okay. We have Fork, Kraken, this, that. Now, I think what we should do... We could go Wit's End for more attack speed. Let's see. Could also go like permanence. I don't know if am I 3.0 attack speed when I attack a player with lethal tempo? I wonder. Oh, I guess we can find out now.
Always lend a hand.
Hello. Hey, real quick, I just want to find something out. Come here. What was that? 2.5? 2.47. Wait, I need to go before they come to me. I love Mao. I purposely didn't use any abilities to try to attack as much as possible. Whoa! What? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. 2.35. Now we need one more attack speed item. We need one more. One more on-hit attack speed item, please. Let's go! Huge! Get Baron. We're like so close. On-hit effects. Let me focus on my... Actually, no one's alive. We're fine. Look how fast I attack, by the way. Does Ruinance work on melee? No, this must be ranged. I could go Nashers. It scales into my R and my Q and my... No, that's not good. 50%, 50% attack speed. Alright, let's run it, lads. Nope. Hey. Exactly. I'm glad she's having fun. I got 136 armor for free, 136 AP for free, and so we're definitely 2.5 without hitting a champion. Look. 2.43. I think I might be 3.0 when I attack them. Oh, nice. Let me go hit this. This will give me my full item because this gives. Oh. You guys okay? It should be fine. I think it'll be okay. Oh no. I'm on my way. I have enough for Wit's End though, but I think I should be able to get some kills. Very quick. Let's get our Legion.
This is real firepower!
Oh. Get off me, bro! I got... I killed him! Dude, why am I running away? I should just kill him. Okay, do I need Wit's End? I have no MR, or 45 damage on hit, 30 damage on hit. Tenacity for Lulu Polymorph? Massive. Okay. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Okay. Full minigun threat style. They do kite me very well. Lulu outranges me with Q. Lux outranges me with every ability. Kane outranges me. No, not really. He doesn't. So really, it's just Lulu and Lux that outrange me. Yeah. I was thinking his W kind of does, but not really. Kane's just a nuisance because he's tanky, and he has knock-up that I can't dodge because I have no dashes. But anyway, here we go. 3.0 attack speed minigun Thresh jungle with 141 souls. It's cinema time. Grab some popcorn. It's about to be a
30
movie.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh wait, it actually goes higher than 2.5 now?
If you have a problem with me, I
2.65 without lethal tempo. Interesting.
He's slow.
It's gonna be 3.0 when with lethal tempo.
That blood is not on my hands.
Yes! Yes!
The battle starts in
No!
4, 3, 2.
I'm attacking. Oh, my team's here! What up, boys?
Capture the mission area. Got it?
Let's go!
I swear if this
I got a hook! I'm going in!
there will be hell to pay.
Come here, Colette! Boom! Hope that popcorn tastes good, boys and girls. It's a movie! I just see my attack speed. I'm just assuming it's 3.0. Look at this. Oh, I love this. This is fun. Yo, let me know in the comments if you guys want to see the crit threshold that I came up with. I whipped up a really nice moon plus build for it. I probably won't do it soon because I like to spread out the champions. Like I want to play Thresh back to back, but I'll keep it in mind if you guys are interested.
My lightning struck too recently.
Also, is this a lot of souls? I really don't play Thresh often, so I don't know if this is a lot or not. I still need to know that.
As if I wasn't strong enough.
One of our opponents.
Shoot. Oh. Oh no. Oh, that's so good. Here we go. Four. Beautiful. 2.8 it says, but I think I can go higher. Wait, I have 200 armor. This guy can't even do damage to me. Come on, Kled. Fight me, buddy. Stop running. You can't run from your problems forever.
You know.
GG. I couldn't attack him 4 times, unfortunately, or 6 times with lethal tempo, but very, very enjoyable game. The damage is probably on the low end. Oh, some more souls. Very fun game. I think my damage is going to be a little low, though. I have a feeling, because I farmed a lot this game. I have 280 farm, way more than everyone else, but I mean, at the end there, my damage is top. It was going kind of crazy. Let's see, though. What do we have here once it loads? Let's see. Alright, damage check. Here we go. We actually did the most on the team. That's crazy.
Ah, she's here. Her wand was bad.
That's kind of insane. What about damage taken? Yorick did a little bit more. And the runes? Lethal tempo was good. Cutdown did 1.194 for us. Pretty good stuff. Alright guys, before you go, if you could again leave a like on the video if you enjoyed it. Leave me a comment down below what you want to see next, and check if you're subbed to the channel. And thank you so much again for watching. Have a good day, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace, peace.
Vanquished at last.
Alright everybody, welcome back to another video. Today we're playing some Zahen in the top lane, and we're running Conquer, Triumph the Lack Beam, Cut the Grass, Absolute Focus, and Gather the Storm. I wanted to do a Grit Lethality build this game and try to get as much AD as possible into the Absolute Focus, Gathering Storm. He gets a crap ton of AD from his passive, like he pretty much doubles his AD, so I'm thinking of going Collector, Hubris, then IE. I think if I have those 3 items,
13,000.
I will
Trains
just
you a
kill
lot
people
too.
in like 2
I didn't
autos. But I'm a little scared. It's gonna be pretty squishy build, and I'm not gonna have lifesteal. We did
18 final hits.
the lifesteal build on the main channel, TC's WAG, if you haven't seen that one, and we started Blade of the Ruined King, and it felt really good actually. Like, it was very strong. So who knows? Maybe a collector with all the AD will give me some damage. But yeah, I wanted some armor pen because he gets armor pen for free with his ult. Oh man, I'm winning this, I think. Oh yeah, I'm winning this hard. Goodbye. 146 AD. Let's see. Well, there's nobody with AD on my team to really compare to. I have double the AD of Vi. She has 70. So yeah. Yone missed, I think, 1 or 2 Qs there anyway, but I think the only way he'd win that level 1 fight there, or level 3 fight, is if he had Ignite.
Oh, that was easy.
Yeah, I melted him.
10 more? 15 more?
Yeah, the most overtuned part about this champ is he just gets way too much AD.
Okay.
I forgot to buy the skin.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try
But I
to
kinda
achievement
his
farm
base-
eventually in the future.
Base model more.
This is where I get 100, 200, 400, 600, 800, 1,000.
I want to do on-hit video.
100 points.
And I think we pretty much covered every build on him. Because you can't go AP. I could stack a bunch of HP, but it's not going to be any different than a bruiser build. It'd just be a little bit tankier than a bruiser build with less damage, so I don't really see the purpose of it, you know? No, he's losing this. Oh my god, dude. 185 AD. 185 AD.
Okay.
I just have so much damage. I thought his early game was weak. I guess it's not if you play it right and stack up your passive and conquer. I'm just a little scared with this build. I'm not gonna have the greatest healing. Actually, you know what? I can get a Bloodthirster because that gives a lot of AD, but it's not gonna be till very late. I can go get a pickaxe. Pickaxe.
Wait for Women kids to get home and then I'll run into rank.
It's frozen. I'm scared to TP though. I might get ganked. I didn't see where Heckram was last. I'm very interested to see how much my ult has 200% bonus AD ratio. So imagine if I have, I'm gonna get over 1,000 AD. I think if I get full build, over 1,000 AD, and then I ult.
Everybody
it should
play him.
But I want to stack up my passive before I ult because that's where all the AD comes from.
Phoenix should play. I should play Widow with the
He really
Phoenix.
doesn't feel like he has any mana issues. Like he feels like a manaless champ. Oh my gosh! Should I just dive him? I might dive him next time. What's the AD scaling in this? 100%? Okay.
But the future belongs
100% on the edge.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
So his E does do a lot of damage.
Lust on alcohol, possessed by one of the 7 deadly sins. Lust did a number on me back when. But I got my demons under control now. Whatever no vengeance, no consequence.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Didn't hit him.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Yeah, he got way too much AP. That's his biggest problem. I guarantee you they nerf his passive, and they'll probably nerf his Q. His W doesn't feel OP at all. It doesn't do any damage, and it barely pulls them. It does sometimes hit from a decent range, though. His E might get nerfed.
Damage here.
E hits pretty hard.
Oh yeah, I forgot Penny got a buff, huh? I don't think it's hard though. Silo?
Where'd he go?
They hit a checkpoint.
Oh, he got kicked out by Vanguard. Hopefully he gets back in. Or we'll go fight someone else, I suppose. Hopefully he's able to get back in. Alright, we'll do the collector. I guess. He's loading back in nice.
The moon haunts you. Better put this to good use. The moon haunts you.
I wonder if it's gonna be good to break those Groot walls.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Horse. Okay. He got kind of fast. Oh my god. You guys see how hard I hit the dragon there? Wait, can I get a double crit? I wonder. Oh, I'm dead.
Where are these?
She flashed it. Kinda wanted it to hit to see if I heal. I did survive her ignite. But yeah, if I'm testing a new champ when it comes out, it has to be a custom game with viewers, because if you try to queue up on PvE and play this guy, not only is everybody trying to play him, and they'll int if you take him or dodge or whatever, but also if you're playing against somebody and you win lane versus them, they just go AFK on the server. So. Or it'll be a mirror matchup, or I'll be against one top 2, and then he'll go AFK after I beat him. But it's hard to get content on this server. Wow, did I really just do that much stream? Hard to get content on this server if you don't have people to play with. So, I feel bad for smaller content.
Oh, a little late on that one. Invisible woman.
Maximum.
Play with the randoms that's just int and troll.
This is gonna be tough as Magneto still, huh?
Game. But it's so funny to see. There's always these comments like, why is he playing ranked with the new champ or whatever? Like, bro, he just came out, he's on the test server, there is no ranked. Like, people are just so dumb sometimes.
The moon haunts you.
Like, I do this for fun. We're just trying to limit tests and see what the new champ can do and get my thoughts on it. That's it. But some people, I think they're just jealous or something. They take it as like, oh, this guy just destroys nukes and thinks he's the best player in the world. Like, bro, I'm just doing my goddamn job. Sorry, you don't have one. I eat meat like you for breakfast. of attacks.
Yeah,
0.82 is pretty bad.
8,000 damage.
We're getting an AD record this game. I still don't know if the first double hit can crit. I know it can crit, but does it double crit, you know? I need a hubris. We need to get the hubris earlier than later. And then mine rises there first. They should make it so you could take enemy rise portal.
That hurt. That hurt.
Plating. I like money.
Go bathroom. Family should be home soon, I think.
No, I want to give them a little bit of a... I couldn't even make it there in time anyway, because, Dude, can everybody stop flashing me all... Oh, never mind. I win this. I feel like I win this. Oh my god. My passive's gonna drop down. I gotta back up. Yeah, as you can see, his ult is... Hey, I got an assist. His ult is not a hard ability to get hit by. Like, it's so easy to dodge. Who the hell takes flash on Hecarim? Am I doing magic damage? Or is that the true damage mixed with it? Well, oh my god, I have 4k gold. Alright. Well. I left him alone for a bit. They're still really far behind in gold. So I'll just have to send it, you know? Do some big fights. Not play for my KDA. I think we go Infinity Edge. I think I go Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster. What else gives a ton of AD? I think Ravenous Hydra gives like 65. Oh, I have to get a blood mail. Even though I don't have HP, I have to get a blood mail.
Not home yet. You're not home yet.
Alright. Well, that guy died pretty quick. Even if I don't have a lot of HP, blood mail is still amazing because it gives you a percentage increase when you're low. I guess I'd lose absolute focus when I get it, but maybe I shouldn't have taken absolute focus. But there's like nothing else I could have taken that gives AD in that tree besides gathering.
We have a new hero coming out in League of Legends too, I guess. On the PTR.
Where did their rise go? Somebody TP'd also. Oh, she's gonna die. Or not. Yeah, wait out that Verisar. Oh my god. Dude.
Oh my god.
Holy shit. It's just one-shotter. I have 2.5 items, bro.
Playing in the background for me.
Oh god.
This is a character. Is this?
What the?
Zaheen.
Oh my god. What
is he out
is
now?
That damage? And it's only gonna get crazier. Ow. Oh my goodness. Being kited. Look, I almost killed Yone and I hit him like 2-3 times. This is nuts. I wasn't expecting my ult to do 1,000 damage at 16 minutes in.
No,
I guess
dog, you don't
Bloodthirster
need to go out.
Into
Yeah,
Bloodmail.
lay down. Just wait.
Because I
You'll
get
be
12%
home in a few
increased
minutes.
AD based on missing health. But if I never, I'll get low. Maybe I get a bruiser item to synergize with it. Something that gives HP AD, like Sterix. Oh, how did he see me?
Oh, there's team.
Oh yeah, I died very.
He
quick
got
there.
blown up.
Yeah, I can get bursted very quick with this build. I think I might need to get Merc Treads or something. Because I get kited.
The only. It's control.
Oh, the auto didn't do damage. If I go behind the turret and find him. Oh, so close. Oh, you can do a short dash too. It's not like a set duration.
Oh.
I do want Otacon.
You're the only one down there, though.
Dude, I'm melting these jungle camps. Holy cow. There's
That was a good
1,300
jungle.
damage.
I think
on
Night
that
Blue played
auto.
him in jungle,
It's
huh?
just they have a lot of range champs this game, so it's very hard for me to reach them. I didn't get a crit there. My cannon. Oh, there we go. I don't know if... No crit. Oh, there's a crit. Oh, the E. I was gonna ult him, but I don't know. I have 600 AD at 20 minutes, bro. Come on, don't die. Oh! Oh, not enough. He's kind of beefy. He's got a lot of HP. I wonder
Tank
if
mage.
I pop the Sterif, or the Seraph shield. I mean, this is going to help me survive a lot more now. And we go Bloodmail. I think I'll sell my boots for...
This is Swag Zera.
I think I'll sell my boots for Sterix. I'm going to be really slow, but I think it'll be good. Well, now I'm just... Even with a Bloodthirster, I'm going to heal the full because I have so much damage. I think I have more AD than everybody in the game combined together when I stack my passive. Get red buff before we go fight.
That's might it.
Jeez. I can't take this gate. I'm gonna die. 1400 damage. Not getting crits on my first Q. Can it even crit? I think I'm getting crits on the second one. I don't know if that was a crit or not. That was a crit. I can't tell if it's a crit. It did 1100 damage, but it doesn't show like the crit text.
Sorry, like starting to spasm a little bit. I need to take a little break.
1366. Yeah,
Blade
okay, it does
circle and
crit.
left after
Because
a while.
well, the cannon has armor, but I don't think it reduces that much. It's not gonna do 500 less. Yeah, okay, so it can crit, it just like doesn't show the number correctly. No crit there. If I crit, I think I would have killed him maybe. We can actually go over a decent sized wall.
I am only evil.
See, the issue is if I fight all of them at once, I'm gonna die before I can even stack my passive. If I get them one by one, I think I can kill them. Died in one auto.
Weapons. Just sidestep that there.
Guess we go this way. Oh, the turret's gone.
The trial never ends. In every instant, every
Where's that Hector?
Young, why do you have 500 AD?
I'm coming for you. I think he's gone.
Yeah, yeah, probably would have been quicker going around the corner.
He's too fast. No crit. Give me a crit on somebody. I want to just pop him. Not Rise though. He can actually survive it. And he always has like Verisari behind him.
Already mid.
No crit. But I healed the full. Like, okay, there's the crit. I did 2k damage to him. 900 AD. I don't even have the blood mill yet.
Yon is just all question marks. This character is busted. And Heckram's just gonna try to avoid him, kill everybody else around him. They got the team up on him.
I'll just fight and die. I don't care. They need money. I wonder if I could kill her in Fountain. Oh, my auto didn't go off.
You got stunned.
Alright, we got blood mail. And then I can sell boots and get one more item if the game can go longer.
Trying to make the game go longer. Game go longer. He's only 16. He's not even 17 yet.
Sick ult. They be scrapping. Okay. Oh, I need red pot too. I need a lot of money. If I go fight them though, I just end the game. So I need to just farm jungle. Too bad we didn't get... Oh man, we actually could have gotten like double the amount of AD. Not really, but like an extra 20% more if we got Infernal Dragons. But every time I do like a max AD build or whatever, I never get the Fire Dragon. Only when I'm like not trying to go for it. There's only like a 10%, 15% chance of getting it, I think. X-Tech.
Turn back. Devin. Okay. Back.
Maybe they can catch up a little bit if they farm all those supers. I do have pretty bad wave clear without a Tiamat.
Never falter.
Do not end, guys. Why are we doing this? I want to get to the maximum amount of AD. Why are you destroying them? Ooh, Baron will give us a lot of AD. I just want to get my... I want to get my Sterix and Red Pot first. But there's nothing to farm anymore.
Let's do wolves.
There was warmth in the flames of war, but I chose the cold. I chose the silence.
Hey, that was mine, bro. Aw. Think he's a goner. How much do the boots sell for? It's 5. I actually almost have it if we go do Baron. I can't reach. Oh, I got Gathering Storm. I want to go do Baron. I think I have full build now. Okay. I don't have the most amount of hubris stacks, but it's fine. I think I can solo it. I should be able to solo it, no problem. I have a Bloodthirster. Just the hard part is getting my passive stacked up. Before I can ult.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not taking any damage from this. But they're gonna steal it. She ulted. Dude, come on.
Go to Baron. I tell everybody that
1200 AD, 2000 damage.
I'm just joining it because he could.
I don't know if we can get higher than 1200. Actually, I need to be low health, so I do need to 1v5. Let me fight them. I'm gonna die too fast. Oh, alright, whatever. Got over 1200. Could have got more, but we didn't get any fire dragons, and my team won too hard. And Heckram stole the dragon. I tried them. Maybe I got higher at some point too. But when I had like 1200 there, if I got low health, I would get an extra
Where you go out, girl?
100, 200 AD.
Guess I can let you out. Mailman
That
already
build feels
came by.
strong too. I mean, the champion just feels strong in general.
Yeah, I think that looks like a strong champ to play. I feel like don't know if any noob could pick him up to play, but on YouTube. Oh, cold outside. And it's so dark. version of Snip Ditto? Desktop one? Yeah. There we go. Alright. Family is home. So that's good. Good news. They made it home safe from their adventures out and about. Should have done stream post now, I guess. I guess that's what you do now at this point in the stream. One for each platform, people. And YouTube. Who watches the YouTube one? I just stream to it because I want to keep the clips separate and without music. So I have two different audio tracks, one for YouTube and one for Rumble, Kick, and Twitch. I know I didn't lock it. Welcome back. Welcome back, buddy. How is the stores? And the cold running around. It's freezing out there. Come on, girl. What? What is it?
Get taste.
No, I don't want one.
Don't want it. Don't want the bottle. Alexa.
Oh. Oh, you got it really decorated. Yeah, it looks good. Why would it be embarrassing? Oh, thank you, boy. I don't know. They had it. They brought it down this morning. You can give it to me. Loves her bear. Hi, man, lovey. You got the little bear.
Change it? Is this a new one?
Huh? No, it's the same one. Yeah.
Was your hand under there? Sorry.
Hand was under there. Loves her bear. Okay. All right, we did the midstream post. Hey, baby. Girls. See what we can watch. What we can watch. Oh, no.
Hello everybody and welcome to 2C TV, your global news channel. We come to you guys with some more breaking news, this time from a largely peaceful city of Chicago, as things have been escalating yet again today at the ICE facility following the so-called protests by the political left and illegal immigrants that resulted in a bit of a riot, or as again CNN would call it, largely peaceful riot. We're going to give you guys the latest coverage on this. There's a lot of videos to go through from the scene. A number of arrests have been made, a number of police officers have been injured. We're going to get your reaction, but the most important thing is we have now reached the deadline for President Trump to decide whether he's going to be taking the BBC to court or not for defamation. We haven't received the actual outcome or the decision yet, but about 16 minutes ago, that was the deadline technically, which also means that you have less than 2 hours. If you watch this live, if you're lucky to watch this live, less than 2 hours to take advantage of a limited offer, the best offer we've ever had. 50% off annual memberships of 2C TV Plus. If you use the promo code RIP BBC and go to 2c.tv or just find the direct link in the description. Join our independent new media revolution. All right, let's go to Chicago. Riot police deployed as the ICE protests or the pro-illegal immigration protests turned chaotic in Illinois. Multiple arrests have been made.
You're getting down.
After, of course, the protesters that decided to block the road, leading
one leg down, then your other one.
ICE processing facility, which is located in Broadview,
You don't want the bear?
Now,
you want
started with this. Over the last couple of days, we've had the same nonsense. Today was supposed to be, genuinely, this is what they said, today was supposed to be a peaceful vigil.
Yeah, okay.
And they also brought in so-called faith leaders, that the left-wingers, everybody came. Surprise, surprise, they started attacking the ICE agents and the police as usual.
Guess it was that priest guy again.
This is simply going to be giving more justification to the White House and the federal government to take more action on a federal level. Now, let me show you the first video of the clashes. What started as a so-called peaceful Friday demonstrations escalated quickly as the left-wing activists moved into the streets, prompting clashes with local and state police. Questions over who funds these troublemakers continue to go unanswered, but rioters have not been doing too well today against the police. Let me show you the first clip coming from the actual clashes. Can we go to... Yeah, okay, let's go. Look at
it. On the mic. It wasn't too loud.
What is the point of this? What is it? Yeah, I mean, if they think this is going to be actually reversing any sort of government policy, it's not. There was a fascinating moment by...
Oh, there's a priest.
Oh, look at that. Oh my god. But on the mainstream media, so as you guys know, we always say on 2CTV, obviously the legacy media is dead because we are the media. But what we have to do
is the media.
On our side, our team, we watch the
mainstream media too
to find out what they're doing so that you guys don't have to suffer. So what we end up doing is actually, oh, hello. Okay, we have some updates coming in, breaking news. We're going to get to that in a second. It's exciting. It's about immigration, but somewhere else. But we watch it so you don't have to suffer. And we ended up finding a very, very fascinating moment as the clashes were continuing. This happened on CBS News. Angry pro-illegal immigration leftist activist stormed up to a reporter who was reporting on CBS News, accusing her of being right-wing and Fox News. She was liberal. Watch this interaction. It's so good.
And happy, you know, a group out here just trying to show some love. I can read a sign from here that says God demands freedom. A lot of people around here have signs that have biblical verses on them. But there are also some signs here that, you know, we cannot show on TV because they have curse words that are you know, pointed.
I didn't see any like that.
I saw a few.
Who are you working for, Fox?
I'm actually live on the air right now. No,
are you really?
I'm not.
Why are you lying to them?
I'm not lying. Sir, please.
Why are you lying?
We're going to make sure that Lauren is okay.
But there are several.
You know how many religious leaders are out here?
Our thanks to Lauren. We're going to make sure she's okay as she's interacting with some people who have gathered out at this
The guy came and said, whoa, what do you mean curse words? We are polite and largely peaceful. And she was like, well, I saw the signs. And it was like, what are you, right-wing? Are you Fox News? Are you Fox News? And she was like, she's CBS, you know. She's literally part of the liberal media. And so I love how he got offended
that was him.
He and his supporters and his other protesters might have had.
But it wasn't you then either, too.
That is a big defamation, guys. How dare you accuse us of using curse words? That's the problem. Attacking the police is
Nothing,
fine.
I just hit the microphone away.
Attacking the ICE agents, that's fine. But accusing the protesters of using curse words, the protesters do not use curse words, apparently. They simply attack the police and promote more criminal activities by the illegal aliens. Having said that, we have the feed from Chicago, Broadview, of course, where the protests have been taking place. It's going to be a weekly Friday nonsense, by the way. Let me just show you this. The arrests have been getting worse. That is good work.
Eat your hand.
You can do it. I believe in you. Get there.
Got it.
There we go.
We're being pushed back.
There we go.
Oh, making an arrest.
Take back control. That's how you do it.
At least the Chicago police are out there now. Instead of having to constantly be the ICE agents. Oh, that's probably a woman.
Oh my god. We're gonna get your reaction in the live chat, by the way. Well done to the law enforcement officers.
A big man in the middle there.
Are they just chanting shame? It's not Game of Thrones.
That's why I think it's so stupid.
It's kind of entertaining to watch this. Go on, Ice. They've got the shadow splits.
She's pooping it on and off with her nose.
Helping the Ice Agents. Absolute mess. It's what happens when you vote Democrat.
No, you can just use your hands, right?
Stephanie in the live chat says, who is Shane? Shane.
They got Shane.
Someone else said, Vinny says, shave. Oh my god. Shane, come here, Shane.
I love
Morons, absolute morons. Oh my god. What is that scream? Shane is very popular, Matthew says. This Shane is a very popular bloke. Graham says, Spain? Oh, stop the thing. It's annoying. Oh, thank you. Oh, it's back.
You're in the Midwest.
This is embarrassing. I love how they didn't bring the Mexican flags this time. It was a bad look. They've been bringing Mexican flags, Venezuelan flags, Cuban flags.
Maybe.
Well, actual real anti-communist Cubans living in Florida say, what are you doing? Stop stealing our flags. Someone else said, Jane. It's Jane.
I lost interest. That cowbell's really annoying. I can't expect much from Midwesterners. Really? Yeah, everyone got a buff. Loki even got a buff. What's up, babies?
Venezuela.
2 days ago. I guess it's still technically relevant. Oh, no. I really had something else. Steam frame. Oh, really? No, I don't be upset. What do you want? You want to sit up? You want to lay down? Go on your swing? Go on your swing? Oh, you want to just stay laying down? Ronda Rousey, I haven't heard that name for a while. I loved her. She was amazing. Oh, really?
Venezuela is ordering a massive
Are you sleepy? You need me to rock you?
military as the United States sends more of its own firepower to the region.
Amantes de la paz.
We love peace. We deeply love peace. We don't want war here nor in any other place around the world. But if they dare to touch Venezuela, they're going to find us in every street.
The announcement came after America's largest warship arrived in U.S. Southern Command area of operations. That area includes most of Latin America.
That
We've
you
got
hungry
CNN senior
cry.
national security reporter Zach Cohen in Washington for us. Zach, good to see you. What more do we know about Venezuela's mobilization of not only its troops, but equipment as well as ammunition? And then also, how significant is it that the USS Gerald R. Ford is now in Southern Command's region?
Yeah, Venezuelan officials making clear that this mobilization was ordered directly by President Nicolas Maduro, and it comes as a response to the U.S. military buildup in the region, which of course has been used to conduct these strikes against alleged drug boats, but increasing tensions with Venezuela in the process. Venezuelan officials calling the U.S. buildup a, quote, imperialist threat, and saying that they plan to conduct land, air, and naval exercises to really, as a show of force, to essentially ward off a potential U.S. invasion of sorts. Now, the aircraft carrier USS Gerald Ford is the U.S.'s largest aircraft carrier. It is the most advanced aircraft carrier in the U.S. fleet. At the same time, it brings significant air assets as well. It has 9 air squadrons, surface capabilities, but it is already a very large U.S. military presence.
Sorry, guys.
In the
I play video
region,
games right now. We will, though. We'll get to it.
Destroyers that are all ballistic capable.
Love is just making dinner.
This firepower is needed. The Trump administration insists that the Gerald Ford and the rest of the military assets there are intended to conduct the counter-narcotics mission, the targeting of alleged drug boats. But at the same time, I'm told U.S. officials were unable to tell Congress why they need so much firepower to target small boats. So
because they're not going after small boats.
Increasing and contributing.
They're going after the whole corrupt government.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, a lot of people looking on and wondering whether this means some kind of confrontation down the line. But we know that the undercurrent of a lot of what we've been seeing is that Caracas does believe that Washington is seeking regime change, something we've even heard from President Trump in sort of nuanced terms. But what are your sources telling you?
Yeah, we reported back in September and since then that there are some within the Trump administration who are pushing a strategy to effectively conduct strikes inside Venezuela with the idea of pushing Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, out of power. That is still something some U.S. officials hope can be accomplished as part of this military buildup. At the same time, we also know that the Trump administration told Congress just a few days ago that it doesn't currently have the legal justification to target anything inside Venezuela or any other territory, even though they are potentially seeking an additional legal justification
you want to have your hands on
do so. So really some uncertainty, some ambiguity there. As you mentioned, Donald Trump has been non-committal on this since the beginning, both speaking in very verbose terms, in terms of threatening Nicolas Maduro, but at the same time, not going all the way to commit to U.S. forces conducting some sort of a regime change strategy operation targeting him. So we're going to have to wait and see what ultimately happens. But again, there's really a lot of questions as to what all this U.S. firepower, a significant piece of the U.S. Navy, what it is doing there and why it's needed, which is, again, is stoking the questions about a potential regime change in Venezuela.
Yeah. All right, Zach Cohen, great to have you on the story. Thank you so much.
Join me now to discuss all this is retired U.S. Air Force Colonel and CNN military analyst Cedric Leighton. Welcome to the show for the first time. Thanks so much for being with us.
It's my pleasure. Thanks so much, Alex. Appreciate it.
So what's really going on here?
Ooh, she's got the microphone. I can't have a microphone.
Yeah, so this is a very complex issue, actually. But what's basically happening is that the U.S. is moving its forces in just as you described with the USS Gerald R. Ford, the biggest aircraft carrier in the world, basically entering that particular part of the world.
You don't want it?
Since it's there, it was moved from Europe.
Okay.
Now gives the U.S. extra air power that it
I thought you were hungry.
Against targets in Venezuela. Now, the administration, the Trump administration, has denied that it is going after regime change in Venezuela, but the types of forces that are arrayed against Venezuela or against targets in Venezuela is way more than what you need for a drug interdiction mission, and not quite enough to really affect regime change. So we're kind of in that gray zone right now in terms of the numbers of forces. But I think what the administration wants to do, Alex, is they want to have a presence in the area that will perhaps force change in Venezuela. But that's kind of where we are right now.
And Nicolas Maduro, who leads Venezuela, has expressed concern that the Trump administration wants there to be regime change. Do you think that's what's going on here?
Just
and if
stuck
so, how
on
would that
it.
even
It's a bottle. Drink it.
Yeah, that would be one of the most difficult things to actually do.
There you
I can see
go.
from Maduro's point of view that
Fighting with me
that's
so
exactly what
long.
he sees.
Just
If
to have
you're
the bottle on a
sitting in
little bit.
Caracas and you're looking out across
There you go.
the
Drink it, drink.
Caribbean and you see
Drink
all
it,
these
drink it,
naval
drink it.
vessels coming toward you and the aircraft flying along your coastline,
Good
then you
girl.
certainly think that there's
Good
something
job,
more
baby.
going on than just going after some boats that are on the coastline.
Yeah,
So
they're letting the
what
CCP set a base there in Russia, apparently. Since Russia's willing to supply them with
and
Vietnam era
in
weapons.
essence putting themselves in a position where they think they can defend the country. Now, what would happen if, let's say, we did try to effect regime change? I think the first thing
You're
that the U.S.
awesome,
would try
lady.
to do is make contact with the opposition leaders, including the lady Machado, who received the Nobel Peace Prize recently, and that would then be the impetus to move things forward using Venezuelan forces to, in essence, fight each other. Now, that's one possible scenario. Nobody has said that's going to happen yet, but it's certainly a possibility. So if I were Maduro, I'd be looking at this and I'd be concerned, to say the least. The Russians have moved some equipment into Venezuela. They have Cuban help already in the form of intelligence support and weapons support. So there is definitely an effort going on within Venezuela and with Venezuela's allies to build up the Venezuelan forces, perhaps to thwart a possible U.S. invasion.
So, sort of yes or no, should the U.S. be concerned about a war with Venezuela?
Yes.
Yes, because it's a much more
Gonna
complex
happen.
thing than just throwing out the government. The government has been in power there through two leaders, Chavez and Maduro, for decades now. They have institutions, they have a whole cadre of folks that are loyal to them, and they would potentially mount a guerrilla war against any U.S. forces or other allies that come into Venezuela. So what you
Good
could
thing we
see
got
is
thermal
us get
cameras now.
mired into in a war that would make Vietnam potentially look like not quite a picnic, but certainly it would be a very difficult aspect to deal with. So it would be, I think, an area that would complicate relations with Latin America. It also would complicate relations with countries like Colombia, which President Trump has gone after, even though they've been allies in the drug war. So it's a
Colombia
real
has
mess,
been
and it's something
ridiculous
that
through
we
this
should
whole thing
definitely not
too.
get involved in this way.
Well, President Trump has said that he's the guy who ends wars, doesn't get involved in wars, and I'm sure he's not looking to get involved in something that makes Vietnam look like a picnic. Cedric Layton, thank you so much for joining us with your perspective. Really appreciate it.
Oh, movie. Can't watch a movie. Trying to play movies while I'm streaming. What is this?
Morse TV, that is, on YouTube at Matt Morse TV. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about 12 months away from midterms. We are halfway through November of 2025. And right now, as things currently stand, the number one most important political issue, if you ask Americans nationwide, both left-wing Americans or right-wing Americans as well, that's us, it is the economy. Economic concerns right now are probably the single number one most important issue across the country. Now, earlier today,
Wall Street has been looking good, though, hasn't it?
Keep in mind, the economy was in a pretty bad spot when the Trump administration stepped back into the
horrible
White House
spot.
about 10 months ago. Earlier today, Vice President J.D. Vance actually sat down with Fox News and conducted an interview, most of which they actually spent talking about the economy and the Trump administration's plan to rehabilitate the catastrophic state of the American economy that they received or inherited from the Joe Biden administration. And so today, we are going to break down everything that J.D. Vance had to say. This is President Trump's economic plan to get the economy back on track. And the plan is already underway, as you might have noticed, really to try to help us win midterms. Now, I have a feeling that you folks are actually going to like what the game plan here is. President Trump and J.D. Vance, they have a pretty interesting plan to get the economy back on track. And like I said, I think you folks are going to like this. So make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like today's show. And without further delay, ladies and gentlemen, let's just go ahead and get right into this. Now, there's an article that I wanted to read through with you folks before we start getting to some of these clips. And the article is on Breitbart. It's titled, J.D. Vance, Young Americans Can't Afford Homes Because Joe Biden Flooded the Country with millions of Americans, with millions of illegal aliens. Now, if the economy is in shambles and if the
millions of Americans that you sound like a left.
Because the country was flooded with millions of illegal aliens,
he just let
what does
people
it kind
in
of
that
make
needed
sense
to be
do
Americans.
if you want to fix the economy?
They're Americans now, even
And
if they
help
came here
young
illegally.
Americans buy homes. Well, it makes sense to carry out mass deportations. A little bit of a spoiler here.
Yeah.
That is
It'll
exactly
help
what they plan on doing.
rent and housing
That is
costs
exactly
go
what
down.
is already happening. Vice President J.D. Vance says that mass immigration under former President Joe Biden significantly skyrocketed the cost of rent and home prices. And that is exactly the truth. We're going to be looking at some economic data, and you're going to see really just how bad things are because solely and exclusively of Joe Biden and the Democrats and these 25 million illegal aliens that they allowed in the country. In an interview with Fox News, Sean Hannity, Vance attributed sky-high home prices to record-setting illegal alien immigration under Joe Biden, noting that flooding the housing market increases prices on Americans, particularly those first-time home buyers. Absolutely true. If you are a young American trying to get your life in order, get married and raise a family and buy a house, you kind of have to have a house or a stable living environment. It is very hard. In fact, it has not been this hard to be a young American trying to navigate the economic landscape probably since the Great Depression. Things are very difficult for young Americans right now. And one of the massive reasons why is because of illegal immigration, which skyrocketed absolutely through the roof during the Biden days. J.D. Vance said to me, this is maybe the most important because I care so much about our young people being able to afford a good life. A lot of young people are saying housing is way too expensive.
Very good.
And they're right.
Very good.
Vance said, why is that? Because we flooded the country with 30 million illegal aliens who are taking houses which ought by right go to American citizens. And at the same time, we weren't building enough new houses to begin with, even for the population that we already have.
Build and deport.
Vance said the Trump administration is looking to make it easier for home builders to build new homes and make home prices more affordable with fierce interior immigration enforcement. What does that mean? Mass deportations. Keep in mind, every time an illegal alien comes in this country,
they're like, oh, but they built the houses for us. What are you going to do when they get deported and can't build those houses anymore?
It's not impossible for illegal aliens to rent homes or buy homes. In fact, in some states in this country, like Oregon, Washington, California, I'm sure there are others, but I'm a little bit more acquainted with the West Coast. That's where I've spent most of my life.
And
there are actually taxpayer-funded, state taxpayer-funded first-time homebuyer programs for illegal aliens. Meaning, quite literally, hey, if you're an illegal alien,
my 3-year-old is very good at
California, you can actually get a taxpayer-funded grant to help with your down payment to help you buy your first house, even though you're an illegal alien. It's absolutely insane.
Ridiculous.
These are programs, if anything, should be used for young American citizens, not illegal aliens, but that is how these programs have operated. So not only is it easy for illegal aliens to buy homes and rent homes in this country, but in large part, all of that entire dynamic was actually subsidized by U.S. taxpayers. Vance also said the key to the nation's affordability crisis is boosting wages for Americans. Illegal aliens do what to wages? They suppress
wants
wages.
to lick it so bad. Why do you want to lick the microphone?
In the country, wages are driven down. Americans make less money. Actual Americans make less money the more illegal aliens are in the country because Americans have to compete in the labor force in the market against illegal aliens. Wages are being driven down.
What are you doing?
Labor is a resource. J.D. Vance said, that is where the Trump economy, I think objectively, is just doing better than any other economy in the last 50 to 60 years, Vance continued, saying that President Trump wants to, quote, make an economy for people who can afford to buy things that they need. The best way to do so is good jobs and good wages. We got to get these illegal aliens out of here. Also, H-1B visa workers, got to get them out of here also. In September, economists in Denmark published research that found that mass immigration hugely drives up rents and home prices for the local population. I mean, this is just like anybody with half a brain knows the more illegal aliens come in the country, wages go down, home prices go up. Yeah, this is just totally intuitive. The researchers said, our results suggest large and positive impacts of immigration on private rental prices and housing prices at the municipal level. More specifically, we find that a 1 percentage point increase in the local immigration influx over a 5-year horizon. Okay, this is just probably too many numbers. We know exactly what's going on here. This new study is added to decades of published research, which comes to the same conclusion, mainly that mass immigration does impact rent and home prices. Obviously. Now, this is where we get to what J.D. Vance had to say in this interview with Fox News that just got released earlier today. The first clip I want to play here is this. Take a look.
I know that there are a lot of people out there, Sean, who are saying things are expensive. And we have to remember they're expensive because we inherited this terrible inflation crisis from the Biden administration. But you've already seen signs that things are getting better. The price of eggs has gone way down. The price of energy has gone way down. The price of gasoline has gone way down. And as we know, when the price of energy goes down, that starts to filter out into the entire economy, but that also takes a little bit of time. There's another component of this, Sean, which to me is maybe the most important because I care so much about our young people being able to afford a good life. A lot of young people are saying housing is way too expensive. Why is that? Because we flooded the country with 30 million illegal immigrants who were taking houses that ought by right go to American citizens. And at the same time, we weren't building enough new houses to begin with, even for the population that we had. So what we're doing is trying to make it easier to build houses, trying to make it easier to build factories and things like that so that people have good jobs. We're also getting all of those illegal aliens out of our country, and you're already seeing it start to pay some dividends.
Now, has anybody here been following the real estate market across the country? What has happened with house prices in the last 10 months? What has gone on? During the Biden era, for 4 solid years, we saw house prices, in some markets, double, almost triple in price. Housing prices went absolutely through the damn roof for the first time in 4 years. Now, house prices have stabilized nationwide for the first time in 4 years, over 4 years. Not only are they not going up, they're just barely starting to actually go down a little bit. But that astronomical growth has finally subsided, and now housing prices are... So, that is to say, I guess if you're trying to sell your house right now, maybe it's a bad time. I guess you wish you tried to sell your house a year ago. But young Americans, listen, we've got an entire generation of young Americans that are getting out of school, getting out of high school or college, and the prospect of buying a house, it is just impossible. If you're a young American trying to, enter the workforce and buy a house or settle down, get married, you want to have kids, have the American dream that generations of Americans have had. The white picket fence, stay-at-home wife, 3 or 4 kids. It is just literally financially impossible. Now, finally, for the first time in a very long time, we are seeing that trend of increasing levels of impossibility is beginning to kind of come over the edge here. Thank God. J.D. Vance actually issued a written statement in response to this clip. He said, the Biden administration let tens of millions of illegal aliens into this country, dramatically inflating housing costs. They left a series of disasters in their wake, but high prices were foremost among them. Absolutely true. President Trump and I are working overtime to clean up the mess that they left behind. Now, I want to show you something here. This data here, I had to do some math. I had to fact check this when I saw this. Take a look at this. In 1985, I've got a chart here. In 1985, the median household income was $23,620, while the median home price was $83,200. In 2022, median household income was $74,580, while the median home price was $468,000. So, folks, what they say here is that the price in 1985, the price of a house was 3.5 times more than the average yearly income. in 1985. In 2022, that ratio 6.3 times higher. It is just like, probably the best way to put this into perspective here is in 1985, if you're an average American and you have an average job and you work for 1 hour, what can you buy with one hour's labor? The amount of money you make in 1 hour, what can you buy for 1 hour's worth of work? Compare that to what you can buy. Same dynamic, average American, average job, you work for 1 hour. What can you buy with 1 hour of work? And it's about half. It's about half. Meaning you can comprehensively say the buying power of 1 hour of average American work is just about half. The value of American labor has been totally undermined and subverted. And this is for multiple reasons. One, it's tens of millions of illegal aliens coming in the country. And all of this is already adjusted for inflation, by the way. It's tens of millions of illegal aliens coming in the country. It's outsourcing manufacturing to countries like China. But the point is, yeah, Americans that are in the workforce right now are screwed, are totally screwed. It has never been worse outside of the Great Depression, pretty much. Yep. This is a chart I wanted to show you. This is going to blow your mind. This chart is from John Burns Research.
What do you do?
This is the rate at which FHA loans, 5% FHA loans, mortgage loans, were being given out to Americans or people in America over the last 7 or 8 years. So we have 2018, 2019, 2020. Okay, look at this. When Joe Biden gets in office in January of 2021, the rate at which FHA loans, 5% down payment FHA loans are being given out to people in this country.
He's watching on his phone.
It not tripled. It increased by almost a factor of 5, almost 6. It went up from just over 1%, 1.5%.
Okay. Yeah, so he's talking about mortgages. New war got announced.
So we're going to war with Venezuela. It's happening very soon. Who's excited? So this got announced, by the way. I always joke about how wars get announced on my days off. I took a day off yesterday and a war got announced. How does this keep happening?
Venezuela is ordering a massive mobilization of its military as the United States sends more of its own firepower to the region.
That's right.
Amantes de la paz.
We love peace. We deeply love peace. We don't want war here nor in any other place around the world. But if they dare to touch Venezuela, they're going to find us in every street.
Reaction to these.
The announcement came after America's largest warship.
Yeah, see, we're sending those over there.
Arrived in U.S. Southern Command
Everybody
area of operations. That area is most of Latin America. We've got CNN senior national security reporter Zach Cohen in Washington for us. Zach, good to see you. What more do we know about Venezuela's mobilization of not only its troops, but equipment as well as ammunition? And then also, how significant is it that the USS Gerald R. Ford is now in Southern Command's region?
It actually looks cool.
Yeah, Venezuelan officials making clear that this mobilization was ordered directly by President Nicolas Maduro, and it comes as a response to the U.S. military buildup in the region, which of course has been used to conduct these strikes against alleged drug boats, but increasing tensions with Venezuela in the process. Venezuelan officials calling the U.S. buildup a, quote, imperialist threat, and saying that they plan to conduct land, air, and naval exercises to really, as a show of force, to essentially ward off a potential U.S. invasion of sorts. Now, the aircraft carrier USS Gerald Ford is the...
So they're going to just run around and try to scare us by running around?
I don't know if that's going to work. Carrier. It is the most advanced aircraft carrier in the U.S. fleet. At the same time, it brings significant air assets as well. It has 9 air squadrons, anti-surface capabilities, and will join what is already a very large U.S. military presence in the region, including guided missile destroyers that are all ballistic capable, raising questions about what this firepower is needed. The Trump administration insists that the Gerald Ford and the rest of the military assets there are intended to conduct the counter-narcotics mission, the targeting of alleged drug boats. But at the same time, I'm told U.S. officials were unable to tell Congress
Especially when
why
I get
they
to hang
need
out
so
with
much firepower to
Look.
target small boats. So
Just flex on them, host. That's the reason why. It's pretty obvious. Yeah, bro. He brought everybody out there just to let them know.
You know what? Okay,
That's the reason.
this uncertainty
What, brother?
still increasing and contributing to the ongoing
Yeah,
tension
you're
with
welcome,
Venezuela.
brother.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, a lot of people looking on and wondering whether this means some kind of confrontation down the line. But we know that the undercurrents of a lot of what we've been seeing is that Caracas does believe that Washington is seeking regime change, something we've even heard from President
they're
Trump.
gonna arrest this guy that's in charge.
It's pretty obvious.
Collect
They're
the
either gonna
bounty
kill
on
him
him.
or something's going to happen. Nobody even in Venezuela
Yeah.
apparently likes him.
They have a huge
in
bounty on this.
sort of
That's what's gonna happen.
Maduro.
nuanced terms. But what are your sources
Yeah,
having?
he's cooked. Like, apparently, he's like sitting there recording messages for Trump, telling him, "Please don't come" in
Yeah,
English.
please
like,
don't kill me.
Yeah, we reported back
I'll
in
give
September,
up. Just,
and
you know
since
it's
then
over.
that
Just-
there are
just
some within the
grant me
Trump
free
administration
passage
who are
and,
pushing a strategy to
give me,
effectively conduct strikes
pardon,
inside Venezuela with the
stuff.
idea of pushing Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, out of power.
No
that
one
is
likes
still
him. Yeah.
something some U.S. officials hope can be accomplished as part of this military buildup. But at the same time,
it's
we
pretty. I mean, of course they can get rid of him. I mean, if they want to, they get rid of him easy.
also know that the Trump administration told Congress just a few days ago that it doesn't currently have the legal justification to target anything inside Venezuela or any other territory, even though they are potentially seeking an additional legal justification that would allow them to do so. So really some uncertainty, some ambiguity there. As you mentioned, Donald Trump has been non-committal on this since the beginning, both speaking...
He's going to be non-committal on it until he comes up and he announces that they blew him up. Yeah, he's going to be like, yep, well, we're not going to have a war in Venezuela. Why not? Well, because we killed all the people in charge. Wait, what? Yep, it happened 30 minutes ago.
Very verbose terms in terms of threatening Nicolas Maduro, but at the same time, not going all the way to commit
That's what I
to
bet.
U.S. forces conducting some sort of a regime change strategy, operation.
So do you support this? Isn't it double standards? Do I support it? I mean, I think that Venezuela, it's pretty obvious. I think that a lot of South American countries are occupied by these drug cartels, and I think that it's pretty obvious that the drug cartels call some of the shots, and I think that's very problematic. Now, do I totally agree with the regime change? I don't know really if I do or not. I mean, I don't have a strong opinion on it one way or another, to be honest with you. Like, I'm not totally against it, though. Not our problem. Well, it is. Like, if their economy is built off of basically sending illegal drugs to our country, then it is our problem. It absolutely is our problem. And really, I mean, you know, the president of the United States, his job is to keep Americans safe, right? And so if you have people that are importing a bunch of drugs to our country that are killing Americans, then that to some extent is his responsibility, right? Yeah, stop buying the drugs. Well, that's not what happens, though, right? It's like, I mean, I understand, like, that's like your surface level opinion of it, but like, think about it like this: a lot of the drugs that end up killing people are laced with things that people don't even know they're buying. For example, so like somebody thinks they're buying, you know, Xanax and it has fentanyl in it, right? Or they're buying cocaine or something like that, and then they overdose in another way. So, like, I understand what you're saying. I think that, like, there's a degree of that I kind of agree with, but at the same time, you know, it's not that simple.
Targeting him. So we're gonna have to wait and see what ultimately happens. But again, there's really a lot of questions as to what all this U.S. firepower, a significant piece of the U.S. Navy, what it is doing there and why it's needed, which is again is stoking the questions about a potential regime change in Venezuela.
Want to do it with China? What's easier to bully Venezuela?
You want to
Simple.
walk?
It's the same
You
reason
wanna
we
rock?
do it to
You
Iran.
wanna move around?
Why do you think we went and blew the fuck out of Iran?
Move?
And then we also are going to blow up Venezuela,
You want
but we
to
didn't
walk
do
around.
it to China or Russia. It's
You want to
because
go
they're
in
a
your
bigger
stroller?
country.
Or you want to go in your
We get
swing?
to bully them around. It's
Swing or
easier.
stroller? Which one?
You might
Swing?
not like the answer, but it's
Yeah,
true.
let's try to swing. He wants to move at least.
Yeah. It's the same reason why nobody does it to us.
Or the stroller. Either one.
Yeah. All right, Zach Cohen, great to have you on the story. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Joining me now to discuss all this is retired U.S. Air
you
Force
want
Colonel
to
and
move
CNN.
around
What's the
then?
evidence of this insane drug trafficking
What about your
operation? We live in
bear?
the digital
Is it
age. Show
there?
the evidence, and you'll have popular demand. I mean, like, do you really think that there's not a lot of drugs coming out of there? I mean, come on. What are we doing?
And military analyst Cedric Layton, welcome to the show for the first time. Thanks so much for being with us.
It's my pleasure. Thanks so much, Alex. Appreciate it.
So what's really going on here with Venezuela?
Yeah, so this is a very complex issue, actually. But what's basically
Yeah, I think
happening
that's
is
what
that
other
the
things
U.S.
she's complaining
is moving
about.
its forces in, just as you described, with the USS Gerald R. Ford,
I
the
didn't hear
biggest
poop,
aircraft
but-
carrier in the world.
This is nuts. We can have another war.
Basically entering that particular part of the world. And since it's there, it was moved from Europe. It now gives
You like
the
to give
U.S.
Mom's phone back
extra
when you
air
put Teenage
power
Mutant Ninja
that
Turtles
it
on.
can potentially use against targets in Venezuela. Now, the administration, the Trump administration, has denied that it is
You're good.
going
You
after
want to watch
regime
Teenage
change in
Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Venezuela.
Or you want to
but
watch both?
the types of forces that are arrayed against
Hey, I need the remote.
Venezuela or against targets in Venezuela is way more than what you
We
need
can
for a drug interdiction mission, and not quite enough to really affect regime change. So we're kind of in
Better.
that gray zone right now in terms of the
Oh.
numbers of forces.
Good.
But I think what the administration
she's
wants
in
to
the
do,
swing
Alex,
next
is
to me
they
now.
want to have a presence in the area that will perhaps force change in Venezuela. But that's kind of where we are right now.
Yeah, Nicolas Maduro, who
There's no
leads
stopping it.
Venezuela,
Russia has
expressed
already made it,
concern
like,
that the
a
Trump
need to
administration
happen.
wants there to be
We can't have
regime
Russia
change.
start like stockpiling.
Do you
stuff
think
It's
that?
fucking obvious, bro. Like, yeah, they don't like you. They don't like you, and they're gonna get you. They might not get you this year, but they're gonna get you. It's pretty obvious.
That's what's going on here.
Yeah,
and if so, how would that even happen?
Or
Yeah,
whatever
that
his name
would
is.
be one of the most
Whatever
difficult
his
things
name
to
is,
actually
we don't know.
do. Now, I can
We
see
guess.
from Maduro's
We
point
guess
of
it's
view
Maduro.
that that's
Oh,
exactly
it's
what he
Maduro.
sees. If you're, sitting
Yep.
in Caracas and you're looking out across
I figured it
the
was- look,
Caribbean
everyone's go
and you
out,
see all these
smiles.
naval vessels
Oh,
coming
hi.
toward you and the aircraft
That's my
flying
lady doing.
along your coastline, then you certainly
Lady,
think
want a
there's
bear?
something more going on than just
Well, it's
going
meant to intimidate and scare them. It's a show of force, obviously. That's why.
after some boats that are on the coastline. So
You don't-
what
you don't want
Maduro
it,
is
or you
doing
do
is
want it?
he's beefing up his forces. He's calling up the reserves. He's
Uh-huh.
calling up his military, his
Nope.
National Guard, and they
Mhm.
are, in essence, putting themselves in a position where they think they
What are
can
you doing
defend
to it?
the country. Now, what would happen if, let's say, we did try to affect regime change? I think the first thing that the U.S. would try to do is
Go
make
in,
contact
go
with the
in.
opposition leaders, including the lady
Okay.
Machado, who
Yep.
received the Nobel
Okay.
Peace Prize recently, and
Oh,
that
that's
would then
fair.
be
That's
the
fair to the
impetus
bear,
to
okay.
move things forward
His
using
biggest
Venezuelan forces to, in essence, fight each other. Now, that's one
That'd
possible
be easier for us. Be cheap.
scenario.
Yeah,
Nobody
there-
has said that's
No.
going to happen yet, but it's certainly
Yeah,
a possibility. So if I were Maduro, I'd be looking at this and I'd be
You bet there.
concerned, to
You
say
don't
the
like
least.
Mr. Bear?
The Russian
Yeah, I mean, he's cooked. It's
You
over.
hold the bear and you just pull it?
Like, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Or you don't want to hold it?
He
Oh.
done.
have moved some equipment into Venezuela.
Yep.
They have Cuban help already in the form of intelligence support and weapons support. So
15% of our
there
naval
is
fleet is there?
definitely an effort going on within Venezuela and with Venezuela's
That's a
allies
lot.
to build up the Venezuelan forces, perhaps
It
to
better.
thwart a possible U.S.
Uh-huh.
invasion.
So, sort of yes or no, should the U.S. be concerned about a war with Venezuela?
The bear.
Yes, because
Oh.
it's a much more complex thing than just throwing out the government. The government has been in power there through two leaders,
Uh-oh.
Chavez and Maduro, for decades now. They have institutions. They have a whole cadre of folks that are loyal to them, and they would
Yeah.
potentially
But
mount
they have a
a
lot that are
guerrilla
not
war
loyal to 'em.
against any U.S. forces or other allies that come into
Even
Venezuela.
guerrilla
So
wars.
I
It's
always
so
wonder,
different
like,
than
how
what it
much
would
of
be
that
like
is
in
like a
Vietnam.
forced problem, and how much of it is
With
it?
thermals, we have night vision, we have all different types of ways to detect people through thick forestry areas. I mean, you can even detect people underground now, I believe. And like see where traps are, follow people. Like things are way different than what it was in Vietnam. And there's different tactics that they have to use now for dealing with those jungle situations. Yeah, it's really different.
That they just let it happen. Because I've always assumed it's like, if we have satellites that can read a license plate, why can't we figure out what these guys are doing?
Exactly.
If
Satellites
Israel
will
can
work
figure
that.
out where one guy's apartment building is, why can't we figure it out? And like my opinion is that like with the Vietnam War and with the Iraq War is that we were not there to win. We were there to continue fueling the military industrial complex. I think if we had tried to actually accomplish any one specific goal there, it would have happened extremely
we did accomplish
fast.
a lot of our goals.
Especially now with the
goals
technology.
mired into in a war that would to make Vietnam potentially look like not quite a picnic, but certainly it would be a very difficult aspect to deal with. So it would be, I think, an area that would complicate relations with Latin America. It also would complicate relations with countries like Colombia, which President Trump has gone after, even though they've been allies in the drug war. So,
he's gonna blow them up after that. The thing is that this has been a problem for a long time with the cartels, and I'm surprised Trump is this aggressive at it. I really am. But yeah, I mean, I think that if he starts a war over there, I think that most Americans probably won't really care that much as long as soldiers aren't being sent over there. Like, as long as there aren't like soldiers being stationed in Venezuela actively fighting, I don't really think that Americans are really gonna be that upset about it.
It's a real mess, and it's something that we should definitely not get involved in this way.
Well, President Trump has said that he's the guy who ends wars, doesn't get involved in wars, and I'm sure he's not looking to get involved in something that makes Vietnam look like a picnic. Cedric Layton, thank you so much for joining us with your perspective. Really,
there it is. You can't have regime change without armies, period. I mean, I don't know. You could bomb the shit out of them. I have no idea. Like, maybe that's the case. Maybe it's not. It's hard to say. But either way,
probably
put on notice with Trump's last. Wait, there's another one that's happened.
Welcome back with the Fox News alert. The Trump administration steps up the fight against drug smuggling and narco-terrorism.
There's more?
As reports claim President Trump has been briefed on updated military options targeting Venezuela. So this is ratcheting up. And welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Perino. Bill Hemmer's off
Here
today.
we go.
Good morning.
It's his birthday.
Yes, happy birthday, Bill.
Happy birthday, Bill. Good morning, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum. So the White House is announcing Operation Southern Spear, which targets Latin American drug cartels operating in America's neighborhood. President Trump ordering the military buildup to stem the flow of drugs into our homeland, which is obviously a good idea. And he is also putting a lot of pressure on someone who has wobbled before, but has always maintained his leadership in Venezuela. But he's urging Maduro, with all of this action, to lose power.
And as the mighty aircraft carrier USS Ford approaches the waters off Venezuela, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has a warning for the Maduro regime.
This is a counter-drug operation. The president's ordered it in defense of our country. It continues. It's ongoing. It can stop tomorrow if they stop sending drug boats. The Maduro regime is a narco-terrorist regime indicted in the Southern District of the United States for narco-terrorism. But more importantly, they're also a transshipment organization that allows these groups to operate from their national territory. They allow drugs to be shipped. They openly cooperate with the shipping of these drugs towards the United States and Europe, by the way.
Let's bring in
Very
Chad.
cool. War on drugs, too. I think this one's going to be a bit different.
Wolf, he's a former acting Secretary of Homeland Security, and he's now director of the America First Policy Institute. Chad, here's General Jack Keane on sending the USS Ford that way.
What the Trump administration is attempting to do is demonstrate to the elites that are surrounding Maduro that it's not worth keeping this guy in as our leader. As an Army guy, I can tell you full out, the number one symbol of American military superiority is that aircraft carrier that's sitting now off the coast of Venezuela.
Chad, I imagine that you don't send the USS Ford if you're not serious.
Well, I think that's right, and I would agree with the general there. Look, this is about a pressure campaign right now. But what we know is that the Trump administration is going to back that up. It's not just intimidation. It's not just a bluff. I think they are looking, if there's not a change in Venezuela, as far as the narco-terrorist organization that Maduro runs, that if there's not going to be a change.
I mean, if you're calling the president a terrorist, I think that we all know where this is going to end.
Yep.
We all know what's going to happen. Everybody, they're out there saying it right now.
And the Trump administration will take this to the next level, and they will eliminate that threat that's killing hundreds of thousands of Americans every year.
Chad, Martha McCallum here. It's interesting. We saw what President Trump did at the southern border, and it choked off a lot of business for the cartels, both in drug business and in human trafficking as well.
Yeah.
So then you see them taking this water route, which they always took, but maybe using it a little bit more now. What do you think they do? You know, what is their next idea to try to get this stuff into the United States, or is this the last avenue?
Well, I mean, if I were them, what I would do is I'd probably just try to do what you can, you know, do it in like, you know, maybe 10, 20%, and then just wait for Trump to get out of office and then just just go back to it. That's what if I was the cartels, that's what I would do. Like, I wouldn't try to fight them on it because it's just like you're risking too much. Like, I would just wait. Yeah, just wait it out. Submarines? Nah, they can figure that out.
I don't know that this is the last domino. Look, these are multinational organizations that
8 years.
They're not going to stop. They're going to continue to try to not only smuggle illicit narcotics into the United States, but they're a criminal enterprise, so they're going to continue to do a number of things. Look, I think that to put this in the larger context, though, this is not just about targeting with kinetic action drug boats, you know, there in the Caribbean.
Action.
The Trump administration
look at all them boats, bro. Holy shit.
From day one has had a coordinated strategy here to deal with this illicit narcotics coming into the country. And so whether that's designating a foreign terrorist organization, all the border security measures, we just saw the FBI director Patel over in China talking to them about precursors to fentanyl. There's a coordinated strategy here by the Trump team that is the right strategy to try to reduce this threat to Americans. And so this is not probably the last type of action they're going to take. They're also going to look at land routes. They're going to look at a variety of different things to have these drugs continue to pour into the United States.
Chad, do we have any...
They'd probably stop it if they want to. Like, yeah, of course. Well, do you believe any of this? Do you think it's about oil? It's probably both. I mean, that's what I assume. They probably don't want to have the drugs coming in. They don't like the drugs, but at the same time, there's like other types of incentives that, you know, make going after the drugs more appealing. That's what I would assume.
Yeah, stop it.
Or have you seen any of the evidence or results yet that there has been a reduction in the amount of drugs coming into the United States or being used here?
I don't know.
Well, I think it's probably a little too soon for that. Some of these strikes, you know, we're a couple of months into this. I think that's something that the Trump team will take a look at. I think, you know, when you look at the value, the street value of these illegal narcotics, if that starts to certainly go up, that means that there's a supply issue that they're dealing with as well. And so it's really important, though, that we put this, again, to Venezuela here in the larger context. You know, for far too long, a lot of these narco groups have just been criminal enterprises. But what we see in Venezuela, Cuba, and to a lesser extent Mexico, is that there is state.
I think that's the problem that they have, is that these cartels are operating with a degree of like gray area inside of the government. And like with some countries, like obviously you're always going to have like criminal enterprises in every country. But I think the difference is that, you know, they think that in Venezuela or Mexico that they're operating under the, you know, implicit consent of the government.
Sponsorship. They are backed by the political and the ruling class now. And that's something that the Trump team is saying, look, not in the Western Hemisphere, not in our backyard, because that destabilizes trade, it destabilizes economies. It's the security of the United States at stake here. And so that's why it's really important. I know a lot of people are saying, well, why Venezuela? It's in our backyard, and the Trump team understands that, and they realize that, and they're taking that action.
Okay, I think she's done.
Chad, thanks for being with us today.
I think she's done being in this one.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chad.
Could you imagine being that fucking guy? Like, I would not want to be on one of those boats. I'll tell you that. I would be done with that shit. The importance and difference of capturing a boat with drugs versus blowing it up, as we know for certain, the fate of the drugs. Well, I mean, again, if we have enough information on a boat and we think that it's a drug boat, I think we just blow it up. Just blow it up. Like, there's no reason you've got to arrest the person and figure it out. If you have intel on it, I mean, military conducts strikes on things like they don't interview every terrorist in the Middle East before they conduct a conduct a bomb attack on them. That's it. Yeah, fuck them. It's a waste of money. Yeah, it's a huge waste of money, bro. Like, yeah, what do you mean? And so, yeah, the only winners are the fish. Yeah, the fish are getting high as fuck, right? So, yeah, biggest criminal enterprise inside is inside the United States government. Yeah, well, then we don't like competition. They shouldn't have been competing. That's it. Yeah, shouldn't have been doing that. And, yeah, what were you thinking trying to compete against the U.S. government? What are you thinking? Yeah, our intelligence knows exactly what the boats are carrying. Yeah, of course. I mean, you really think that we can't figure that out? I mean, come on. Yeah. Like, it's pretty obvious it'd be easy to do. But yeah, so it looks like we're going to be having a war with Venezuela pretty soon. No, pretty exciting. Not necessarily what I was expecting to have happen. But as always, whenever I take a day off, a new war starts. So, yeah, I think that we'll probably see something happen with this in a couple of days as it kind of builds up. But nothing really has happened yet. So, yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. Not on my bingo card? I guess so.
Can you, like, keep it in? Better not be playing. It's playing a movie. What is this thing doing? No movies. No movies. Get copyright struck right away. Copyright struck right away. Do we care about the Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro drama? I don't really care. I don't want to hear about Nick Fuentes and his crazy ideologies.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Here's your meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Yeah, well, there it is. It's the whole man of the people routine, right? It's always the same prototypical character that postures as the savior of the downtrodden, and I believe that's exactly what's going on in New York City. You've got yet again another performative, elitist socialist who pretends to speak for those struggling, who pretends as if he understands it and he's connected to it and he's gonna find all the solutions, but the reality is, it's a curated image. Mamdani is no man of the people. He's a privileged trust fund baby sitting at the back seat of a chauffeured black SUV as he preaches about transit equity. And while I think this should be obvious, it should be obvious from the start, well, not all people can see it, but slowly but surely it feels like the mask is slipping, and that's exactly what happened in this case. I think people are starting to realize that Mamdani is not the exception to the rule. No, he's the damn template for your typical performative socialist, your fake socialist grifter. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so just take a look at this clip. We've got this New York resident who exposes Mamdani speaking to his actual people. He's not speaking to the downtrodden. He's not in the ghetto speaking to the people that he pretends to serve. No, he's showing up at upscale cafes where they sell $10 chocolate bars and $8 drinks, $15 croissants, and watches his security ushers him to his luxury SUV.
I was just in a cafe trying to get some work done, and the new mayor of New York City was in there, Zohran Mamdani, shooting an interview with NBC for some reason. Why the hell is he in this cafe in my neighborhood? And I gotta say, like, this is my choice to go to a cafe like this. It's extremely expensive. They sell chocolate bars there, Dubai chocolate bars, for $10. This guy's a socialist, and he's eating a bar of gold that they claimed is food. It's a joke. This guy's absurd. The drinks are $8 minimum. Chocolate bars through the roof. You know, croissants with pistachio and chocolate, and everything's $15. And this guy wants free grocery stores. He's spending that much money. He's got 3 security guards. He's got a social media person with him, a young white woman who he may or may not have some sort of allegations coming from at some point. It's TikTok, so I can't say which kind. That's bound to happen. He's got his young assistant, also white. He's got a security guard, tall, white guy, and a female black security guard, of course. Little diversity, throw it in the mix. A woman who can't defend him at all. That interview, here's a guy who's talking about saving money, how billionaires are wasting money. We should be taking their money and putting it back into the city that I love. That coffee probably cost him $7,000 between all the employees he has surrounding him. And also, here's the kicker. I wish I had filmed this. I should have. I was actually trying to work like a moron. I should have been filming this whole thing. At the end of the interview, he walks out of the cafe. He called it a coffee shop because he wants to be a man of the people. It's an expensive Middle Eastern cafe. He walks out of the cafe into the street and gets into a black SUV. He doesn't take public transit. He's in an expensive black car. He's in the modern day limousine. Trump took limousines, and Mamdani takes black cars.
And right there, that's the whole story in 2 shots. That's the perfect imagery. He campaigns as a transit revolutionary, the bodega whisperer, the communist revolutionary who's gonna bring equity to New York City. But look where he actually goes. Look to the people that he's actually speaking to. He's speaking to the rich elitists. This whole, American brand of socialism is more of a high-class social club, more than a real workers' movement. This is the prototypical American movement of socialism. This is the American brand. The brand is struggle. The brand is lifestyle. Look at my short, wavy bowl cut, my septum ring, my shitty frickin' prison tattoos, and old vintage clothing and my Dr. Martens. I'm a socialist. Free Gaza. There's a genocide going on in Palestine. Oh, there's a trans genocide going on at home. I'm hip and down with the issues as they sip on their $15 frickin' lattes. Give me a break. All these people pretending as if they're gonna usher in a workers' revolution when they've never worked a damn day in their lives. They're trust fund kids, so many of them. And Mamdani's the prototypical character. Never worked a day in his life, but he's living in a $2 million condo in New York City, a product of international schools, a product of having everything paved for you by your rich parents. And he's pretending to understand real life for regular people. How's he supposed to accomplish any of what he promises when he has no experience, no life experience, no work experience? He doesn't understand the issues, the people that he's pretending to advocate for, and he doesn't even seem to speak to them. No, he speaks to the rich, the elites, who wear other people's issues as a character quirk. And actually, speaking of that, might as well mention Hassan, right? Mamdani, Hassan Piker, basically 2 different sides of the same coin. I got this clip of Hassan Piker in China that I think really speaks to what I'm talking about here.
I've already become full Chinese. Let me just start by saying that. It's f***ing sick, okay? Like, you have abundant style consumption paired up with a centrally controlled economy, an economic system that has yielded tremendous development. You have 1950s Soviet era building blocks next to the Gucci store. If there was ever a country that represented the synthesis, the things that I enjoy so much personally, you have met me at a very Chinese time in my life, chat.
Yeah, I think I might as well remind viewers that on day 1 of him landing in China, he almost got arrested for a Mao meme on his phone. China's so great, man. You got 1950s Soviet dystopian housing next to a Gucci store. It's Mao, it's everything I love. What extreme poverty and indentured servitude. And then you're Gucci shopping. Holy frickin' moly, but at least he's, owning it. I've been saying forever, Hassan Piker, socialist grifter pretending to be a communist, speaking for the people, but this guy never leaves the frickin' house without wearing an entire getup of designer clothes. Nothing says communist like luxury consumerism. Hassan Piker and his frickin' photo shoots, holy crap. But anyways, it's the same energy as Mamdani. The ideology is less about actually believing what you're pushing and more about just using it for your image. It's like a costume that you're wearing. It's a curated look. None of this is serious. It's all about one thing: manipulating people. It's an act for career advancement, a pipeline towards success for rich kids with no frickin' talent. That's what it really is. And you know what? I could sit here and say I hate Hassan Piker and I hate Mamdani, but I really don't. It's kind of like a don't hate the player, hate the game kind of thing. People like Mamdani and Hassan Piker will exist forever. In some shape or form, they always have existed. They're snake oil salesmen. At the end of the day, I'm more frustrated by the people who fall for their obvious grift, their crap, their socialist LARP, people who are dumb enough to believe that these people are serious about their beliefs. They're obviously not. The whole thing's a frickin' con. And I guess the best thing we could do is continue to expose it and ridicule these people and hope that those who fall prey to it snap out of it. Hassan Piker and Mamdani are not going to come save your life. They just want the recognition. It's basically that simple. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
No, that's what the left is made of. People that lick windows.
Iran, as a nation, is arguably facing its greatest civilizational crisis that it has seen in centuries now. Geopolitically speaking,
Window looking at you.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another video. Today we are playing some Senna in the jungle. Here is the room page. Game plan is pretty simple. Wait, I'm late. Sorry. Game plan is pretty simple. We are going to do a bit of a diabolical build, you could say. Ruinan's Hurricane plus Titanic Hydra. And then maybe just throw in a random Infinity Edge or something. We'll see, because we do get a lot of free crit from Senna, Senna's passive and collecting her souls and all that. So, why Senna in the jungle? It was a suggestion in the YouTube comments, and I was thinking, you know what? This could actually work. Because, One second. Okay, because she does have a root, and she does have this camouflage movement speed, so like her ganks actually aren't that bad. If I run into a lane camouflaged, and then I throw a root at them, I mean, that's a pretty solid gank. Plus, I'm gonna be honest, I've never done Senna in the jungle since A to Z jungle, so I don't remember. Wait, I'm I'm being blamed?
It's in a bag. I think it's yellow.
Tryndamere died to Kled 1 versus 1, and he's spam pinging me. That's crazy. Anyway, I believe she gets more, a decent amount of stacks from jungle. I don't know if it's more or less than regular lane. I guess we'll find out though. Her clear will improve substantially once we get there we go. That is soul. Nice. Once we get our what's it called? What's it called again? Titanic Hydra.
I would have missed that shot. No idea.
I wonder if I should go Titanic Hydra or should I go Ruinan's Hurricane first? That I don't know. I could also go Kraken Slayer first. Kraken into Ruinan's into Titanic? That sounds really cool, actually. Maybe I'll rock that. Can I make it in time? I can maybe. I'm gonna camo now for the movement speed. I'm gonna get the thresh here. One more auto. One more. Nice. We can maybe get him too.
You okay?
No. Don't kill her. Run. Let's go. This Senna jungle, baby. I tried to smite the minion in the way to try to get the root, but it didn't work. Senna goated. Yo, what's up, guys? What's up? I told you I know what I'm doing.
No, Grundle.
Actually, I think I'm okay here. Oh! Oh, I'm so dead. I think. If Ari has flash. Okay, barely out. Here we go. Over the wall. This could be huge. Let's go. Dude, Senna jungle's actually good or what? I have 14 souls. Guys, I haven't played Senna in forever. I'm really, really rusty on this champion, so I don't know what a good soul count and a bad soul count is at this stage. I just know like you want to reach 100 eventually. For the range and all that. Oh. I don't know if I want to continue this. I'd rather just recall, actually. We did get his flash. It was kind of cool. Really? You guys really want to mess with me still? Give me a stun?
I thought I handed it to you there earlier.
Oh, we missed it. We both missed. Kind of tragic. Come on, Rel, survive. Oh, I might be dead here because I think Ari's coming down. Yep. I'm going to die, but maybe get them. Nice. That's one. No, just fail flash. Hey, 2.2k gold. Ladies and gentlemen, the Senna jungle is a banger. Certified banger. Look at this builds. I'm gonna go Kraken, Ruinan's, Titanic. I don't know which order, but those are the 3 items I'm going to go for now. Oh, that's so good. Huh? I'm coming, buddy. Don't die. Are you a bot? What is that? You're 0-4. Nah, bro. You're 0-4 at 6 minutes. But look at the start of the game. The start of the game. Read this. They said, I've never seen a Senna jungle before. Probably autofilled. I never put. Wait, what? I don't know. I couldn't read the rest, but my team had their doubts, and I'm sure now they don't anymore.
You're
I mean, we're
now.
6 out of 7 kill participation now. This is really good. I think once we get Kraken Slayer, my clear's gonna be so nice. Can't believe Trinimir is 0-4 already, man. It's crazy. But yeah, please excuse me while I relearn Senna. It's been since 2 years, a year and a half ago, since A to Z jungle. Last time I played this.
Can't figure out.
Oh, I'm gonna have to relearn it. Oh, that looks gankable.
They don't know like how long the Gretchen's gonna be.
Just need to finish this fast.
Yeah.
Come on. I might leave this soul. Actually, I don't. I can't. Okay, go, 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 go. I'm on my way. Don't. He's got ulti. You have ulti. Come on. I think I got him. We got him, baby. Well played. Okay, I low-key thought he was like trolling on purpose, but he actually did try there, so good job. Good job, good job. I'm very proud of you. Trundle's bottom and Grubs just spawned. That's massive for the boys. And the girls. Can't forget about the girls.
Yeah.
Let's grab these, put them in a line. Maybe my Q will hit all 3. That would be kind of fire. I wonder how many souls I get here. Ooh. That's already nice. So my Q takes that soul for us. Oh man, this game is going really well so far. I got biscuits, by the way, because it gives you 30 max HP. 30 max HP when you use them. So it's going to give me 90 bonus health by the end of this thing. Live, buddy. Okay, we need help. You got it? You're good? I think he's good. Well played, well played, well played, well played. I mean, I got 2 grubs. I'm pretty happy with that, actually. Well played, guys. I'm going to go get my Kraken Slayer and some boots, and I think we're, honestly, it's looking good. It's looking excellent. Let's do Raptors and then cut into bot lane. That way he doesn't take my Raptors right now. He might go for them. We gotta be careful for this gank here. Yeah, I have Kraken Slayer and he has a Sheen double longsword. If he runs into me, I'm going to cook him. If he doesn't gank here, I'm just gonna go bot side then. So I have 32 souls right now. Let me know in the comments, guys. Is this good? Like, stack-wise? Is it good stacks or no? Also, while I'm at it, leave a like on the video. If you enjoy the daily uploads, it does help me so much, and it motivates me a lot. I'm going to go help them. Let's go. Wait, I can help you. With R? I'm sorry. I could have done that earlier. Got him. Let's go. How do I get all these stacks? They're everywhere. Triple. Sorry. I should ult earlier. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I didn't ult early enough. Oh, you can actually Q the flowers? I didn't know that. Just tried it and it worked. Nah, I'm shocked you're dominating. That was troll pick. Thank you, you too. Nah, bro, we do got a troll in the team, but it ain't me. It's this guy. All right, 38 stacks. Hey, I'm coming in. I mean, they're just perma fighting. I mean, I should definitely take advantage of this. Nice, it landed. Nice. I'm gonna try to kill him. Nice. Oh, I try to get that stack there. Not bad at all. How many stacks we have? We have 43 at 10 minutes. Let me know in the comments. Is that good or bad? I genuinely do not know. I haven't played Senna in ages, as I've said like 10 times now. Wow, this game's going really good though. All right, let's start the diabolical Senna builds. First step is gonna be, I'm gonna take Titanic Hydra. I think I'm gonna do this one because I believe there is a bit of a bug, you could call it. I guess you could go as far as to say it's a bug. So what you can do is, I think you can do like auto Q Titanic or something like that, and it like does like a triple auto reset. I'm gonna try it. I'll play with it and let you know. Honestly, I should have went training tool. Forgot. Well, okay, I'm gonna be honest. This game, I was meant to actually play Thresh or Morgana jungle. They took my Thresh and they banned Morgana. So I kind of panic picked the Senna because I knew I wanted to do this at some point. So I was not prepared for this. Like, I'm just being honest. I remember there was some cool interaction with Titanic Hydra and Ruinen's Hurricane that I want to try. This looks good. Oh yeah, I'm doing so much damage with the Kraken. Oh, nice. Man, I'm so fed, actually. I have 20% crit. When do I get my extra attack range and such? Every 20 stacks. Okay, so I need to hit 60 now. That's what it is. Oh yeah, grubs are helping us big time here. Oh. Okay, we got it. Oh, that was kind of close. No, not really, but could have been bad. Nice, godlike. Oh, that's so good, man. That is so good. There we go. What do you guys think about Senna jungle? Honestly, feels like it has some real potential, you know? Has a nice kit. The clear's a bit slow early, that's for sure. Oh. Can maybe get him. Oh, he wants me. Right here? Yeah, I got Katarina. We're chilling. Got a range gap. Nice. I'm tanky. Oh, nice. That was so good. Yo, they're gonna surrender at this rate. They're actually gonna surrender. What? I did not expect this at all. I came fully prepared to kind of run it. All right, 60 stacks. Now I have 30% crit for free. That's beautiful. Honestly, I could stick around here. Maybe get a tower with Misfortune. Kraken's done 800 damage. What a beauty. I love Kraken Slayer. All right. Any more souls? Is that us? Oh! Nice. Let's go this way. Let's go this way. This way. This way. This way. Yo, we got him. This poor Trundle, man. That's insane. Okay, let me recall. Let me get my Titanic Hydra already. Dude, why is this working so well? Like, it actually feels almost as Senna's meant to be a jungler.
I guess, kind of.
All right, let's test out this interaction that I did not prepare because I did not expect to play Senna. I believe it's auto Q Titanic, but let me see. Let me see.
Oh.
The screams of the wraiths
Doesn't take anything. You just
auto Q Titanic, right? Let's see. So I'm gonna do auto. That can't be right. Maybe auto Titanic Q? I think auto Titanic Q. Let me try that. I really need to figure this out. Is that like a triple auto? Not 100. Ooh, wow. Legendary.
I don't like it.
Oh, they're dead.
Double kill.
Not sure. Let me try it again. Yeah. I think that's what it is. Okay. Auto Titanic Q. It's like a triple auto maneuver. Kind of cool. Hello. I just did it there. Do I snipe her with the R? I think I do. Oh, she flashed. Nice flash, actually. Oh, let me grab those. All right, I'm gonna go grab this. Grab this thing, y'all. I need to finish my jungle item still. Yeah, I think auto Titanic Q, and then once we have Ruinans, I think it's gonna spread Titanic even further, plus the Kraken. This build is actually kind of nasty. I like it. I get so many free stats from my souls too. Let me know, guys. We have 74 at 17. Let's call it 75.
I'm here to save them all.
Wait, I can kill her. I don't have Titanic though. Oh! Oh my! I got executed! Dude! Okay, let me explain. Holy, let me explain. She flashed, right? Wow. She flashed, so then I flashed, and then I hit the tower, and then I pressed Titanic on the tower, so that Titanic, I thought that Titanic would spread behind the tower, but I don't think it does work like that. And then I queued to heal myself, and I still died. Whoops, my bad. Wait. Nobody has feats of strength yet. I just realized, because I can't upgrade my boots. My bad. Oh. We're learning. We're improving. You know what? At least I got executed, and I did not lose 1,000 gold, because that would have been absolutely tragic. 1,000 gold bounty. Yo, my trend is still 0-5. For real? Me and this Katarina are 2v... Well, no, my bot lane's playing well, too. I was gonna say we're 2v9, but... I got this. I really want to finish my jungle item here. Wow. She's just popping off. Oh, she's dead. That's not good. I don't think she lives here. No way. Does she get out? Nah. Nice try. We gotta be careful. We could lose still. We could definitely still lose. Wait. She's low. I got you with that. Give me an assist. Oh, I thought that would save him. Bummer. Alright, I could save Rift Herald for something else. Let's just get this normally. Alright, this is my Ruinance Hurricane. Yo. I guess I'm not gonna finish my jungle item. Oh. Boom. Double auto. Nice. It's so good.
So much.
Very nice. Very nice. I'm gonna save my Rift Herald for the top tower. Dude, the auto Titanic actually feels so good on Senna. I can't believe I don't see Titanic Hydra more often on the champ. Okay, I'm gonna reset. Got my jungle item. Oh, dude, I need those. Oh, I need those. Okay, now we go. Let me reset. I want to recall. Ruinance Hurricane. And I guess we just go Infinity Edge, since that's gonna... Even though we are gonna get like a lot of free crit chance, what's nice about Infinity Edge is it's gonna amplify that crit. The damage that it does. Okay, check this out. Auto Titanic Q. Wait, are they trying? There we go. Now I want to see how that affects the AoE, like the Ruinans. How does that affect? I need like a raptor camp or something. Maybe kill her real fast. No way I missed that. Yo, we're so powerful though, it doesn't even matter. Okay, let's push mid.
but they can't.
No one's here. Oh, the spread. Okay, ready? Here we go. Auto. Dude, that like looks bugged. Yoink. Let me just hold on to that one. Thank you very much. This is a legit Senna jungle build, in my opinion. Yeah. This is cool. It gives you good clear speed, some tankiness, 600 HP on Titanic Hydra. Really good consistent DPS for objectives. Man, what gets better than that? Oh, that actually connects. Wow. Your jungler is dead, so as long as I don't die, we should be fine. Oh, I should probably try to heal you. My bad, I forgot I can heal. Can't reach. Got him. Yo, Rift Herald? Okay, I'm gonna drive it all the way to the top tower. I hope. That's the plan. Come on. Whoa! Oh my god!
You got the gift.
That's crazy. No, that's actually insane. Come on, Shelly, we can do this. Come on, Shelly. Trying to heal you, Shelly. And we still get the top tower. That deserves a like on the video. Come on now. That deserves a like on the video. Oh, it's a wrap, baby. I think we just won this thing. Let's take the... No, don't take inhib. Don't take inhib. Too early. Also, you guys are going to die. Oh, they FF'd. All right, GG. Well, a short but very sweet Senna jungle game. I think we had 100 stacks at the end. I'd have to rewind and see, but I think it was well over 100. GG. Very fun, very unexpected, and very unprepared. I was planning on playing Morgana or Thresh this game. That's crazy.
Only 4 minutes left for food.
All right, David, check. I think Katarina probably did more than I did, but because she was going crazy. She popped off, but let's see. All right, damage chart. Yeah, wow. I got out damaged by Katarina and Misfortune and Kled. Huh. I really thought I did more. That's interesting. I guess I healed a lot, right? Yeah, I did heal a lot. That's fair. What about damage taken? Probably not that high. Oh, second highest. Well, I mean, it felt really strong. The runes, fleet, cut down. This is like a really standard set of rune page. Felt strong. I don't know. I mean, maybe they just did more just because they just popped off, you know. All right, guys. Again, before you go, you could leave a like on the video. Leave me a comment on what you want to see next. And check if you're subscribed to the channel. And thank you again for watching. Have a good...
That was a good. Should we see if Kim Cash is as annoying as it was last night?
York and New Jersey, and Rudy Giuliani used RICO to break the mob. And there's no reason that they shouldn't have been doing this for years here with Antifa, with Black Lives Matter, with these I'd go after Justice Democrats. I think Saikat Chakrabarti is the most dangerous man in the world.
DSA.
So that being said...
We're going to find all those connections. That's what's going to be really interesting. It's not just about Antifa. What happens when a foreign terrorist organization, they find communications between DSA members, because this is the overlap. These people who are likely involved in democratic socialists are going out as Antifa later, and they're organizing internationally. I'd be willing to bet it's going to turn out the people they end up arresting or investigating in the United States are going to be Democrats. DSA Democrats, young people.
Well, the aspect of it that I'm a little concerned with is the randos that are like, yeah, I hate fascism. I'll go march one day.
But those people are not going to have communications with Antifa Europe. Yeah. It's going to be the organizers that they're going after.
To your point, I was just at the No Kings protest and doing our little comedy thing, and 99%, it's a social event for these folks. They're just showing up there, having a good time, yay for our side. But then there's very clear organizers that are directing people, that are handing things out, that are well funded. And that's what this comes down to. You have to, the only way you're going to defeat this and be a counter-revolutionary is you got to get rid of their funding, their financing. As soon as the money spigot turns off, this professional protester class goes away. This is their job.
And Ian, to your point, right? The people that oftentimes engage in the low-level street violence are people that don't have significant connections or whatever. They're the people that they're the people that are there because they're there for the violence, or they're there for the party, or they're there for whatever. And the reason they engage in these activities is because they don't have anything to lose. The organizers will go and they will incite stuff, right? The people that actually have connections with the upper echelons or whatever, however you want to frame it. But the people that are actually on the street throwing bricks, the people that are actually on the street lighting fires, they're people that don't have a whole lot going on in their life. That's part of why they actually will do this stuff, is they don't have a lot to lose. If you've got kids and a family or a job or some kind of public something recognizable by the public, you don't want to do this kind of stuff. You don't want to go and throw bricks through windows because you have something to lose.
At the No Kings, it was shocking how much of like a social event this was.
Yeah.
Like this is their friends. They're there we're part of, hey, good to see you again. This was their tailgate.
People don't remember this a lot, but that was a lot of the riots that were going on during Black Lives Matter. The people that were getting together at night were different people than were at the protests during the day. Because during the day you have the people that are protesting peacefully. At night you have basically the people that have little to lose. You have like the people that went after Rittenhouse in Kenosha. They were people like, Rosenbaum didn't have some kind of deep ideological bent. He was there looking to get into fights with people because he didn't have crap going on in his life.
Did you guys see that youth unemployment right now is around 10%?
That's insane.
Record high. Record high. Yeah, I just want to say that we need to treat the root causes, and I think this move is signaling that instead of treating symptoms, which is going after people who have no money, no status, and they're just there as pawns.
Yeah,
I think that's a great move on that.
I think it's a great point. You pick those people up if you pick those people up if you catch them doing something wrong. But I think your point about the RICO using this RICO case is exactly right.
Deborah and I were talking about this before.
You
Part of it is
RICO on
messaging too, right? Like you just said, 10% youth unemployment. So what?
9.4.
So what is the message to conserve? Like what are you telling a 24-year-old in New York that you should conserve?
Indian laborers and Chinese students.
So there you go, right? And I look, if it were up to me, we wouldn't be paying for any of this stuff, but it's a very hard sell to have people who grew up watching for 20 years of their life, trillions of dollars be spent on killing people in the Middle East, to then say, oh, look, we don't have any money for healthcare. That's a tough sell. It's a tough sell when you're seeing all of this money go overseas, Ukraine, Israel, wherever, and say, yeah, hey, sorry your kid has cancer, but, them's be the breaks. That's a tough message. That's a tough thing. When, hey, sorry, you went to college and that job doesn't exist anymore and you'll never own a house, but, don't vote for change. Tough message.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
Tim, you've been saying something recently, which is we need to understand the enemy. So this whole Antifa thing needs to get snuffed out immediately and needs to be met with brute force, because if not, and his presidency will end, 3 years from now, what's going to happen then?
We get the midterms in a year, man.
Like, if they don't address it now, what will happen then?
Well, there's going to be more assassinations. I think the big challenge we have is the right has just shattered since Charlie Kirk's killing.
Yeah.
It's just completely shattered.
It's like a problem and an opportunity because there's not a lot of leadership. So
Opportunity for the left.
Or an opportunity for someone on the right to step up.
Even with Charlie Kirk, did you ever think the right had the will to see something like this through to the end?
What do you mean? Like,
okay, let's say that this they're gonna move to now take this to indictments. They're gonna move to now take this to RICO. Are they gonna have the will to actually see it through to the end?
No. I think what's happening right now, the pollster, the only pollsters that matter, you've got Rasmussen and you've got Rich Paris, are talking about how Gen Z is basically, they're done.
Yeah.
Trump has abandoned them. Trump's basically saying, I surrender with this H-1B stuff. So they're going to look at this and they're going to be like, okay, there's nothing for us on the right now. Trump's not, he's off message. And again, this is all following the death of Charlie Kirk. The right is off balance The presumption is they're not going to do anything. You've got a guy threw a sandwich at a Fed, which at the bare minimum is a conviction on a slap on the wrist of some sort. Not free to go. So even if they do charge these people and bring them before courts, liberals are going to be like, nah, they're good. And they're gonna acquit them even if it does happen. These mortgage fraud cases, is that the best they can do? Really? You know, okay, whatever, I guess. When Trump came out and said there's no talent in this country, he really, really damaged the coalition. But I got to be honest, as we're mentioning earlier, this news on Antifa broke yesterday, but all of the feed was dominated by talk of Candace, Ben Shapiro, Megyn Kelly, and Israel is more important because these people who are just absolutely retarded online have. I'll put it like this.
And like AI,
I think the Israel conversation is the perfect opportunity to dismantle and destroy the right coalition because it's an issue that regular Americans don't know or care about. You talk to your average person on the street, they're going to be like, yeah, I guess I like Israel, whatever. Some are going to be like, no, I don't care for them or what they do. But if you go to them and ask them, what's the most important thing to you right now? Gen Z is going to say, I have no money. They're going to say, I'm buying food on credit card debt. I can't get an apartment. I can't find a job. I can't buy a car. And what do you find when you go online to the top personnels and pundits?
He's trying to make
true crime drama nonsense. And Trump is doing interviews where he's like, you don't matter. We give up. So it's just very, very demoralizing. I think the expectation is going to be all of these are all grains of sand, or they're all snowflakes in the avalanche. We said maybe when it gets colder out, there's going to be bigger moves against Antifa. Okay, this is a start. There's going to be bigger moves on immigration. Maybe we'll see. But come on, 500,000 deportations out of 11 million on the low end? You're never going to get it done. So it all seems like we're in an avalanche, and Trump's not even promising to climb back up. He's saying, let's just ride it down.
Well, he's been America first. He got elected for America first, and whether it's true or not, the optics are he has not been an American first president for the first year here. He's been focused on international things that, to your point, if I'm a 22-year-old and I can't pay my bills, what the hell do I care about Ukraine, Israel, Palestine? Yep. I don't care. I could help you, Trump, and I know you listen to this, and maybe with your massive audience you can help get this out. But he should, and I know we said this earlier, he should go all in on student loan forgiveness and say it's not going to come out of any taxpayers. It is a consumer protection issue. And just like lemon laws, when a corporation, when Chevy sells you a bad car, you can bring it back and get your money back. They should be able to take their degrees, return the degree, and have the colleges be liable for that. Go after the endowments that are the war chest for this far left-wing extremism. Harvard University's $55 billion endowment is the war chest. It's the epicenter for this entire woke mind virus that has infected the West. And you could do three things. One, you can show the youth that you're fighting for them. You could break the shackles of indentured servitude that we've had on 3 generations now. And 3, you could force the Democrats to have to defend student loans, right?
Or we can talk about Megyn Kelly with this story from theindependent.co.uk. Right-wingers accuse Babylon Bee of inciting murder against Megyn Kelly with deleted pager bomb joke. Quote, this is a fun way for the Babylon Bee to call for murder, one conservative podcaster reacted to the since-deleted post. I just want to take a moment to say, we were just discussing how Antifa has been designated a foreign terrorist organization, certain Antifa cells. It's important. We're talking about what we can do to inspire young people who are currently feeling dejected. And I just want to add, we will cover this story, but I want to make sure everyone realizes I think you're all retarded. And I'll explain why. So basically the story is this. The Babylon Bee posted this. Megyn Kelly gets rid of old pager just to be safe. She then, Megyn Kelly then quoted the Babylon Bee saying, WTF Seth Dillon.
Bombing that they did.
And Mehdi Hassan chimes in by saying, when a far-right pundit on CNN with me joked about my beeper going off and then got banned by CNN, Megyn Kelly had him on her show, and they both laughed about it. Yet here is Megyn Kelly getting super offended when someone else makes the beeper threat against her. Oh, the hypocrisy. I'm going to say it again. You're all retards. Okay? Yep. It's not a threat. It's a joke. And I get it. I think the joke is funny because it implies Israel kills people, and that wasn't Babylon Bee's intention. I think Babylon Bee deleted it because it's more offensive to Israel to imply they would murder an American pundit for criticizing them. But my point is, It's all just tribal hypocrisy, garbled nonsense. Mehdi Hassan's got another tweet. He says,
I can't
a reminder of how funny Megyn Kelly thought the beeper comment was when it was someone else, a brown Muslim, me on the end of it, not her. Here's the clip.
Mehdi Hassan leaned so far into playing the victim, he reminded me of those World Cup soccer players and their drama, pretending that they're hurt so that they can get a red card or whatever on somebody else. It was over the top. He deserves an Academy Award for the, did you just say you want me dead? You just said you want me to be killed? What is he? It's obviously the beeper thing is a reference to what Israel did to Hamas supporters and members of Hamas, where they blew up their beepers and in some cases blew up the men holding the beepers. And you were saying, if you support the Palestinians, you later said you thought he said Hamas. Maybe he has a beeper. That's the comment. But how do we get from that to I hope you die?
I notice he didn't say, are you saying I'm a terrorist? His implication is therefore I am a terrorist.
Well, they're not laughing in the clip, so, you know, crummy post for Mehdi. But I just want to stress,
oh my gosh,
Megyn Kelly, I think, is, I don't know, disappointed. I feel like she's taken a very professional media stance on a lot of things recently. I'll just come out and say it. When Ben Shapiro brought up Candace Owens and called her evil, Megyn Kelly's, well, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't call it evil. I don't watch that stuff. Was like the wishy-washiest of responses. And then Megyn Kelly put out another video saying, I watched what Candace said, and she did not accuse Erica Kirk of being involved in the killing of Charlie. It just reeks to me of faux outrage. Not there's no moral baseline here as to what you're really mad about. Maybe she's saying WGFF don't because someone's making fun of her, but why are you mad if someone's making fun of you? The Babylon Bees made fun of Candace Tucker, Nick, and tons of other people. Why should she get special treatment?
The actual widower of Charlie.
I would just say in response to the Ben Shapiro thing, if Ben said something about Candace and you didn't agree, or you didn't know, like to me at my response, I'd be like, what did he say? Or like, what did Candace say? That's a bold accusation. Yeah, instead Megyn's like, well, I don't know about that. And it's just, yeah, we get it, Megyn. You want to be in Candace's camp. She has a really big audience, and you hope that she props you up, and you're on her side because you're scared of her audience. Whatever. The most demoralizing thing I've seen in the past couple of weeks is the obsession over this kind of nonsense. And this is what we're getting from some of the biggest podcasts in the space. Ben Shapiro, Megyn Kelly, and Candace Owens having a drama battle while I'm sitting here being like, why are eggs, expensive? Why is milk expensive?
The fact that we've got real substantial problems in the U.S., the inflation that hit a couple years ago, like that hasn't worked its way through the economy. Wages have not caught up. People are still suffering. Like you said, there's the crisis of young people getting out of college with massive amounts of student debt. There's the idea that income inequality is a massive problem in the U.S. You've got young people that are becoming more and more extreme in their political views, whether it be to the right or to the left. You have Mamdani was just elected in New York. You have the I forget what her name. I think I forget
Katie Wilson.
Katie Wilson, the socialist that was elected in Seattle as mayor. These problems are real, tangible problems that are real things that are going to have a massive effect on the United States in the coming 5 to 10 years. This bickering and arguing about garbage, who what about Charlie Kirk, when legitimately all the actual evidence is that the official story is probably the most likely. There's a lot of people that are looking to just farm as many clicks and as much attention as they can off of the death of Charlie Kirk, and it's disgusting. This is all just garbage.
I don't care about Candace's show in the sense of like what her subject matter is. What's demoralizing is that people would rather watch vague conspiracy over Charlie Kirk being murdered by his friends, as opposed to
just like Bridget
Trump talking about visas and the border and the economy. I'm having conversations behind the scenes with media personalities who are talking about CPMs being really low right now. Why are ad rates low when they're supposed to be high? What's happening? And the reason why this is important is that I've mentioned this quite a bit when we're facing economic uncertainty. YouTube CPMs, the money you get on YouTube is derived from granular sources, whereas television is going to sell an ad slot to a big company like Pepsi. Fox might do that, or they're going to do regional ads somewhat if they're doing digital. With YouTube CPMs, if I make a video and I get $1,000 from that video, that's $10 of that came from a diner in the outskirts of Omaha, and they bought $25 in ads so that people in their area watching YouTube will get an ad for their diner. So if you live in the outskirts of Omaha and you watch Timcast IRL, an ad will pop up and it'll be like, "Old Johnny Bill's Diner, just outside of Omaha." They only buy $25 in ads. I get less than half of that. Or actually, I think, YouTube you'd end up with like $16 or something. When your ad rates are going down in November, it's signaling a major economic problem is about to occur. Because this is it's not me doing one direct sale. I can go to one company and say, "Give me $100,000, I'll do an ad read for you," or 4 ad reads or whatever. And they'll say yes. And then I go, "Hey, look at that. We sold a big ad read." But when YouTube CPMs go down and viewership is low in November, something in the economy is happening. So there's 2 things we're seeing that has people in the media space concerned. And it's that viewership for many prominent conservative personalities and political personalities in general, I'm just talking to the conservative ones, are low for November. They're supposed to be way higher now, as people are staying indoors from the cold. They're not. For us, we've been relatively static. So that would indicate that you're seeing growth and collapse at the same time. So growth in spite of the downturn. When CPMs go down relative to views and views are down, it's indicating, one, people are disinterested in the political landscape right now, which is largely in the Gen Z space, which is apocalyptic for Trump in the midterms, because Gen Z is about to turn 30. As we're entering the midterms, they're going to be 28, 29 years old. So this has become a principal demographic for victory for Republicans. And the CPMs going down indicate small businesses are struggling to make money, and they're cutting their marketing budgets. We saw this during COVID. And then it's, but did you hear that, like, there was a bush, and the bush, like, it might be a guy? And I'm like, what does the bush have to do with anything? Well, Charlie got shot in the back. And I'm like, okay, but the bush... There's a bush in front of him, and there was a guy in there, and it looks like a guy in camo. And I'm like, so the bullet from the front of Charlie wrapped around his neck? What the are you talking about?
So you think it's desperation engagement harvesting? That's what's going on?
Well, I certainly think there's a handful of things. I think if you are
coming up.
right now a political commentator, you better start segueing out of politics, because Trump is losing this incoming generation. And so I certainly think some of that. I'm not blaming Candace for doing, female drama podcasts. That's what she's always done. From Blake Lively to Bridget McCrone to now the murder mystery of Charlie Kirk, her whole thing has always been female-oriented drama content. And that's why she got the Stanley mug right there. That's like women waited in line for 8 hours at Starbucks to get one of those mugs. It's very much a women's show. What we're seeing from it is people care more about that than they do about what's happening politically, because many people on the younger side who we need, it's like this. Older people are dying. Younger people are aging into the political space. We need them to care. They don't care. So general interest in politics across the board is way lower than it should be for this time of year. And the polling data shows us it's because Trump is not getting the job done for young people.
I think a lot of people get their information from X. I just read this. As of the end of October, your X feed algorithm is now being set by Grok. You can go to Grok and direct message it and tell it to change your feed. Always prioritize
that's the
photography.
For you feed.
This is saying Grok algorithm. You personalize your feed. You can use direct conversational prompts with Grok. Simply message Grok with specific requests. You can say for 48 hours, change my algorithm. So say,
there's 2 feeds, For You and Following. I never use For You. For You is algorithmically generated posts they send to you, and Following is reverse chronological posts from the people you follow.
Maybe you can use For You and set it to be like, stop showing me drama content, show me more.
Looks good. Huh.
The media got exposed and is in a $1 billion lawsuit right now. So this is what they released about the January 6th protest.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you, and we fight.
That's what they released. That sounds like an insurrectionist president. However, this was the original clip before they edited it.
We fight like hell. We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
Wow, it's almost like that's an entire different thing. Wow, it almost seems like the foreign media is literally evil and trying to propagandize us. It's almost like they're literally working with terrorists to conquer our nation or something. And Joseph Rogan is waking up to it. That's right, the baldest normie on the internet, Joseph Rogan, is out there, and he just did an episode where he kind of tore this to shreds and really brought it to the mainstream. So I am very excited to show you exactly what we got going on here, but it's diabolical. First and foremost, this is from the BBC, the British broadcasting cock. These guys edited Trump's January 6th speech to make him look even worse, right? To make him look like he was trying to start some sort of insurrection. Then he was telling people to go fight. The side-by-side footage shows that BBC, unfortunately, lied. Literally lied through their teeth. They created an entire false reality here, and no one is surprised by this. Literally no one is even remotely shocked. And the reason for that is simple. Because they are a propagandist network that is the propagandist arm of the terrorists that is the radical left. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I am done treating the radical left like just one of the parties. No. They are a terrorist organization, in my opinion, that is literally trying their absolute best to destroy us. Absolutely. They will kill us. They will celebrate our deaths. They will try to impeach people, arrest people, imprison people. They will dig up old stories. Like, bro, they tried to get Trump and call him a rapist from this one lady that sued him. And then it turns out that lady separately was fine with it. And then later sued him for something else. Like, dude, it's crazy. It's crazy what they do. They want you dead. Now, that's the very obvious truth. President Trump has filed a $1 billion defamation lawsuit against the BBC. For the record, this is a massive W. A lot of people, I see a lot of criticism. Specifically for, I can't believe Trump is suing the media. It's gonna make the media afraid to actually talk about things. Good, correct. The media should be afraid to talk about things when they're lies. Yeah, that's my opinion, actually. I know, it's a pretty crazy take, actually. Yeah, I actually don't want the media to operate as a propaganda arm of a terrorist movement. I actually want the media to do their job and tell the truth. I actually do like that idea a lot. Pretty insane, right? So President Trump filed a $1 billion defamation lawsuit against the BBC, accusing the broadcaster of misleading edits in January 6, 2021 speech. By the way, for the record, accusing is a very, very soft word because they did make edits in a 2024 documentary and in a 2022 news program that omitted his call for peaceful protest. Like, so you have to understand. So the leftists will directly tell their people, fight ICE, attack Teslas, firebomb cars, all right, destroy the Tesla stock, you know, throw rocks at police officers. They will directly tell them to do that. Nothing happens. All right, nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's considered a peaceful protest by the media. Trump will literally say in his speech, do a peaceful protest. They'll cut it out of context and they'll try to jail him for being an insurrectionist president for the rest of his life. Is that not absolute insanity? I feel like that's one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my lifetime. It's like, it's not just the media, right? It's not just the media, you know? It's so much worse than that. Like, this is an actual propaganda arm of a terrorist organization. The BBC, in my opinion, apologized on their November 13, 2025 for failing to reflect the full context, rejected compensation demands, citing the program's UK-only audience and the lack of impact on Trump's election. So they essentially said, yeah, we lied, we know we lied, but you can't sue us because we didn't really make an impact because we're the BBC, because we're from England. So that doesn't really matter. UK leaders, including Prime Minister Keir Starmer, voiced support for the BBC's independence amid the transatlantic legal battle, and of course he did, because the BBC is owned by Islam. Wow, that really went hard real quick. But you're gonna see, I'm gonna prove it.
it. Not going to prove it in just a minute. So the BBC is a radical Islamic, in my opinion, broadcasting network where they essentially run defense for the Islamic invasion of the United Kingdom. And because that's what's happening. So, of course he runs defense for them because Keir Starmer is literally a dog on a chain, getting shocked constantly by the metaphorical Hassan Piker in this situation. All right. So, of course, he decides to be on that side. Now, breaking news, it's revealed that the BBC doctored another Trump speech in November 22, the Newsnight episode. Trump is going to ruin them. They found a second edit of this same video.
We fight like hell. We're going to cheer on.
Right? They literally did this more than once. More than once. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. And then you got retards, complete and utter retards, all right, showing up there, like in the British government. Trump wants to destroy the BBC and Farage is egging him on to all those who love the BBC. Now it's time to speak up. Yeah, I'm sure all the Ahmeds and Mohammeds are really going to run to your defense on this one, my guy. I'm sure it's going to happen. The crazy thing is, the White House does announce that they're planning on doing this lawsuit for $1 billion, and I think that's a good thing. A colossally good thing. Now, literally everyone is super happy about this, especially me, because I hate the media, and I think the media should be held accountable 1,000%, and I'm going to prove to you in just a minute how bad and evil they are before we finally get to Joe Rogan waking up. For me, Joe Rogan is a very exciting figure, because in my mind, he's the normie. He is the classic average dude. He's the average dude bro that just talks about average dude bro things. And he'll be like, I don't understand, why should transgenders play in female sports? You know, like he'll just say like very normal opinions. I don't think he's like a genius, but I think he's the normal guy. So I'm always excited when the normal guy contributes to the conversation and actually wakes the fuck up.
Thank you, Bev. There's a lot of questions in one there. I will say, I know the president has a very good... All right,
it's too quiet, so we're not even going to pay attention. But the point is, essentially, what she says is, yes, they're going to be suing the leftist propaganda machine fake news outlet, the BBC. Now, this is awesome. Good. This is awesome, in my opinion, because of things like this. The BBC, look at this. Look at this article, man. The BBC breached guidelines 1,500 times over the Israel-Hamas war. Coverage was heavily biased against Israel. Report into corporations' output fines. 1,500 breach of guidelines. 1,500 breaches of guidelines. Literally running defense for radical Islamists. It's pretty weird how that keeps happening. So anyway, so this is the Telegraph. The Telegraph is another paper, and they started actually looking into this, and they were like, let's actually look into what's been going on at the BBC, our contemporary media outlet.
Would you publicly accuse someone of a crime when you had no independent witnesses to it? Well, you almost certainly wouldn't, especially if you had prior knowledge of someone else being to blame. But that's exactly what the BBC has been accused of doing to Israel in this dossier. And the author of this dossier, well, it's a former member of the broadcaster's own editorial standards.
That's right. Some BBC people are actually leaving because their entire network essentially became a propaganda arm of radical Islamists. And that is exactly why Keir Starmer is running defense for them, because he doesn't want to piss off, you know, the majority of the country, which is going to be Islam very soon.
This is the latest set of troubling allegations to hit the BBC as part of a Telegraph investigation into claims the broadcaster's coverage has systemic problems over impartiality. So let's get into it. In April and June 2024, the BBC published 2 stories about the discovery of mass graves at Al-Nasser and Al-Shifa hospitals in Gaza. According to the internal BBC dossier, the articles strongly implied that Israeli forces had buried bodies at both sites prior to withdrawing from the area. The articles also mentioned alleged evidence of war crimes, including bodies found with their hands tied and gunshot wounds to their heads.
That's horrible.
But the BBC's own editorial standards committee was told that this narrative was wrong.
Oh no!
The memo says...
You mean to tell me that they literally ran a fake story about how people were executing people from the back of their head, hog-tying them and executing them and putting them in mass graves? You mean that they put that all on paper and it turns out that they knew for a fact that that was not true? That's crazy.
Most likely explanation is that the mass graves were dug by Palestinians themselves, and the people buried there had died or been killed prior to the arrival of the Israeli ground forces.
So it turns out it was actually probably Hamas that murdered Palestinians and then buried them and then basically told the BBC to report that the Jews killed them. And then the BBC just ran ahead and did that.
So the BBC made a mistake, or perhaps. But the committee argues that the broadcaster knew that Palestinians were burying their dead at these sites before the Israeli raids.
Oof, that's pretty awful.
Several months earlier, the BBC itself reported on Palestinians digging mass graves, and geolocation clearly places the two burial sites in roughly the same area. Now, whatever your personal views may be on the actions of Israel in Gaza, implying a country committed war crimes when there is evidence to the contrary.
Yeah. Only go second. Almost didn't. Lasagna. Wait, Garfield. Yeah. Loves lasagna. Favorite meal.
has serious ramifications, not least because it could erode the credibility of genuine war crime claims at a later date.
Sure.
How can we expect anyone to develop an informed or nuanced opinion when the BBC is only presenting them with some of the facts?
So this is the BBC constantly and forever running insane propaganda for radical Islam everywhere in the United States, in England, and also in Israel. They have constantly, unabashedly been running infinite lies. The BBC forced to correct 2 Gaza stories a week. Every week, apparently, they need to edit Gaza stories because it turns out they made false claims. Broadcaster's Arabic service that had to make 215 corrections over the past 2 years. Like, you know, they'll release a story. The story will say something unbelievably horrible. The poor, you know, unbelievable nightmare situation happened. All right, it'll go super viral. And then 2 days later, oops, it was wrong. And then they'll go back and edit it. But no one cares because they already got the propaganda out.
Yep.
And they never face any consequences to this. Never. So I've known for a long time that these people were frauds. Like, and this is crazy. Crazy. Like, so they start asking them, hey, they ask the CEO. They ask the CEO, what's going on with this BBC editing the president's information?
I would like to say it has been the privilege of my career to serve as the CEO of BBC News and to work with our brilliant team of journalists. I stepped down over the weekend because the buck stops with me. But I'd like to make one thing very clear. BBC News is not institutionally biased.
Sure. You mean to tell me that a white liberal woman, a white radical left Karen, is the one that is running this? Well, color me shocked and surprised. BBC just says the stories as they go.
That's why it's the world's most trusted news provider.
The most trusted news provider. Did you know that there are 2 billion Muslims that love the BBC? Did you know that we are the democratically elected news network specifically by Islam? Oh my god, this is crazy. It's insane. We are the only news site that's not biased whatsoever. Not even a little bit. I've noticed that Hassan Piker's dog shocks itself, actually. I love how she's resigning because of how unbiased she is.
See my teams. Thank you so much.
Do you think that the journalist institution are corrupt?
Leftist white women, man.
Thank you. President Trump, do you think
our journalists aren't corrupt?
Of course our journalists aren't corrupt. I mean, we do have to, you know, edit separate stories, and it turns out that we literally hired a Hamas terrorist as one of our correspondents in Gaza that was exposed a couple of years ago. That was awkward. And yes, of course, we did all of those things essentially to run basically defense for rapist pedophile cults that are in our country. Now, I know you're probably surprised, but there are grooming gangs running around raping little white girls, but we essentially we don't want to expose any of them, and the reason for that is simple. Because of the Islamophobia. What if Zohran Mamdani's aunt reads the BBC and finds out about mass Muslim rapists in England? That would be horrifying. Horrifying for Zohran Mamdani's aunt. How could she ever ride the subway with her job?
Journalists are hard-working people who strive for impartiality.
Sure.
Stand by their journalism.
Is there institutional bias at the BBC?
There is no institutional bias. Mistakes are made, but there's no institutional bias.
But why weren't the mistakes dealt with on Trump, on anti-Semitism, on women's rights?
I'm sure that story will emerge, but for now, I'm going to go in and see our team.
Do you think the board...
Yeah, so if you're not biased, why are you actually biased? Well, I'm actually not biased at all. We just made a little bit of an oopsie-poopsie when we edited Trump's speech to make it look like he was inciting a riot on the Capitol. We just deceptively edit videos by accident. By accident! Yeah. No one's buying this obvious horse shit, but it's awesome, man. So this is the chairman of the BBC, Samir Shah. As you know, Samir Shah is like the classic name of a straight white man. Let's see the way he refers to the Hamas terrorists. I think this is pretty telling as to the unbiased BBC's reporting.
One last question, just for you as an individual, Samir.
Samir.
Do you consider Hamas to be a terrorist group?
I'll have to answer that in terms of the way we currently view it.
What do you think they are? Do you think they're a convocation of happy little squirrels?
I don't think that. I don't think that. But I'm here as the chairman of the BBC.
Know you are. The chairman of the BBC refuses to state his actual opinion on if Hamas, the recognized terrorist organization by England and by the United States, right, to say if they're actually terrorists.
Not here as Samir Shah. You exist as an individual entity.
I can tell you what I think when I'm Samir Shah. Right now, talking to the world. I am the chairman of the BBC, and we have taken
the chairman of the BBC refuses to say that Hamas are terrorists. Now, you have to understand, Hamas are rapists, murderous, pedophiles, okay? It is a death cult that murders their own people, that murders Israelis, that states openly that their plan is the genocide of Jews worldwide before they work on genociding the Christians. That is their literal statement. Do you know that the Hamas slogan, the slogan for Hamas is, all right? The slogan is, wherever there is a tree and there is a Jew hiding behind that tree, the tree will shout out to the Muslim, there is a Jew behind me. Come and kill the Jew, and we will kill that Jew. That is the slogan of Hamas. Okay, all right, and this guy, all right, and they are obviously recognized internationally as a terrorist organization. Obviously, you know, they rape and murder people, and like constantly. Okay, so that's what they do. All right, now Samir Shah, this guy, the chairman of the BBC, refuses to state his opinion on whether he considers them terrorists.
View as a board that we continue to use the word terrorist only with attribution. That's the position we take. Although
I think you think they're terrorists, Samir, but I will leave you with your beautiful corporate answer.
Yeah, no, it's the other way around actually. So this guy will say that white people are evil, right? White people, they're bad. Only with attribution. Raping, mass rape doesn't count. Mass rape, we don't know because technically the people that were raped were actually Jewish, which are pretty close to white people. So, I mean, this is still, you know, it's kind of a gray area at this point. So, anyway, so when I saw the BBC getting exposed, I will admit it made me very happy. It made me very, 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 very happy. Now, we are used to this because this is what the 60 Minutes in the media did to Kamala Harris, okay? Let me show you the side-by-side of the actual answer that Kamala Harris gave to a question and the way the 60 Minutes released the answer, because we've been dealing with this for a long, long time, and finally Joseph Rogan is on the trail.
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
Well, Bill, the work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
But it seems
so that's a nothing answer. For the record, that was nothing.
Literally
she
all
said
fluff.
Nothing. All right, are we on the same page? Israel movement advocacy for the region. She literally said nothing. Anyway, let's see what the actual edited answer was. This is what they released on television.
It seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
We're not going to stop pursuing what is necessary for the United States to be clear about where we stand on the need for this war to end.
That is a whole other answer. That is an entire other response. They were laundering this retard to become the president of the United States.
Yep.
I want to make that very clear for just a second. All right, let's understand where we're at. Now, Joe Rogan hated the media for a very long time. And I think it all stemmed from this. I am actually super happy. No offense to Joe Rogan. I'm sure this obviously offended the hell out of you. I'm sure this offended you a lot. But personally, I am so happy this happened. I think this is one, like, there are a few moments. There are a few moments that changed the course of history. Okay? I think this is one of those moments. Because this was such an obvious lie. It was insane. So Joe Rogan is obviously hated by the media because, Joe Rogan's bigger than the media. He has his podcast, and his podcast is unironically reaching more people than any media CNN organization ever will. So Joe Rogan ended up saying on his podcast that, he had COVID.
And turns out I got COVID.
So this is the Instagram story that he posted himself, and this is how CNN broadcasted it.
So we immediately threw the kitchen sink at it. All kinds of meds, monoclonal antibodies, ivermectin, Z-Pak, prednisone.
So the reason why this is diabolical is because, one, they made him look like Shrek. They Shrek'd this man, all right? They put a green filter on this guy. That's one, okay? Obvious lie, right? That's one. Two, they say that Joe Rogan announces he has COVID, praises horse dewormer ivermectin, implying that when he said that he tried ivermectin, he tried horse dewormer. Even though, while yes, ivermectin is used for horse dewormer, ivermectin is also used for actual human fungal diseases, a lot of them. So they're calling it horse dewormer. So they lie in the breaking news headline, and they also put a Shrek filter on him, all right, to essentially push their COVID propaganda. That's literally why this happened. That's why this happened. Ever since this went down, ever since this went down, Joe Rogan has been very anti-media lying about you because this is a pretty obvious lie. See, I've had the media lie about me a lot, actually. Me, random blue retard on the internet, I've felt the burn, all right? And he actually, before I show you what he talked about in regards to this BBC thing, which is really crazy, he had Bernie Sanders on. And this is the end of Bernie Sanders' career. I don't think anyone could take him seriously after this if you actually hear what he said here. So he actually confronted Bernie Sanders on the lies in the media. And obviously how the media lies about Trump.
I don't know why
and
I
guess what
actually
Bernie Sanders said about the
earlier.
media lying about Trump? He ran defense for the media. I'm not even joking.
But what about the other the other lawsuit with the conversation that they had with Kamala Harris, where they edited the answers that she had to make it look more precise?
60 Minutes, they were suing 60 Minutes.
Yes.
Is, to my mind, historically, they've been around for a very long time. You know, they're not infallible, but I think
They literally deceptively edited the interview to launder the reputation of their candidate to literally push it. Okay, that has nothing to do with infallible.
Yeah. Look at most objective people will say 60 Minutes.
I love how this guy's like anti-giant. The oligarchy is so evil. The giant corporation, they're controlling everybody. And he's running defense for multi-billion-dollar news media outlets for lying about people.
Has a sterling reputation for investigative journalism.
Except they don't. They lied.
Are they wrong?
But that's not investigative journalism if you change someone's answers. If you ask her a question and she comes with a rambling answer that doesn't make sense, and you edit that out and insert another answer to a different question that seems more cogent.
Joe, then you're walking down, you're walking down a dangerous...
You're walking down a dangerous path. We have to let the billion-dollar corporations run the fence. We have to let the billionaires win this one because they're going up against Trump. Trump is evil. I don't believe in democracy when Trump is running.
Suing media has the impact of intimidating media. All right, if somebody sues you, all right, let me finish. All right.
Okay.
Somebody sues you, you know, why not you? You could be sued tomorrow,
That's
right?
true, you could. True.
Because you are doing this. You're too sympathetic to this. Right. And Joe, you did that.
You don't get sued for being too sympathetic to things. You sue for slandering people. All right, let's be honest. This is a law. It's illegal to slander people. Okay? All right.
And they have a big law firm behind you, and you're going to have to spend zillions of dollars defending yourself. You know what? Next time you do an interview, you say, maybe I'm not going to go in that area. Right?
No. Next time you do an interview, maybe you'll tell the truth. Maybe you won't slander people. Maybe you won't literally lie. It's like he's saying that you should not be able to sue people for defamation because maybe they'll be scared to defame you the next time. I don't understand. If you sue someone for defamation, they're going to be scared to lie about you in the future.
It's not that. It's editing things to make this deceptive editing.
Joe,
so in deceptive editing, you give people a different perception of who this candidate is than reality.
Right,
but that's not objective journalism.
I know, but
that's campaigning for that person.
Right, but
would you agree with that?
I don't have those details. I don't know that I agree.
I am not willing to take a stand on things that make my people look bad because even though I make believe I'm fighting for the people, I'm fighting for my billionaires. I'm fighting against your billionaires, but I'm fighting for my billionaires, which is why I accepted a small donation of $2 million from the pharmaceutical billionaires. Because those are good billionaires, because they're my billionaires. Your billionaires, they're bad because they're your billionaires.
With your analysis of it. I don't know enough.
I think that's universally...
I am not willing to accept your analysis on the fact that everyone knows about.
That's what they did.
And you got to tell me why he is suing ABC.
Because they slandered him. ABC slandered him. They called him a rapist when he's not a rapist. That's why he's suing ABC.
He's suing Meta.
Let's just talk about the 60 Minutes.
No, but it's not just...
We could go to ABC, but I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, because they all slandered him. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
He's suing ABC because Stephanopoulos, or whatever his name is, on ABC called him a rapist. A convicted rapist. And he's not a convicted rapist, so he sued him for slander because he called him a convicted rapist on live television. And he won because he's not a rapist.
How dare he sue them for calling him a rapist? How dare he?
Stephanopoulos said something that he didn't like.
No, he didn't say something he didn't like. He called him a rapist. Oh my God. Like, bro.
But the point is,
what did Stephanopoulos say?
I can't remember. It was I honestly don't.
I honestly don't remember that he called him a rapist on live television and lost a lawsuit because it's slander.
Remember, but
I think what he was saying was factually incorrect about the results of one of Trump's trials.
True.
Guess what? If I were to sue everybody who said things that were factually incorrect about me, I'd be suing people zillions of times.
Right,
so do it. If there's slander, you do it.
But Joe, what you're saying is, look, does media get it wrong sometimes? Absolutely. Should you have the most powerful person in America suing media? What is the impact of that?
Yes, if
So
they
that
slander
they
you
don't
and call you a
slander again.
rapist and you're not a
Or break
rapist, you
the
sue them
law.
and you hopefully ruin their life because they went out there and they called you a rapist. What are we even talking about?
Impact is clearly intimidation.
The impact is not intimidation. It's just you don't want people to think you're a rapist. And you don't want other people to keep running this. Like, because if you don't sue someone for calling you a rapist, then the next guy will call you a rapist. All right? Like, this is crazy.
He wants to defund public broadcasting.
Yeah! When they slander you constantly, yeah!
NPR, why is that? Well, because they also would run critical stories of him.
He's not suing anyone for critical stories. You can't win a lawsuit on critical stories. Critical stories is protected by freedom of speech. Slander is not.
This is part, in my view, without getting into any one case, it's part of a pattern that says, hey, I got the power. Don't you criticize me. You criticize me, I'm going to sue you. So it's not whether this show
Literally
was
not about criticism, because everyone criticizes Trump constantly, and he's not suing everyone all day.
right or wrong. There are shows every day they get it wrong. It's whether you respect you and other media people to do the best that you can. And if I don't like what you're doing, I'll go someplace else.
But calling someone a rapist when they're not a rapist is not doing the best that you can. You've got to stop.
But I don't like presidents suing media, and then it's,
Of course not, because it's my media.
threatening to impeach judges who rule against you. Really?
It's not just for ruling against you, it's impeaching judges for being criminals.
Is that a concern? I think it's a concern.
I agree, that's a concern.
Nah,
my
not a concern.
is when
Elbows
you
up.
have media organizations that are purported to be objective, and then they say things that are defamatory and factually incorrect, and they should know that before they say it. What other course does a person have other than a lawsuit? And isn't it important that you shine the light on what is a political bias
Then the way
from an organization that you would hope would be objective?
Needless to say, I get attacked all the time by right-wing media, right?
Anyway, so this is him running defense for fucking losers all over again. Like, I've already showed part of this clip in the past, but the point is today, Joe Rogan just made another podcast over the BBC, and Joe Rogan apparently popped off. I didn't see this yet, but popped off. And then you get Bernie Sanders being completely retarded. No, actually, it's a bad thing to stop companies from lying about you.
Rogan experience.
All right,
That's what's crazy.
So this is the new one. This is the new one, and I'm excited. I'm excited to see this because I love watching the normie audience wake up to the honestly diabolical nature of the media land and ecosystem.
This is the only country legitimately where it's up for grabs. Like, that's how a guy like Trump can get in there. I mean, it's a crazy, evil battle, and now people are being prosecuted because of a lot of the things that they tried to do while he was in office the first time. I mean, there's so many cases going on right now that seem to be legitimate. Like, they legitimately... You see the BBC thing?
Yep.
The BBC thing is crazy. The head of BBC had to resign because they took a film of Trump from January 6th, the speech that he gave.
That's right.
And they edited it so something that he said 52 minutes later, they put right after he said something to make it look like he was trying to get people to go attack people and fight at the Capitol.
Wow.
And it's not
They
what
do
he
that
said.
to you all the time.
But this
That's
one's
crazy.
nuts.
Yeah, no. So again, what they did to Joe Rogan was horrible, right? That they painted him green on CNN and they said he was taking horse dewormer. Like, that's obviously shit. Okay, that's obviously really not nice. This is slandering the president of the United States for insurrecting against the government. And it's, in my opinion, it's treason. Like, or maybe not treason because it's technically the BBC. It's not American, but it's an act of war almost. Like, it is an act of war, bro. Like, you cannot do this.
This not only is this one nuts, but this one is for a literal president of the greatest country the world's ever known. He's the president, and you're lying about what he said publicly, which is on the internet, which anybody can see. Like, it is the clearest. Like,
and by the way, I've seen that clip of him saying "fight like hell" and stuff. I've seen it everywhere for the last 5 years. I've seen it everywhere. Everywhere. Trump said, "Go to the Capitol and fight like hell." It's become like the classic Trump criticism. That goes to show how mainstream this went.
indication of how that woke shit was rotting people's brains.
Still is.
And is still, but just less. You know what I mean? It was on the march then, and they all felt like they had to go along with it. And so, and by any means necessary, we must make sure that, you know. So they decided to paint a different version of what he said, and they're fucked now.
Good.
They're fucked.
BBC.
Good.
60 Minutes did it with the Kamala Harris interview, but they did it the other way. They made it look like she had a good answer.
It's almost like all these media corporations are kind of on the same page in regards to how they're trying to push the world towards oblivion and destroy Western civilization. Wow! Wow, that's pretty satanic, isn't it? Wow, pretty crazy that they're all kind of working together on this. They're holding hands. They're holding hands and just trying to destroy a culture based on biblical values. Wow! Really? No! No spiritual warfare going on at all.
Sir. Which is like, it's so crazy. Like, you guys are supposed to be the news.
Right.
You're not supposed to be the propaganda arm of whatever party you support.
A terrorist organization. I think it's worse than a propaganda arm, man. A propaganda arm is someone that is constantly running defense for one person and, you know, and shitting on the other. That's a propaganda arm, okay? I'm sure some people would say I'm propaganda because I obviously have a right-wing bias. But there's a big difference between propaganda and manipulating reality to slander people constantly in order to push an agenda to control the world. Because that's essentially what this is doing. This is creating a global hegemony to literally control the world. Unironically, that's the goal. You know, they are voting for the party of open borders. They're running defense for the all the weird, you know, pro-abortion, pro-castrating children, you know, party. They are literally running for all of Satan's favorite policies. And they are doing their best with disinformation campaigns to slander and ruin people, right? They're going to run defense for the left candidate, and they're going to try their best to destroy the right candidate in order to push the world towards their ultimate goal, whatever it is. And realistically, we're seeing it in real time. And people are closing their eyes to it. People think there's a fair fight. It's really not a fair fight. I feel like it's really humans versus demons, almost. It's not a fair fight. This is not just dividing people. This is literally pushing an actual evil campaign to destroy the West through lies. I really feel like we're seeing it in real time. And because these people are not grounded in any forms of ethics, they don't care what underhanded tactics they need to use to control the world. Us normal people are cooked. I disagree. Us normal people are the ones that actually have to fight back. We're the ones that need to, do our best, find God, fight in the best way that we possibly can, non-violently, of course, pick up Charlie Kirk's microphone. Because they killed him and celebrated his death. And that's what they would do to any one of us. So that's what we need to do. We can't be just silently steamrolled by people that literally want to misuse every form of legal doctrine to destroy us.
This is nuts. This is fucking nuts. And BBC is always like the one you quote when you want to seem smart.
True, that's British, right? You quote a British guy, you immediately sound smarter. No, the BBC, I'm telling you, they're literally running defense for terrorists constantly.
Watch this thing on the BBC. Oh, dude, you watch the BBC?
Yeah,
you must be fucking smart.
Whoa, they speak in like British accents and stuff. I heard them speaking like British accents. They're so cool. And big black cock.
Yes, I mean that used to be what I considered like school. Like that's like the best, the good guys. I guess.
Did you see that PBS lady? She's like, sometimes truth gets in the way of good.
Can I tell you something? This is one of my stances. All right, this is a forever Nuck stance. All right, I'm sure that people are going to disagree, and you have every right to disagree. I don't make my opinions trying to get the most people to agree with me. All right, are you ready? Are you ready for my opinion? Good and evil only exist as a binary if God exists. Okay? All right? That's my opinion. My opinion is if there is no God and there is no objective truth, then good and evil is purely based on your personal preferences. All right? So when I hear people running the atheist campaign saying we can't let truth get in the way of good, and good is literally whatever they define, they are literally essentially saying they are able to manipulate reality to push their agenda. That's my opinion. And that's what that means. All right? So that's where we're at. And they're directly saying,
no, it doesn't. It doesn't get in the way, you fucking crazy asshole.
Right, your job is truth. Your job is truth. But they think good is whatever their personal preferences dictate. Right? Their personal preferences dictate goodness versus evil. And therefore, that basically gives them the license to push any form of lie they want, whenever they want, all right? In order for their nebulous, subjective good.
They had an interview with her, and they were like asking her questions, like such non-answers. Like, what did you mean by this? Do you guys lean in one way or another, ideologically or politically? And there's like this circular non-answer dance where you're never a real person. You're not saying, like, thank you, Mr. Senator, for that question. Like, you're not real. You're just trying to get through this session without revealing anything that's going to force you to be sued. And that's in charge of the narrative that we get on TV. And a respected narrative. PBS very respected. BBC very respected.
True.
Like because of the past.
And the thing is, like, how could you ever take anything seriously, right? Even if you don't watch the BBC or whatever, but you see a screenshot of a article of the BBC that goes viral because it's like the screenshot is like jaw dropping, right? That's why they do the clickbait titles. Jaw dropping. Clickbait title: Israel makes mass graves, hog ties Palestinians, shoots them in the back of their head, and buries them in mass graves. All right, that goes super viral. All right, 10 million people see that headline and believe it. Right, it's the BBC. Why wouldn't you believe it? And then it turns out that the BBC actually had prior knowledge that those mass graves were dug by Hamas in the past, and Hamas buried Palestinians in those graves. Like, there was information about that they decided not to mention. So they released that. The screenshot goes super viral. All right, it hits 10 million people see it and believe it, because why wouldn't they believe it? And then, oops, they edit the article a few days later after it already went viral. So it's like, essentially, these are used,
Just got infected by zombies. They just made their way through that gate, and they took over the staff.
What's next?
There's a rejection of that, but the scary part is what we usually do is we do something like that, and then we overcorrect, right? And then we go like white nationalists. So fucking, we're all Christian. Get rid of the Muslims. You know what I mean? Like, it gets scary.
Yeah, that's the pendulum, baby.
When there's like hardcore ideology.
Bro, you have one option. Do you pick the Intifada and the Jihad, or do you pick the Crusades? Pick whichever one.
Logical conflict, because people push back. Oh, you want to know what a bitch is? I'll show you a fucking bitch, right? That's what happens. You gonna call me a bitch? Okay, motherfucker, it's on. And then
and it's happening. We're watching it in real time. The pendulum is swinging.
That's what people are doing on the left and the right, and the ultimate expression.
This dude tries to still make believe he's like some sort of centrist. Like, it's pretty adorable, honestly. It's pretty adorable. It's like the normal white guy does not think of this. Okay, the normal white guy is just like, all right, I'm a white guy. I'm happy I'm a white guy. Nothing wrong with being a white guy. That's pretty awesome. We built the greatest civilization known to man. I hope you find God. But the average leftist is, God isn't real. I hope you're dead. I hope you get shot in the neck, and we'll laugh at your death. So that's where we're at. Yeah, obviously you're gonna have radicals on both sides. I'm just telling you like what you see.
That is obviously Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk gets shot, and people are celebrating.
True.
Like,
that might have been the most radicalizing moment of my lifetime. The celebrations of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Because one guy murders Charlie Kirk, and you could talk to yourself and be like, yo, it was just one crazy guy. It was one psycho. Okay, it was one psycho. Obviously, that's not indicative of anything, right? And then you see the thousands celebrating. To this day, they're celebrating. They're posting memes with hundreds of thousands of likes constantly about Charlie Kirk getting murdered. All the Antifa protests are chanting, "We shot your dead homie," or whatever. Like that, they're chanting that constantly. That has become the chants. They celebrate it still to this day. And the reality is, he was one of the best of us. He was, and they shot the negotiator. And I have no interest in negotiations at this point.
Whoa! You want people to die that you disagree with? Like
again, trying to loop back into what I was saying before. Remember how I was saying, if you view something as good and you view good as subjective because you don't believe in, let's say, a higher power, right? So you believe that good is subjective. So if good is subjective and good is based on your preference, and anything can be done in order to achieve your good, then killing Charlie Kirk actually fits into the moral periphery of a lot of these immoral retards. Not trying to be controversial here, I'm just kind of stating an objective reality that, yeah, they do support murdering Charlie Kirk, actually. They do, and it fits into their immoral, ethical fucking tree.
Where are we right now on the scale of 1 to Civil War? Where are we? Are we at 7? Because I thought we were at 5. I thought we were like 4 or 5. But after the Charlie Kirk thing, I'm like, oh, we might be like 7. This might be like step 7 on the way to a bona fide civil war. As soon as you start like regular people celebrating somebody getting murdered in front of their wife and kid
and those are the ones that, okay, I want to make something clear. Those aren't just the ones celebrating. Those are the ones that not only celebrate, but film themselves celebrating and post it online to share with other people. Now imagine how many people celebrated that didn't want to post it online and face the backlash. And I bet you it is 90+% of leftists. That's my estimation. Over 90%. Privately, we're thrilled that it happened. That's my opinion. Hey, Juggalotus. I have a leftist in my chat. He shows up all the time. He watches constantly, which is pretty awesome. Juggalotus, are you happy that Charlie Kirk was killed? He's our local leftist. I'm just curious. I don't know why you'd watch me if that's the case, so I doubt it. But are you happy that he's killed? Like that he was killed? I'm just waiting for his response. Not really. I don't care too much. Yeah, not really. All right. And this is someone that's actually watching me. All right, someone that's watching me, a right-wing guy. All right, and he's here in my chat. It's wild. It's wild. So imagine the people that aren't willing to watch the right-wing guys. Like, that's crazy, bro. So yeah, I do think 90+% of people privately were happy that this man was killed on the left.
Television in front of the whole world. As soon as you celebrate that, like, man, you're in dark territory. You're in dark territory. And if the worst thing you could say about that guy is that he said some things I disagree with, and you're celebrating that he got shot in the neck in front of the world? Whoa. And you work at an insurance company? This is nuts. And you thought it was okay to say that on Instagram?
No, and these are regular people. These are teachers. These are moms, all right, that are saying stuff like this.
This is
like
nuts.
These are supposed to be reasonable people.
This is nuts. Like, what are you guys on? Like, what's happening here?
Estrogen pills.
I think it's Adderall. I think there's a lot of folks out there, high productivity folks that are
I don't think it's Adderall.
On amphetamines.
I mean, I do think people are on it, but I don't think that's why. I think it's ideologically captured. I think the over-medication of society definitely has an impact. I think it's an ideology problem. I think it is. I think they're literally indoctrinated this way. It's like an actual social brainwashing.
Yeah. You're an amphetamine person, you know, which is why they're so mean. Like, amphetamine people are mean. Weed people are like, aw. You know, weed people are like, well, you know, man, like, she's in a bubble. And, like, the people she's around, they all think it's the right thing to do. That you have the platform and you know it's right. Like, you don't know what's right. I don't know what's right. Nobody knows what's right. The only way
God knows what's right, and that's why he gave us rules. And that's correct. He's right. He's right on this. Humans don't know what's right. Humans have to choose and base their decisions on preferences unless you embrace a higher power.
Find out what's right. He's got to talk to people, and you listen to like their logical arguments about something. You go, oh, okay, yeah, you got a good point. I never thought about that.
They shot a guy for logical arguments.
That way. But if you can't do that, then you never figure it out. And if instead of doing that, you decide the other people can't talk, or you...
That's right. You join the echo chamber. You all talk about the same thing constantly. You are all in each other's heads, and you create your little chat rooms of rebellion and resistance.
Make up some facts, or you edit some video together to make it look like somebody said something they totally didn't say. Have you seen it? You seen the like what they edited? Jamie, can you find it real quick? An example of it so we could see it? Because it's so nuts. Like, how did you think you were going to get away with this? But this is what they've fucking done so many times. They did that with that Very Fine People hoax, where they tried to pretend that he was saying that some of the neo-Nazis are very fine people. That is not what he said.
Yeah.
At all. They cut the fuck out of that. And then,
by the way, people still believe that one. People still think that Donald Trump said neo-Nazis are very fine people. Like, unironically, people still think that.
Obama was saying that during the campaign for Kamala Harris.
Did he call white very fine people?
Like, he's saying that on the campaign trail. Like, that's crazy.
It's a literal lie.
Wow.
So, here, play this out.
Down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
All right, that's the BBC.
To the Capitol.
This is what he actually said.
And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
54 minutes.
We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
That's crazy.
Crazy. He was literally saying the opposite.
Yeah.
He was calling these senators and congresspeople going to cheer on these brave senators and congresspeople.
That's crazy. On PBS? That's nuts.
Bro, by the way, he's being sarcastic. He doesn't want to cheer on the brave senators. He wants to scare them with a mob of people.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's be real about both things.
Let's
be real about both things.
Not the point. It's what he said.
But he's also saying they stole the fucking election. And I feel like if you say that, you've got to have some, like, really good evidence that you could...
I don't know. I'm curious. I'm curious if we're going to see something. Who knows?
Give out. Like, if you said to me, if I ran for president and I told you, dude, they stole the election, and you're like, how? I would have an answer. no one has an answer.
He did.
There's no documentary that's really good. Like no one's like put together like a rock solid, peer reviewed, paper supported documentary. This is exactly what happened. This is how they stole the election. We know that you can do this. We know they did this. We know that these things got dropped off. We know it didn't make any sense. We know there's dead people voted. We know there was ballots that were mail-in ballots that were brought in shipments, and all of them were for Biden. And there was thousands of them, and they swung vote. Okay, if you have that, then you got to make a fucking documentary, a really good one, and put it out there so everybody can understand it.
The answer, Joseph Rogan, is mass illegal immigration and no voter ID. Joseph Rogan, 30 million illegals in the country that technically voted, possibly in different places. How about that one, Joseph? Does that count as hardcore, rock solid something or other? Or what about the amount of votes? All right, let me just find this.
Hey,
upstairs, in 2016, 65 million Democrats voted. In 2020, 81 million Democrats voted. In 2024, 65 million Democrats voted. Where were the other 15 million Democrats? Where did they go? Where did the Democrats disappear to? Could we try to be honest here? Where did the Democrats go? I'm a simple man, and I want to know. I just want to know where the Democrats went. The 15 million vanishing Democrats, where did they go? So no, I don't think there's definitive 1000% proof. However, there are enough questions. There are enough questions to make you really start being suspicious.
Because it's crazy that this is 4 years later and people are still saying that.
It's a conspiracy. I don't think we're ever going to have a definitive answer. I really don't think we're ever going to have a definitive answer. However, you have to be retarded if you don't think there's some really wild inconsistencies. And this is coming from Joe Rogan. This is like the conspiracy guy. He believes every conspiracy on the planet. He thinks the moon landing was fake. Bro, you can't think the moon landing is fake and think the election was real. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can't think that the moon landing was fake and the election was fair. There is no way.
Or you don't want to fix it.
Again, I personally don't know if Trump actually secretly won that election. I just recognize that there are enough suspicious inconsistencies that you need to look into.
Because you monkey with the elections too, you know? And here, is there evidence of that? Well, I do know that a Republican company, who bought Dominion? Who bought the Dominion voting thing? I believe a GOP supporter bought the voting machine.
Again, who knows?
Really?
Right. Yeah. So.
Yeah, but we didn't have a magic extra 15 million Republicans during the last election.
It's one of two things is going on. Dominion voting system sold to company run by former Republican election official.
Again, none of this proves anything. Again, I'm not even saying that the last election was rigged, the 2020 election. I'm just saying, if you believe in conspiracy theories, what are you doing? I'm just saying there's only one side that's actually calling for voter ID. That kind of proves to me, in my opinion, that one side is cheating more than the other. Yeah, I'm sure they both cheat. I think one cheats infinitely more than the other. Or else they both have voter ID.
This is where it gets. I have Rep Luna on the podcast, and one.
Yeah, anyway, so that's where we're at. People are waking up. People are noticing. People are noticing that the world is unfair and lying and constantly manipulating you. And the BBC is a British broadcasting cock, literally out there completely manipulating people, just like they always have, running defense for terrorists, lying about President Trump, all the works. You can't trust the media. There's a very obvious concerted effort run and done by the top brass on the left to destroy the world, to destroy Western civilization. To be fair, they hate God, so why are we surprised? Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Here's your meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. I think there's a real distinction being made right now. There's a difference between a dishonest manipulation campaign and real political strategy. And I think that distinction is being made between what the Democrats are engaging in, all their tomfoolery, constant distractions, lies, and manipulations, and what President Trump is now doing, playing the game, frankly, the right way, the way that you should should play it. President Trump just came out with an announcement and, in my view, just completely torpedoed the entire Democrat scam at its source. He's talking real substantive policy, basically exactly what Democrats are engaging in whatever tricks possible to avoid. I think this is the difference between them and us. And I also believe in the end, this is how you win. This is how you flip their narrative. This is how you make their pathetic little strategies and stunts blow up in their frickin' faces by showing voters exactly who's focused on the things that matter and who's pushing the damn scams. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on as Democrats continue to lose on the issues. We got some stuff to get into. So let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so here comes President Trump, not getting distracted by the Epstein smears and everything else going on, but just focusing on the policies. What's important?
Going to go down, it went the exact opposite with the biggest increase of healthcare in any country. It's a disaster. And I'm calling today for insurance companies not to be paid, but for the money, this massive amount of money, to be paid directly to the people of our country so that they can buy their own health care, which will be far better and far less expensive than the disaster known as Obamacare. And I've had, I think, great support. I've even had Democrat support. So we want the money that would be going to the insurance company, which is hundreds of billions of dollars. You know, their stock prices have gone up by 1,000% in many cases, 1,000% over a short period of time, because our country stupidly pays them so much money with this Obamacare scandal. So I want the money to go directly to you, the people. And you go out and you'll buy your own health insurance and you'll negotiate different plans and you'll get much better insurance, and you will be an entrepreneur for yourself. So I'm always willing to work with anyone, including the other party. We'll work on something having to do with health care. We can do a lot better. We can do great. So much money is involved, and we're willing to pay so much money to the people. So we're going to pay a lot of money to the people. They're going to go out and buy their own health care, and we're going to forget this Obamacare madness.
Again, you know, the track record is clear with this president. Every single time, as the Democrats are focused on these antics, everything's always a new fake scandal, a new hoax. The president is focused on you. And you know what? That's the first serious solution that I've heard on the healthcare affordability crisis in a really long time. Democrats are always virtue signaling. Oh, my health care. But when have they actually presented a solution other than Bernie Sanders' abysmal universal health care scam? Well, the answer is never. What Democrats want are more subsidies being directed at the insurance companies so the middlemen can benefit. President Trump is now offering a serious solution. He wants the dollars in your hands, and he's now putting Democrats in a position where they have to answer. They're going to have to vote on this if it ever gets presented as a bill. And of course, that doesn't exactly bode well for them, because the reality is they don't want to fix Obamacare. No, they just want the issue of Obamacare unaffordability. And that's why they're trying so hard to change the conversation right now. That's why Democrats in the Democratic press, otherwise known as the mainstream media, they're so focused, they're fixated on yet again pushing another bogus Epstein distraction. And honestly, I'm glad that the president is unfazed. He's bulldozing forward, focused on the things that matter. Healthcare premiums, healthcare affordability and accessibility. And this, I believe, is the right approach. This is how you make the shutdown backfire. This Epstein hoax is going to go away. The issue of healthcare is not going anywhere, and I believe that Democrats can get easily exposed on this issue. You can dismantle the entire premise. This whole claim of a Republican healthcare crisis. It's not a real thing. It's their healthcare crisis. Even their own John Fetterman is now admitting that to the media.
To people that are watching, it's like the Democrats. We designed these to expire at the end of the year. This wasn't something the Republicans are taking. It's like, that's how we designed this.
Exactly. They built the whole system. They scripted the expiration dates. And then worst of all, they tried to hold the country hostage so they could flip the script on this issue. It's their healthcare crisis, and it was their shutdown. Why do you think all of a sudden now they're throwing a freaking hissy fit as the shutdown is coming to an end? And actually, Mike Lawler pointed this out during a pretty fiery speech on the House floor.
The reason we know this is a Democratic shutdown is because of how angry they are that we're about to reopen the government. Period. That's all you need to know. In 2023, Jerry Nadler said shutdown is really an extremist policy designed to appeal to an extremist base and hold the whole country hostage. That is exactly what the Democrats have done over the last 43 days. They have held the American people hostage, trying to extract insane things like free health care for illegal immigrants. If they were serious about tackling the health care affordability crisis in this country, then they would address the fundamental problem with Obamacare. Since Obamacare took effect, health care premiums have risen by 96%. And on the open market by 114%. When I asked Leader Jeffries to sign on to the 1-year extension of the premium tax credit, he refused. He stuttered, he stammered, he couldn't answer a single question. Because this shutdown was never about health care. It was always about appeasing a far-left radical base. Chuck Schumer said, every day gets better for us. Catherine Clark said, of course people will suffer. We want to use this as leverage. It is an embarrassment to this country. You should all be ashamed of yourselves for inflicting this pain on the American people.
Exactly. Now all of a sudden they're so freaking angry as the shutdown is coming to an end because they know the implication. The short term is, maybe some pain for President Trump. I'm not going to deny that it's not there in the polling data, but now comes the opportunity to get ahead of these Democrats and to absolutely and utterly outmaneuver them. Propose real policy changes, real solutions to their failing Obamacare, to their healthcare crisis, expose them as the architects, not only behind the failure of Obamacare, but as the architects of the government shutdown that caused so much pain, expose them as the snakes that they are, pretending to be for the people, but really, I think it's becoming increasingly more apparent they're for the insurance companies, for big pharma, for the big corporate oligarchs that they pretend to be fighting against on behalf of the people. Now, there's one president who time and time again is the only one who seems to stick his neck out, who seems to offer solutions and policy proposals that benefit the people, and that's President Trump. And so my view is ignore the noise, ignore the media circus, and focus on the issues. Remind people that it was Democrats who caused this Obamacare crisis. It's Democrats who are constantly lying. It's Democrats who are taking you hostage. It's Democrats who engage in every matter of hoax, anything, but actually discussing real, tangible solutions to important problems that the American people are facing. Focus on the issues while Democrats focus on the distractions. Win in good faith, win on the policies, because that's what won in 2024. That's why people vote for President Trump, because they're sick of the gaslighting, they're sick of the BS, they're sick of the Democrat games. Now Democrats are taking those games to a whole other freaking level here, expecting it's gonna yield results for them, but it didn't then, it didn't in 2024. Why would it moving forward? There was supposed to be a lesson in 2024 for the Democratic Party, but instead it seems they've doubled down, and the only way that's gonna work for them is if you let it work for them. But if Trump and the GOP work tirelessly now moving forward to expose all of these Democrats' scams, if you do it right, if you run a strong campaign, you can utterly demolish them. The amount of ammunition they've given the GOP in just the last 2 months, in my view, should be enough to sink the party brand into the dumpster further than it already is. And I think President Trump's approach is the right approach. Focus on the issues, ignore the noise, the scams, the games. Focus on what matters instead of getting caught in the mud with these absolute clowns. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, it just keeps getting worse in New York. A lot of people have been packing their bags to move to red states. Hopefully none of them vote blue, because it'd be kind of tragic to flee Democrat policies and go vote for the same policies where you go to. Now something even scarier is happening in the business capital of America. Businesses are leaving, simply because they know Zohran Mamdani is coming to wreck everything. And you have to wonder, how could Moran Mamdani, a guy who is all about affordability for the voters, be so anti-business, the very people that create the jobs and sign the paychecks of his voters? Actually, who am I kidding? None of Zohran Mamdani's voters work. It's not just some obscure businesses leaving. I'm talking about the big money people. Here's a story from the New York Post. New York City restaurateur cancels expansion plans following Zohran Mamdani's victory, saying, "I'm not signing." Mamdani's radical policy proposals have prompted high-profile restaurateur Stratus Morgan to cancel plans to open new businesses. He told Side Dish he's pulling the plug on 3 new establishments, including one in Midtown West. I waited for the election before signing, and now I'm not signing. Just last week, Mofigan, that's a really interesting last name, opened his first restaurant in Miami. He's also planning to open Diner 24 in Miami in 2026. I guess this guy's making some serious moves, just not in New York. He said, I'm not signing any more leases in New York. I'll keep what I have. We're not expanding in New York, but we are pursuing further opportunities in Miami and other cities. We just don't feel that this mayor is suitable to supporting small businesses. Veteran restaurateur, nightlife guru Richie Romero had the same response. Romero has put a halt on new openings except for a new East Village outpost of Sushi by Boo, for which construction began months before the election. The hatred of Jews, socialism, the economics, it's too much. I had to be vocal. I get attacked, but it is what it is. We want to wait and see what Mamdani does. His radical changes scare the out of small business owners. Romero, who hosted fundraising events for Cuomo, said he is launching a coalition to fight socialism that is still in the works. Instead of betting on New York, the lifelong New Yorker is opening 12 to 15 concepts outside the city in secondary markets. Morphigan said he opted not to sign a lease for an all-but completed deal for a new restaurant at West 32nd Street and 10th Avenue. He also put the brakes on signing leases for new diners on the Upper East Side. So Morphigan, or Jen, said business owners are terrified, and he said the mayor's proposal to raise the city's minimum wage to $30 by 2030 will put fast food casual out of business. There won't be any more diners for $25 a person if a $12 burger goes up to $22. We will still have to pay our rent, and our profit margin at 10% is too thin to survive. He is also worried about public safety under Mamdani. It's personal for Morphigan, who said illegal immigrants have assaulted members of his family in recent years, leading one of the victims to be hospitalized. Restaurateur Richie Romero said, I have had enough. I love New York City, and even after all the destruction with Cuomo during COVID, I was forced to vote for him because anything is better than a socialist communist with insane anti-small business policies. Whew, because I thought this guy actually liked Cuomo. That's good to hear. He was forced to vote for him. I can't believe that New York City, a city I love and where I grew up, voted him in. I'm not sure I recognize this city anymore. This is not the democratic city that my father loved. Mario Cuomo is turning in his grave seeing what the Democrat Party has become. Well, everybody's turning in their graves. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. These are the restaurants Democrats are losing. He said the streets don't feel safe near his 24-hour Gramercy Park diner called Diner 24. Thank God we have a police station a block away. Can you imagine if Mamdani defunds the police? It's insanity, and the message that is even being considered gives criminals a lot of confidence that they can get away with things. Mamdani's anti-business proposals, like taxing the rich and opening publicly run grocery stores, angered Romero too. You see 30 to 40% of vacant storefronts now. How do you suggest that someone who is not pro-business will make it better? Not everyone agrees. Restaurateur Mark Booker, whatever, who owns medium rare restaurants in 9 cities, including the Big Apple, said he's always bullish on New York and plans to open a new outpost in Manhattan next year. Good luck with that, man. But Romero said his main interest in the city is for promotional purposes, not making money. New York is a showcase, like Fifth Avenue. It's better to open in West Palm, Dallas, and Nashville, where they are more business friendly. It's impossible to make money here. Oof, that's sad. It was already tough to do business in New York. Now it's going to be impossible. And these restaurants would have employed thousands. Think about the operation of a restaurant. A single restaurant's supply chain is enormous. The people that sell the seeds get paid. Farmers get paid. The people that drive the produce, the animals to the processing facilities get paid. The people at the processing facility get paid. The people who pack the processed goods at the processing facility get paid. The people who drive the goods to the restaurant get paid. The people who carry the goods into the restaurant get paid. Then the chef gets paid. But before the chef, they needed to get the equipment. The people who made the equipment got paid, and the people who conduct maintenance on the equipment get paid. After the chef makes the food, the waiters distribute the food and get paid. But before the waiter even has a customer, the host gets paid to welcome people in. But for the customer to find the restaurant, they had to see an ad on social media, radio, television, or wherever else the restaurant advertised. And so the social media companies got paid, and the social media marketer for the business got paid. And that's just one shift. Every hour and every day, different people get paid. And after everything is done, the IRS gets paid. And the very public that enjoyed the service of the restaurant gets to enjoy the tax dollars from that restaurant via better roads and city services. And instead of the business owners hearing a giant thank you at the end of all this, they hear about how the government will tax them more because they're not paying their fair share, even though they're already paying like 40% of their money to taxes. And if they do something the mayor doesn't like, he'll be posting on his X account asking the people in the city to boycott their restaurant like he's doing with Starbucks right now. Momkami posted, Starbucks workers across the country are on an unfair labor practices strike fighting for a fair contract. While workers are on strike, I won't be buying any Starbucks, and I'm asking you to join us. Together we can send a powerful message. No contract, no coffee. Why would Starbucks want to remain in New York? Millions of New Yorkers saw this. Is this what this guy's going to be doing for 4 years straight? Other states are realizing there's a massive opportunity to attract these New York businesses to their states. Ron DeSantis has been on this for months. He's advertising Florida to New Yorkers who want to move. Real estate agents in Palm Beach are also getting busier. New Yorkers are calling. The governor of New Hampshire also launched a campaign telling New York businesses to relocate to New Hampshire if they want no communism, less red tape, and lower taxes. Rick Scott, the U.S. Senator, told New Yorkers who hate socialism to move south. Greg Abbott of Texas did the opposite, saying he'll tariff New Yorkers who are moving to Texas, which was hilarious. Businesses are actually moving to Texas in droves. The mayor of Dallas, Texas, declared Dallas a sanctuary city from socialism and invited New York residents and businesses to relocate, citing the city's strong police support and economic advantages. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee posted a video inviting New York businesses to Tennessee, saying Tennessee is open for business with a strong economy, low taxes, and limited regulations. The Kentucky Secretary of State told New York companies, come register your business here. Come to a place that is not against capitalism. My office offers the lowest business registration fees in America, and our income tax is going down. The list goes on, ladies and gentlemen. I wish this was all of it, but my instincts tell me the moment Mamdani puts his hand on that communist manifesto and takes that oath of office to become the commie mayor of New York, things are just going to get worse. More businesses are going to flee. And as he governs and the consequences of his policies become reality, even more businesses are going to flee. I just hope in 4 years New Yorkers have learned their lesson. Thank you all very much for watching. God bless and goodbye.
Very
Hey, welcome everybody to a new video. We're playing Little Teemo today, and we're doing this rune page, and obviously, I mean, the goal is obvious. The plan is obvious. We're going for 1,000+ AP this game, and we're jungling. And funny enough, so is my Darius. He is also jungling. This is a, definitely some form of criminal, forbidden, illegal strategy that I'm watching here, but I mean, he took his red, so he's not done yet. He's going for the Raptors too. Okay, be my guest. He is doing God's work. Well done, man. What a genius. This Darius is ahead of his time. This is going to be the new meta in Worlds. 2 jungle. He's going for the Krugs too. Oh, I need to finish my camps because Diana is going to come for me soon. She's going to notice her red side gone, and she's going to go to blue for sure. I mean, that's what I would do. Darius just put a big red target on our back now. Okay. Cue the red is missing. Raptors are missing. Run at the Teemo. Yeah, she's definitely coming. 100%, guys. But here's the thing. I think I can win, actually. As long as I play this right. I put 2 points in E. She has Electrocute instead of Conqueror. Oh, she's ganking top instead. Okay. Put a ward here. And then Q this. And then start walking up. Just in case Diana comes through. She probably will. So, what are we doing this game? Give me one. Actually, let me finish the clear first. Hold on. I need to be very alert for a Diana potential. But I don't know if you guys noticed, I saved my blind for like right when the monster's about to hit me. 330 clear, not bad. Not bad at all. Can I grab that, or is he gonna grab it? Let's see. I see. Of course. Is he gonna sell the jungle item? Can't wait. Are you allowed to sell the jungle item? I don't even know. Let's do this and Dark Seal. There we go. Nice. Here's my worry for this guy. You'll eventually get something called Monster Hunter. Where? Right there. It's right there. This unit receives reduced golden experience from lane minions because more than 40% of their gold has come from minions. So now he has to recall and sell this, and I don't even know if, as a jungler, like, it lets you do that. Like, I know it lets you sell it, but can you have smite and still farm minions? I don't know. I'm going for this. I'm going for it, guys. What can I say? Oh! Wow. They were ready for that one. Anyone else here? Maybe. No, I misclicked. Yes. Go invisible. Blinded. Let's go. No. Ah! I just did a fadeaway ignite. Oh, that was worth though. Very worth. Wait, what is my Ziggs doing? Yo, my Ziggs is cracked in all the wrong ways. What the heck? Okay, I might be able to save someone here. Let me walk over there. Come on, Ziggy, one more. Oh my. Oh wow, that was something. Okay. Sure. Darius took his jungle again. Yeah, don't do what this Darius do. This is can't speak today, dude. Do not do what this Darius is doing. I think, like, imagine he didn't find any jungle monsters to clear. He would be doomed. He still might be doomed because of that Monster Hunter. That's a lot of minions going to waste. Rip. I'm a little too far to go get them. Oh, but he gets them. Nice. Oh, they got all the grubs. Wait. She only got 2 grubs. Is that right? That's weird. What happened to the 3rd one? Anyway, yeah, we're doing 6 specific items this game to try to hit a insane amount of AP. I'm gonna have to save my smite for this because Darius is gonna steal it again. All right, Mr. Darius. Oop, there we go. One for the red buff. Is Diana there? No Diana. Which means one of us is gonna have red buff here. And I think we both know who that one is gonna be. I didn't even smite it. That's his fault. You miss smite? Don't blame me for your shortcomings. I was gonna smite it if it was up though, but it wasn't up. Oh, let's see if we can gank this guy. He has no ignite. Here we go. Nice bait. Here we go. Come on. It's not enough. I got a Dark Harvest proc. Guess I'm happy. Whoa. Oh, that was close. Oh, I need help. Bail me out, Ziggs, please. Fist bump me, my brother. Yo, I'm sorry what I said about you earlier. There we go.
That is funny.
Oh, that was close. Okay, let's talk about what items we're building finally.
What the fuck do we have?
Hold on, I'm getting invaded by Twitch. Okay, now we can talk. We're gonna go Gnasher Tooth first for clear speed, then Malignance Horizon Focus for ulti damage and ulti cooldown. And then where's Twitch? I feel like he's still coming. I don't know. Oh no, okay, he's bot. We can breathe. Then we are going to be going Shadow Flame, Death Cap, and Maximum Magi Soul Stealer. If we could get as like one Infernal Drake as well with these runes as well, oh man, this could be like 1200 AP maybe. We'll see. Our mushrooms will do unfathomable amounts of damage if we can reach this level of power. You'll be saying no one Teemo should have that much power.
I hate those all right.
It's warded?
I hate, you know.
Seems like it. Yeah, I think it is. Oh, she ulti. Wow. Grab this real fast. Yes, sir. Wait, she's coming. Oh, she's going to blue. She's at blue. Maybe I can solo her. Wait, she's not at blue. She's at Gromp. I mean, not Gromp. Wolves. There we go. I think I got her. You have nowhere to run. Get T-mode. Little dance on him. Okay, never mind. Oh, not again. What is this? No. Oh.
That's it.
Oh. No way. That's insane.
Rat.
Wait, we can do this. We can do this. Guys, don't leave me. Don't leave me. Oh, that's it. That's all I can do. All right, let's get dragon. Let's get dragon. Put a mushroom there. A little ward there. Okay, let's not do the mushroom. Let's leave. Darius is doing the grubs with his smite, of course. Oh, she hit a shroom. Hey, we got her. Nice.
Oh, she got to do that.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't think I win this, do I? No, definitely not. Maybe. No, he had lethal tempo. Of course he did, yeah. And Bork. Eesh. Yeah, at least we got Gnasher Tooth. Got some Nashorian Toothian and some Lucidity Boots. I'm going to sell these eventually, but it's good to just have for spamming mushrooms across the map. What's this? Wow.
What?
Does he have Monster Hunter still? No, he doesn't. Wow. His CS is pretty bad, though. Considering how much counter jungling he's doing, he's only at 70. Kind of bad. Oh, hello. Dinah has arrived again. I think Twitch is going to be here somewhere, right? Like, I'm going to chill for a sec. Get this crab. Here we go.
Oh, buddy.
Zyra's playing like really aggressive. I feel like Twitch must be here, right? Oh, there he is.
What are you gonna play?
Oh. 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 I'm here. Get her. One more.
Oh,
we got her. Finish him. Oh, let's go. Can they finish? Oh, that's rough. They're just perfectly lined up for that. Ah. Yeah, that was not a good play by us. I don't think so. It was close, but yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Darius is taking their red. I actually don't like this at all, what he's doing. It bothers me. It feels like I could be the one counter jungling, but I simply can't anymore because he keeps doing it. It forces me to play differently than I usually do. Oh, he's worth 1,000 gold on Twitch. Yo! Oh, I'm coming straight bottom. That's not good. That's not true. It's got his thing. Alright, let's go. Find a little Twitch that's worth 1,100 golds. Oh, there he is. Put a ward here. Put a mushroom there. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Quick, before they come. Someone else tank. He's blinded. 1,000 gold. Run, run, run. Wait, Ziggs is TPing. Maybe we can do this. Oh, this looks bad, guys. No, this looks bad. Oh. Okay. Okay. Nice. Diana. What a turn. Oh, I should kill him a mushroom. You should have just walked into it. It dies faster that way, Diana. Stop trolling your team. Kill the mushrooms faster. Let's get out of here. We out of here, man. Oh. Oh, close. Oh, I don't want to stick around. Twitch is gonna come. I have no mana. I think he's kind of trolling here. Yeah. Okay, he blew flash, but yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. Oh, Zyra's in trouble. Oh, I have 3 mushrooms. We need to start throwing these down. But sorry if I say anything dumb today. You guys know that feeling like you feel like you haven't slept at all, but you did? That's like me today. I don't know. I'm just brain farting today. Just one of those days. Ah. Oh. Get him, Darius. Down right, Darius. Down right, Darius. I'll finish him for you. Thank you. This is for taking my crab. Taxation. Never mind. I see. I could herald both of these towers down. Should we, though? Could. I have 12 out of 15 KP. I just realized. That's crazy. They got dragon. No infernal yet. Oh, if Darius leaves? Wait, he's leaving? He's leaving? Leave Darius, yes! I'm such a rat. Well, I'm playing the rat champion, so I gotta be a rat. Taking my escape. See you later, Malzahar. Can I pop a U-turn? Nah, it's fine, it's fine. Alright, that's great. Love it. Okay, we got Malignance, and now we're going Horizon Focus next. Maybe I should do Mejai's right now. Just to kind of get the stacks going, right? Could be a play. Alright, who's fed? Pretty much everyone on their entire team's fed right now, so gotta be a little careful. Oh. Ooh. I think I kill them all. Get her out! Get her out! Oh!
That trip down.
Oh, I wish he went hard on us. If Diana didn't show up, I think we could have triple killed them there.
Level 5.
That's not bad though. Oh, and it hit. Malzahar says nice. What does he mean nice? Like he's glad that I died. He thinks it's worth. I mean, I think it's still worth for us because 2 of them are dead versus only me. Well, actually no, Soraka died too, right? Yeah, never mind. Oh, he right. Oh, the curse begins. Magi's have been purchased, which means stacks will be falling. I think this guy might be doing my Krugs. Nope, he's not. Okay, cool. Let's put a mushroom there just to play it safe. We got all that. Nice. I have 55 ability hits. I really need to start throwing mushrooms down. Let's start doing that. I actually just pushed bot too. Uh-oh.
Oh, in mid. They like roasting.
Wow. That's what I'm saying, Timo. Fun fact, by the way, I did play, I played a Timo game before this one. And actually, Timo jungle, by the way. And I popped off. But I didn't hit anything, like, I was only like 500 AP that game. So I was like, you know what? Let's play another one. You see that, guys? I'm playing another AP Timo game. And if this is uploaded, if you're watching this right now, you've tuned into something great. We don't just... Oh. What the heck is he doing? I don't think he can beat me. I don't think so. Oh. Oh, he wins. He wins that. Okay. Wow, I thought he was blinded. Does his Q not get blinded? I lost all my stacks. What am I doing? I'm confused. Hold on. So, does my blind stop his Q damage? Because it feels like it didn't. How'd you get my mushroom? Let's go. That's weird. I feel like he shouldn't win that. He flash Q missed, and he still wins it. It's kind of ridiculous. Okay, I'm coming in. Reporting in. Hot 2, 3, 4. Where are we at right now? 372 AP. I think
the most annoying
need some Magi stacks, guys. You know what? Let's actually. I don't even know why I came bot. Should have probably actually gone to Baron's side here. Yeah, that's my bad. Because like Baron's up. It's just an ocean dragon. Who cares? Save our Ziggy. Did Malzahar ulti? I wonder. Oh, he's out of position. That was my kill, Ezreal. Oh, he's dead. Bye. No way you yoink another one. No way! Ezreal! My kills! What the heck? He took 3 kills. We did all the work, and he just sat in there. Oh, Alice here. He sat there and tickled them for the last hit. I'm coming in. I'll help. I'm here. Bye-bye. Wait, you picked me back. Guys, I'm chilling. I am chilling. Don't worry. Oh, I have 10 Magi stacks. I would have had so many more if this little rascal didn't take all my kills. He says, what did he say? I'm simply trying not to die right now. Brother, you were over. You're like 60% HP. Relax. No one's killing you. They were killing me, not you. Yeah, they were all focusing me, and Ezreal's like, I'm just trying to stay alive. Put some mushrooms here. Oh. I am out of here. I mean, we can stay invisible here for a sec. I think we might be able to get someone. Oh, there we go. Bye. He's dead. Let me save Soraka. No. Wow, they went hard for Soraka there. No. Oh, I tried to flash away, but I couldn't in time. We still have a lot of stacks though. Nice. All right, let's start working for Death Cap. Death Cap and Shadow Flame are gonna be our last items here. You win that? This also looks like he's trolling. Yeah, he's... What is he doing, man? I don't know why he did that. He was like just getting poked down and he stayed. That's amazing. Yes, sir. Okay, let's see. We effectively shut down the Twitch though, which was good. He was very, very fed earlier. He's not nearly as strong as he was before. I'm 3 levels higher than him actually. It's good. That's what happens when you die a lot. You know, when you die a lot, you lose a lot of time in the game and people get XP and gold while you're dead, so. Dying in League of Legends, not the best way to win games. I think I got it. Target champion only. Nice. That's so good. Oh, did she stop him? Or her? Let me see. Oh! Payback for the root. Oh! Take a mushroom for the road! I was hiding! Alright, well cool. We have 5 items out of 6. We need 1 more that'll be Shadow Flame. And I'm pretty sure our mushrooms are going to do a lot of damage now. Let's see. Oh! Oh, so close. Oh. That was great.
We rolled it.
All right. How am I gonna get this gold? Shadow Flame. There's a tier 2 tower bottom we could take. No, don't kill the mushrooms. Oh, you guys are trolling me. You guys gonna kill those little things? No, I think I'm gonna actually go push bot by myself here. I know I'm the jungler, but here's this, right? Hear this. We have 2 junglers this game, so Darius can be topside for the smite if need be. So I'm actually gonna go do this and this. And I want that bot tier 2 because it gives 700 golds, and that will get us our last item here. Yeah, that'll be great.
Yeah, they're playing mid.
Let's save our next blind just in case someone comes. Are they okay?
No, they're all playing mid.
Arguably okay. Wow, their tier 1 mid is still standing. Probably got an inhib here. Try. They're still going. How in the world do they think this is worth for them? They're losing an inhibitor for this. Probably should recall after this though. Yeah, let's leave. Almost level 16 too, amazing. Boots sell for 630. Yeah, we're doing good stuff here. Oh, no Infernal Dragons this game. That's unfortunate. We get an Elder Soul though. We can get a little Twitch too. Nice. Wait, that's Shadow Flame. We have max items now. The only thing is, I have a lot of mushrooms down. I'm gonna go sell now because it's if they hit this mushroom, Shadow Flame will do so much to them. Oh, 957. Yeah, I want Cloud Dragon. I might have to go help them here. As both of our junglers on the opposite side. Do you think? I mean, I have a lot of mushrooms there. I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be okay. We still have room for a blue potion. Oh wow, he actually won that. I thought Darius had it. And he also is around here. Azaki! Who keeps pinging me back? What? Why does he not want me to kill him? Cuck. You cuck. 984 AP. Oh, I need a blue potion too. Let's put the mushrooms first. All right, let's go buy blue potion and we're officially max build. There's nothing more we can get except for Magi stacks and Baron buff. All right, 1051 AP at 28 minutes. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. No. Come on, hit another one, Diana, please. Oh, how many supers they have? 4? I'm coming. Oh, I'm leaving. I have mushrooms. Oh, Dark Harvest. I got someone with a mushroom. Let's go. 22 stacks. Let's just put mushrooms everywhere. What can they do? Red buffs. Oh. Oh, this could be bad. No, he didn't blind. No, my Mejais. It's okay, I have mushrooms everywhere. It's fine. We'll get more Mejais here. I have a lot of mushrooms here. I still have one there. Oh, I still have someone in their base. Let's see if Zyra hits one. She might hit this one. She might die from single mushroom here. Let's see. Oh, she's getting low to the minions too. Oh! Get a mushroom! I see. Wait, you know what? I have to sell this for a Leandries. I just forgot the most important thing of this game. I need Leandries. Or they will not die to it. Ah, I'm trolling. I need a Leandries instead of Nasher Tooth. We got it. So we need a little bit more gold. Okay. It's okay. We have a mission. How much is this? Ooh, wait. 2100. I need like 200 gold to like a Baron buff. Baron buff would get it. I have 5 mushrooms off cooldown too. This has done us a lot of damage, but it's like because we're going for the mushroom kills, we do need Leandries for it. Uh-oh. I get that camp there. See what we can do here. Where are they? Whoa! Okay, I got an assist. I'm happy with that. Oh, I lost my absolute focus. We need to get that back. All right. Yeah, this tower maybe? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we have enough gold. We are chilling. I put some nice mushrooms down everywhere. See if we get the tower and run, maybe. Put that there. I think she goes on me. Oh. I got him, I got him, I got him. Let's go. Okay, now we're maximum build. That's it. This is it. And blue potion just for good measure. Let's see how much we do. 1 mushroom. Come on. 994 AP. It says it does 947, but with the items, it's going to do a lot more. Here we go. Oh, she has MR. What? Okay, the only person with no MR or health is actually the Twitch. We need Twitch to hit a mushroom. MR. There's a stopwatch and then HP for there. What are they doing bot? They're still in there. I need 15 Magi stacks and a Baron buff, and we will be set for maximum. Thrusters will be set to maximum velocity. I still get movement speed from these, by the way. 10% movement speed as long as you have at least 10 stacks, which is exactly what we have. Oh, imagine a Cloud Soul with Teemo. That would be insane. I'm gonna start bouncing shrooms into them. I'm bouncing. I'm bouncing. I'm bouncing. I created a wall. I created a wall of mushrooms. Okay. No, they stole it, but I got him with the mushroom. Arguably, that's more worth. Oh. Okay. We're gonna get more dragons later. So yeah, imagine Cloud Soul where you put a mushroom down and you get a burst of movement speed. That'd be ridiculous.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Oh, I can get this guy. Yeah, chase him down, chase him down.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. There's no way he kills me. I am armed, and I am ready, Yasuo. Guys, quick! Why couldn't Yasuo be locked out of his own home? Because he always... Hazaki! Got him. Okay, I should probably recall after... Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Saw my life flash before me there. Oh, someone hit a mushroom. Who was it? Someone hit a mushroom. Oh, here we go. How much are we looking at there? Oh, that stung, Teemo. That definitely stung. 994. We do have a jungler there. We should be fine. We're gonna pick up 2 more kills. That'll be max Mejai's. That's 1. 1 more kill, and we are done. I have smite in 5 seconds. That's it! Max Mejai's! Now we just need to secure the Baron, and that's maximum AP, guys. Let's get it. Which might be common. Come on, we're almost there. Got it. Okay, now I just need absolute focus because it is not working right now. Come on, jungle monsters. All right, heal me up. And what are we looking at here? 1,219 AP. Wait, 1 mushroom. Up.
An enemy has been...
Okay, 1 mushroom does over 1,000 damage, not including all the items. So now, what do we do with 1,200 AP Teemo, you ask? Good question. We put mushrooms everywhere and watch them explode to our nukes. The people that could get one shot, really, okay, realistically, everyone on their team built MR, except for Twitch. So we need Twitch to walk on one. And Twitch is dead right now. Maybe I can put one in their base. Wow. He needs to hit one in their base. He probably won't come any further than that. Okay, let's back up, back up. Maybe here? I could see him walk here, definitely. Oh, blue buff for more mushrooms. Did he hit one? Oh, I don't think he did. Wait, I got gold for something there. Is that enough to kill him? Maybe. He was so close to dying, I'm pretty sure.
He's running back then.
Okay. Okay, we got a recall for blue buff. I mean, blue pot.
He's hoping for Cloud.
1 mushroom? He has 120 MR though. Yeah. And lifesteal and shields. I could get a void staff. What would I sell for that? I think you can't really sell anything here. I think these are the best items you could build. I know where they're walking through these. Do one of those. Another one of those. Bounce that one in. I got rooted. Whoa! What is that mushroom? A single mushroom did that? That's insane. Wait, if she hits one, she hits this, she's dead. 100%. Come on. Twitch has... Oh, Twitch bought MR now. No way. Unlucky. Alright. We should probably start ending this game here. Lost a little bit of AP because of the Baron buff expiration there. Oh, they have vision in that bush, huh? Yeah, they must.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, every single one of them has MR now, so I don't think we'll one-shot anyone anymore with the mushrooms, but it's okay. They're also like playing a find every single T-Mushroom mini game right now, so
yeah.
Oof, that hurt. Yeah, let's try to end this game.
If you hold it, hold R, it bounces then.
Whoa.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't like the fact that Twitch could outrange me here. I'm gonna see if I can walk around here. This could be good.
Killing spree.
Oh, there's a mushroom behind them there. They might run into it if we're lucky. Maybe. No! Hit the mushroom. Hit the mushroom. Oh, wow. I got bursted so hard. I think I blinded the Twitch. Oh, here we go. No, wait. He didn't die there. How? What? How did he survive that? X-Shrinker is broken. Goodness. Okay, yeah, let's end this game. Come on now. Come on now, stop trolling, y'all. Oh, I just got a Gathering Storm proc. Cool. Come on, y'all. Baron's in 58 seconds. We could get Baron and end. Let's get Baron and end game. I'll set up shrooms. Easy game. Azaki. He can never be locked out of his own home. 1-1-1-1. I need 10 Mejais and a Baron buff now. Oh, I might actually be 1300 AP now. Huh. Maybe. Put that there. Put that there. Put that there. No way. What? They're gonna... I think they win without me now. Wait, hold on. Oh, they're dead to my mushroom. Another one. No. There's one there. There's one there. Diana, don't you want to walk into that bush? I have a couple mushrooms set up still, so it's good. That's why you want to spam them as much as you can, because you never know. And they last so long. For 5 minutes. Maybe they'll hit that one if we're lucky. Yeah, are they on this thing? Hopefully not. It might be in there.
Yeah.
Oh, they're on it. They're on it. They're on it. They're on it. Oh, this time I went the right way. Oh, my mushroom. They hit both. Oh, both of them hit it. Ah, Hex Drinker. I have 39 Dark Harvest. Sheesh, that was unlucky. I got ulted by Malzahar. I didn't even see him.
Armed and ready.
All right, let's go finish some Teemo. Enough messing around. That should die. I guess I don't really need to farm these anymore. I'll send some shrooms. Put a mushroom there. Whoa, gotta be careful there. Oh, I have mushrooms behind them. This is good. He's blinded. Hit him with a Q. Two. Oh! Three. Maybe four. They all died to my mushrooms. Oh, what an amazing end to the game. I had all these mushrooms set up behind them. That's what I'm saying. Guys, when you play APT mode, just spam the shroom. I have 31 kills. What the heck? When did that happen? Okay, end. What an amazing game. Sorry if I sound a little tired today. I don't know. I feel like I didn't sleep very well last night for some reason, but hopefully you guys enjoyed the APT mode game. It was really fun. I really enjoyed playing APT mode. Wait. Put this in. Keep bouncing them in. GG, guys. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Sorry, I started the recording a little late here. We just got around.
He's doing another team up game. We're done with the team. We're getting back. Yep. Really?
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
You see?
I will do what it takes to protect my people, no matter the price.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. We've got some pretty big competition on the other side of this fight.
Don't you worry that pretty little head, Fee. This here thief is about to steal us a win.
You're a thief? Please don't tell me you steal music, too.
Gambit ain't no pirate share. He only take what deserved.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Didn't run from the altar. Sure as hell not gonna run from a fight.
A shield. How quaint.
Here they come.
Cannot hurt me.
Hey, hitting real hard.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
You are under my protection.
Thanks for the shield.
I feel like myself again.
Disappear!
Much better.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Okay.
You're on my radar.
Help. So cold.
Let the devil out!
That one hurts. Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Die? Go ahead.
You need me. Control seized.
Shall I throw a gala in our honor?
Let's pop back up under their noses. We've been discovered.
So cold.
You shall not be harmed. Still got an edge. I feel like myself again.
He put his shield down. I don't know why he put his shield down.
Alas, we can no longer hide from the dangers that lie beyond our shores. Protection is always welcome.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, want to know a little secret? Your song Flow is on my slay list.
Slay list?
Yeah, the playlist I put on when I'm out slaying vamps. Oh, really gets my blood pumping.
People have told me that was a killer track, but I didn't take it literally. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
They say that music brings the world together. But right now, I think we need superheroes for that.
The sword hungers.
So I'm inviting you down.
Protection is always welcome. Your attacks are futile.
I found my weak spot.
Still got an edge.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
You need not fear.
Mission area is yours.
You are under my protection.
Somebody needs a hand sometimes.
I feel like myself again. I have become vulnerable. Damn it, never fall! Let the devil.
I am ready to put on a show.
Still got an edge.
Disappear.
They have 3 healers? That's 3.
Double kill.
Cannot be quelled.
Control lost.
Ha-ha! Problem solved! Ha-ha! 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 Whoa! Ha!
I suck.
Right.
Press the light.
Back.
Glory is almost here. You belong to me.
Shall not be harmed.
Damn it, never fall!
Disappear.
Let the devil out!
Ults?
I like the cold.
Mutants
You'll have to
always
keep fighting
rise
until we
again.
have a winner.
Ding. Take one altered.
I'm hurt.
I feel like myself again.
Nice, nice, nice. I mean, it's kind of cool, I guess. Was play character button. Frequency. Alright. One more enemy. I break. All my RAM up.
Generally, the approach I would take.
I do have a hunch, though, that the U.S. does plan on responding to it because we've seen a couple different things which indicates a response from the United States is likely. For one thing, we did see the MQ-4 drone being sent out, which is kind of unusual because we have seen before maritime incidents where the U.S. drones were not sent out to monitor the situation. So it was different this time. We actually sent a drone to go take a look at the situation. Also, by the way, we did notice some tanker movements to Diego Garcia just a day ago, which is usually indicative of some type of action in the Middle East from what we've seen in the past few months. So I think a response is likely to occur. Now, of course, those movements to Diego Garcia, that happened before this incident with the oil tanker, but it could have been maybe in preparation for something because maybe we'd gotten some intelligence prior to this that Iran was going to pull something like this off. So that could be another thing as well. But one thing I do want to note is Israel has largely been silent so far. It's kind of interesting to me. We really have not heard a response from Israel about the situation, which is a little bit strange considering that Israel usually has something to say about this. So not really sure what's up with the silence on their part, but I think the U.S. will do something about it to some degree or another.
I would agree. And also, I see a lot of people asking this question, a load of people, so I'll make sure to answer it. Is the People's Republic of China affected by this blockade? The answer is, at least in the short term, for several months, they will not be. We already knew from prior reports that the People's Republic of China's crude oil storages were absolutely at the brim and full. That means that they already purchased the oil when it was a good bit cheaper, and they're basically hanging on and onto it to have practically a strategic oil reserve to the larger degree. They'll slowly refine all of that into a usable fuel product at one point or another, but for now they're not going to be greatly affected by this blockade, considering that their strategic oil reserves are practically topped off and have been for months. That was also another big thing that went into our analysis just to give proof of this event in China, is that we were talking about whether or not China could continue to purchase Russian oil in incredibly large amounts just to try and keep the petroleum companies afloat, and the answer was generally no, because there was nowhere for them to store the oil if they even bought it from the Russians, considering that practically all of their oil tanks in the country were full at that point. So China will not be greatly affected by this, at least in the short term, because the companies in China that refine the fuel into gasoline and diesel, they already have all of the crude oil in storage that they would have needed to be able to keep operations going for at least half a year. So they're not going to be that greatly affected. And that also shows that this may be a greater strategy that has been created in conjunction with the Russians and the Chinese in Iran, considering that China appears to be pretty much okay and they'll be able to float through this just fine. And the Russian Federation is suffering from massive sanctions, and a rising price of per barrel of oil would actually be incredibly beneficial to them, considering that a very small amount of their oil is now able to make it out to market. So it would make their oil pretty much a pack-a-punch per barrel of crude, because they would be able to get maybe twice the value per barrel than they were prior. So this may be a larger plan created between the three countries, almost in the form of an oil cartel, possibly. But moving on from that.
Also, real quick, before we move on real quick, I see several people in the chat pointing this out, because I do know that there is a compact of free association between the Marshall Islands and the United States, which gives them a very close tie. It's a special relationship with the U.S. So some people are pointing out here that that compact, that agreement between the Marshall Islands and the U.S. actually requires and obligates the U.S. to defend the Marshall Islands. So is that true, Enforcer? Do you know that right off the bat? Because me personally, I've never really researched the Marshall Islands too much. So can we find that out real quick or not? Is there a military obligation between those two countries?
Let's see. Let me pull it up. Does the U.S. have a defensive pact? Let's see. Defensive pact.
On the spot research. You got to love it.
Marshall. Yeah, you gotta love it. We don't really do this a lot. We usually try and pre-research this. So at least according to the AI, the Compact of Free Association is a defense pact. And a defense pact, in the most simple of terms, to explain what a defense pact is and not go through all the creative stuff like a free association compact, a defensive pact means that we have a defensive alliance with the Marshall Islands. So if the United States is attacked, we can call on the Marshall Islands to help us, or if the Marshall Islands is attacked, they can call on the United States to help them, and we are pretty much obligated to help them by treaty at that point. So it does appear that, at least by the AI statement, which we're going to take at face value for the moment, it does appear that the Compact of Free Association is, in creative terms, more or less, a defensive pact. So the United States could be obligated to defend the Marshall Islands only if the Marshall Islands requests that defense. If the Marshall Islands does not request the United States to get involved, we don't have to get involved. That would be on our own volition if we got involved without them calling us in. If they call us in, by treaty, we legally, we could break the treaty. It'll be pretty bad for public reputation purposes globally. But if they call on us, at least in theory, we have to respond to their defense and help them out. So that appears to be the instance or the case at the moment.
So essentially, it basically is in a quasi form. It's essentially an Iranian attack on a U.S.-aligned state. That's basically what this is to a large degree, because the COPA here, that actually does obligate us to defense, or COFA, excuse me, that actually does obligate us to defense of the Marshall Islands to a certain degree. But it's not like a defensive pact like, for example, NATO or something like that, where there's like an Article 5 contingency where the partners can say, okay, we're agreeing that one was attacked and we're all going to defend in unison. It's not really that robust, but it still is a defense pact that the U.S. could either decide to honor or maybe deny it. There's no telling these days, but there is one there, which is pretty important.
Honestly, this defensive pact, at least with what the Compact of Free Association seems to be, is basically a simple defensive pact like would have been seen throughout most of history, to where two countries agree that they are in a military alliance as far as defense goes, and if either one of them is attacked, the other can call the other ally in and help them to defend themselves. That appears to be the treaty, at least as it stands right now with the Marshall Islands. It's not anything that's complicated. Really, one of the most complicated sorts of, I guess you could say, alliances that we had seen in modern history would have been the Triple Alliance and the Triple Entente leading up to the First World War. That was really one of the more complex alliances that we had seen historically up till that point. But before that, most alliances would have existed in this metric, and each country would have had an individual defensive pact with another. So instead of everyone being a member of NATO, like we are nowadays, which gives a general framework for defense and makes it a broader defense alliance, in the olden times, back in the 1800s, 1700s, and so on, the United Kingdom would have individual defensive pacts or military alliances with, just to give some examples, Germany, which would have been Hanover, and other countries within the region. And if Hanover was attacked, Hanover could call on the British to come and help them if they were invaded, and the British would be obligated to respond and help defend Hanover. So that's basically what this is, in a more modern form, and of course with a far more corporate wording being attached to the fact it's a defensive pact. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, and we will be keeping an eye on this development at the moment. Right now, it doesn't appear that anyone in the international diplomatic sphere has made any comments on this yet, but we will be waiting to see, because this cannot go unanswered, at least what's happening down there at the moment. Moving on out of the Islamic Republic of Iran and on into the port of Novorossiysk, which is also a major piece of news for the day, we've got a ton of fun stuff to talk about from the aftermath of what actually happened at the port of Novorossiysk. To put it mildly, the port has literally been destroyed. This is not even an exaggeration. The port has completely ceased to function as of today, according to what we've been able to hear. We also have to give a correction to news that was reported from last night and give an official retraction of information that was presented as fact, as we have now been able to hear and update our information that Flamingo cruise missiles were apparently not used at all, and the supposed Ukrainian Ministry of Defense statement that stated that they were Flamingos was apparently dubiously sourced, from what we understand. From what we now know, it was actually long-range Neptune anti-ship missiles converted to a ground attack role that were used inside of Crimea, Berdyansk, Novorossiysk, and also over Oriol last night, with all of them making them to their targets, except for the one that was intercepted over Oriol. So we do have to give that correction on air. It was not the Flamingo cruise missile that was used. It was actually the Neptune. And to show you all a Neptune really quickly, the Neptune anti-ship missile is something that the Ukrainians have actually used a decent bit through the war. It's not as large and formidable as the Flamingo cruise missile, but these do still have a large explosive on board, considering that they are designed to be able to take out ships like the Slava-class cruiser Moskva earlier on in the war. The Ukrainians, due to the fact that the Russians rarely ever get close enough to shore for the Ukrainians to use these, have started to convert them to be ground attack missiles instead of anti-ship missiles, and it appears that that was the larger volley that was fired at the Russian Federation last night was actually, in fact, the Neptune anti-ship missiles. We can actually see one of the launchers right there for a brief moment, and that is, as a matter of fact, a Neptune anti-ship launcher. And let me see if I can show y'all the Neptune anti-ship launcher to show y'all the vehicle here. And here we are. Here is, well, let me get a bigger picture here. Here is a model of the Neptune anti-ship missile launcher, and you can also see here in this clip that this does appear to be a very similar system to that of the Neptune anti-ship missile launchers, or as they're actually called, the transporter-erector launchers. So it does appear that the state of Ukraine used the Neptunes instead of the Flamingos. We still cannot confirm at this moment the actual combat use of a Flamingo cruise missile yet, unfortunately. But moving on down to the Novorossiysk, that does not mean that the damage was lighter. The damage was still insane. We have now been able to hear, as the smoke cleared over the Russian coastal defense battery at the mouth of the Bay of Novorossiysk, that it appears that 2 entire S-400 battalions, which means both of the launcher systems, the acquisition radar, the targeting radar, all of the launchers, and the generator vehicle were all destroyed twice over, including an additional Panzer S-1 system. We also got an additional clip of the explosions happening at the coastal defense station, which does give us an idea that the solid propellant of all S-400s were pretty much going off at the same time after the Neptune slammed down in the midst of them.
That's just a wild, honestly, like, yeah, that's right. It's just such a huge explosion. Though when those air defense interceptors go off, it is a hell of a scene.
It really is, honestly. Like, those missiles have a huge amount of solid propellant in them, and when they go off, they make quite a boom, like that one right there.
This guy was watching from, like, I guess his apartment window or something. He said,
He said we're out. It's like, dude, you know. And we can see another angle of the explosion, once again, right near the supermarket.
They're giving them the beans, they said. They went to aisle 5 and gave them a can of kidney.
Man, kidney bean. Man, with some nice fava beans with a nice canned tea.
And if they're not careful, they'll give them the Lima.
And these are just all of the angles of the air defense battery exploding, by the way. Some of these were actually seen last night.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Now, if y'all thought that that was something, and if you're wondering where we found that, now here's a crazier clip. We actually got to see that a sailor on board one of the ships that was near to Novorossiysk port actually filmed the attack on the oil loading platforms, which we're about to get into the damage report here in a second. But let me show y'all some new footage that came out from overnight of the attack on Novorossiysk, filmed by a sailor on board one of the ships in the port. Look at all that air defense fire, and they're not hitting a damn thing because the drones are still making it through.
Oh, yes, I see you know you're spraying pretty well. Good one, sir.
Man, honestly, this was insane. You can hear the sound of thousands of rounds being fired into the air about every few seconds, and still, they did not shoot down a single drone. So not only did the whole coastal artillery battery, or at least the air defense battery, get destroyed overnight down at the mouth of the bay, but all the guys with machine guns in the bay also could not mount an effective defense against the drones either. Meaning, literally, the entire city's air defense systems were inoperable last night.
Old school.
And here
you
it
know
goes
what this
again.
means, though, to see this volume of air defense, even with some of them out of action, that shows you how important this port was. Because they would not have had this much air defense, which is in short supply inside of Russia, concentrated in this one port if it wasn't critical. So that proves it.
Honestly, I would agree with you. Also, another thing that's really interesting here, I wanted to point this out because some of y'all are probably like, what the hell is that? That little flare right there that's being fired is actually a star shell. And you actually see one of them right there. So this also is a very interesting fact as well. Nobody in the whole port has night vision at all.
That's crazy.
Because if they had night vision, they wouldn't use the star shell. The reason why they're using the star shell is that it pretty much operates as an artificial sun within a small area. It lights the area up just like it's daylight and allows you to be able to see things that you wouldn't see in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Now, if they had night vision devices and they were mass issued to everyone in the port, they would not need a star shell. They could use spotlights, so that way everyone's nods wouldn't get burned out by a star shell burning their retinas out while they're looking through their nods. So this also confirms that they're firing into the pitch black at night without even knowing if anything is directly overhead that they're shooting at when they were firing earlier in the clip. But there goes another star shell, and we can see when the video cuts here that that second star shell is actually up in the sky and burning at that point.
Also, what's up with the... Wait a minute, is that going toward the city?
Wow, that's a cool backdrop. They're firing right into people's apartments.
Yeah, real. I didn't notice that until today. They were literally firing at the city.
You know, I don't think that's safe.
Oh, man, that's honestly, I don't know how I missed that yesterday, because I think I saw a different angle that was similar to this one. I didn't realize that the backdrop, literally catching the bullets and catching the munitions, was the city itself.
Wow, look at that. It literally is flying like straight across the bay in a perfect arc to go through someone's window in their apartment. I mean, this is just absolutely stupid and unsafe.
Yeah.
Oh, and here comes another. Oh, there it is.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it went right into a crane. Oh, my God.
Also, by the way, back the video up a little bit. What was that blue beam that I kept seeing across the ground, like near the first part of the video? Like, go back toward the beginning. What is that blue beam right there?
Oh, those look like they might be searchlights.
That's a strange searchlight. It's almost like a laser.
Yeah, it almost is, but you can see over there in like the cloud cover or kind of the fog that it's like a roundish sort of a beam. So it's leading me to believe that these may be spotlights and they just look a little odd. And also you can see one of them right over there where the mouse cursor's at, and it does appear to be a beam of white light. It's just that for some reason it's showing up blue in the camera.
Interesting.
But still, an absolutely wild clip of what was going down in Novorossiysk. Now, let's get to all of the damage that we weren't able to confirm last night because the attack was still fresh, but we now can confirm today. So let's zoom on into Novorossiysk and go through it piece by piece. First off, we have to come down here. This is the major oil loading dock, or pier, of the Russian Federation's Novorossiysk port. You can see a large amount of the pipework and plumbing that is needed to be able to transport the fuel onto the oil vessels that are sitting offshore here, here, and here. This facility was completely destroyed. Let me show y'all. Multiple fires are burning. And if you look at the firm satellite, the Coastal Defense Battery is on fire. There are also a couple of other facilities further on up in the port that are on fire. And the entire oil loading platform was a giant roaring inferno overnight. It was even larger than the Coastal Defense Battery and its fire and explosion that happened earlier on in the night. So this is giving us a clear indication that that part of the port has been completely destroyed. We also were able to see a little bit of the damage here as well, showing us that oil loading platform, the major fires that had broken out, and also the exact geolocation of the buildings that were seen in this picture from satellite, which once again confirms that that fire was somewhere around this general area of the oil loading facility, pretty much smack dab within the center. Another interesting thing about this is if y'all ever had any doubts that this facility is completely out of action, we were able to hear from sources that spoke to Reuters today that all oil operations at the port of Novorossiysk have been halted, meaning the port has effectively been destroyed. This was reported by Reuters and comes only 3 days after the latest Ukrainian strike against oil infrastructure in the neighboring city of Tuapse, about 70 miles south. With both oil terminals taken out, Russia is currently not loading a single drop of oil in the whole of the Black Sea, leaving Ust-Luga in the Baltic Sea at the moment as the last remaining large sea terminal in the entirety of the Russian Federation. There were 4 oil loading ports that Russia had here on the western side of the country. They had Novorossiysk here, they then had Tuapse further on down to the south. I'll show you all that really quickly. This is the oil loading platforms at Tuapse, also knocked out at the moment. And they also had further on north in the Baltic, Primorsk right here, which is also an oil loading facility in its own right, its oil loading facility being right here. So out of all 4 of the West Coast oil loading facilities that Russia has, 3 of them have been knocked out of action for now.
Three
The
out of
only
4.
one that's operational is Ust-Luga. And that's it. Meaning that if the Ukrainians can hit Ust-Luga over the next week, that means that every single oil loading port within the country will be down and out of action, meaning that even if Russia wanted to try and find a way to skirt sanctions, they wouldn't be able to, because they wouldn't even be able to load a ship with oil at all from anywhere inside the Russian Federation. So right now, Russia...
That's a big ask, though, on Ust-Luga, because Ust-Luga has been struck before by Ukraine. I believe they sent drones in a very long-range attack to hit Ust-Luga before, but Ust-Luga, I believe, is the biggest one they have. This is, I think, the biggest one that Russia operates, is this one right here. So to take this one out to an extent where it pretty much knocks it out of action, I think it's going to require a lot larger of an attack than even what we saw at Novorossiysk and all the footage we just looked at. It's going to take even a larger attack to actually take this one out of action. So that might be a big ask right there. And also, I would imagine, although this is putting a lot of stock in Russian competence, I would imagine they're probably protecting this thing extremely closely now that they know it's pretty much the last hope they have.
Possibly so. We do know, though, that one Ukrainian drone, a singular Ukrainian drone, took out the entire gas fractionation facility here at the northern part of the port, which is, I think, one of the few in Russia that is capable of transferring liquefied natural gas onto liquefied natural gas carrying ships. So one drone did cause enough damage to knock out the fractionation facility, at least for a couple of weeks. So a well-placed Ukrainian attack here at the oil loading facility, just a little bit south of that, could possibly knock it out for several weeks as well, or they might have to conduct a serious amount of hits on this area. I mean, look at the amount and size of the oil loading ships that are here at this port at the moment. I mean, these are some of the largest that you can find in the world. If we measure this thing from stem to stern, this one ship right here is actually about 813 feet long, so only about 400 feet short of the largest oil carrying vessel on the planet currently at sea. Another thing that also is interesting to point out is that the rail loading yard filled with oil cars themselves is voluminous. I mean, look at the amount of oil cars that they have here at this port. It is literally in the thousands, sitting there waiting to be unloaded into the oil tanks and then eventually loaded onto a ship and then transported off somewhere to be sold. So it may actually take a decent amount of effort and work for the Russians, well, more so the Ukrainians, to take out the port and for the Russians to lose it. But we'll have to see. I'm sure that the Ukrainians are going to launch an attack on Ust-Luga here soon, because if they can knock out all 4 of these ports and keep them knocked out indefinitely, that means that that is better than any sanction that has ever been implemented the world over, because Russia has literally lost at that point in time their own ability to even load the ships with oil to try and circumvent sanctions in the first place. So we'll have to see if the Ukrainians conduct an attack on that soon, but I would have to be honest with y'all, it's highly likely, considering that this is an opportunity they may never get again, at least all at one swoop. But still, a lot of people are talking about this little development, at least with the port of Novorossiysk being literally obliterated overnight and completely shut down. And also, oh, by the way, I forgot to share this with y'all. There is a famous little lighthouse at Novorossiysk. It is one that people have known the world over. The Shutska Lighthouse. It's this one right here. Now, lighthouses are actually believed by a lot of people to be obsolete. And I actually have to tell y'all that lighthouses are not obsolete. They are a redundant safety system for maritime navigation. So they're not completely out of action, and they still operate and are used. Practically every single lighthouse within the United States of America, crazily enough, is still operational. It's just that they're unmanned because they have been designed to be unmanned ever since about the 1950s and 60s. The Suzhugskaya, it's very hard to say, lighthouse in Novorossiysk is a redundant safety system for ships that are traveling in the night. If the GPS systems are out on that ship, they have to navigate by this lighthouse, which tells them what side of the bay they're on and also about how far away they are from the dangerous cliffs and rocks that surround the entrance of the port of Novorossiysk. If they miss the lighthouse and they don't have GPS navigation, they could run aground or run up on a rock reef in the bay and end up sinking themselves, generally. So this lighthouse is quite important as a redundant safety system. The lighthouse was completely destroyed overnight. The Ukrainians literally reduced it to a stump.
Oh wow, look at that! And you said it was called the Shutska lighthouse. I guess you can say the Ukrainians fired a few shotskas at it, and looks like they they took this thing down to the rubble at this point. Look at that.
Man, they gonna call this thing the Mauskatul lighthouse because the Ukrainians whipped out that Mauskatul and put some work on them. But I gotta say, I don't know what hit this thing, but it literally destroyed the lighthouse down to its concrete foundation. The whole thing is gone above water except for the concrete foundation. So good hit by whoever hit the lighthouse, and that redundant navigational system is completely out, meaning right now Novorossiysk does not have an operational lighthouse at the mouth of the bay. But still, outside of that, had to add the icing on the cake and the cherry on top there for Novorossiysk. A lot of people are talking about the fact the Ukrainians obliterated the whole port of Novorossiysk last night, which was pretty shocking to the whole world. And a lot of people are wondering what Putin's going to be doing about this, if he can do anything at all. But Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
So rumor has it the Russians jumped on the radios as soon as they saw the Ukrainians launching this attack and said, "Shutska's fired, Shutska's fired." But as you can see, though, it was a tough day, or actually a tough night for Russia. Novorossiysk, which was only one of two of the remaining Black Sea ports, actually any of their ports actually, that are still operating, that they can export oil from, has been largely destroyed. As you can see there in all the footage and the images and the satellite pictures, it is in foul shape, and Ukraine did a number on it last night. In fact, that was one of the most comprehensive attacks we've seen throughout the entire last few months combined that Ukraine's actually conducted on Russia. So it looks like what is going to happen now? And 45% said this will push Putin to escalate because now he's being backed into a corner, while 44% said Putin will just be angry and that'll be it. And 5% said the port really wasn't that important. So I will say this. I disagree completely with the 5%. The port was extremely important. It's proven by all the air defense they had around it. They had a lot, and they were firing everything they had. So Novorossiysk was very important, and once again, it was one of two operating ports. Now they're only left with Ust-Luga near the Baltics. So that's not a very good position to be in, because now all Ukraine has to do, if Ukraine can pull it off, is launch a whopping attack on Ust-Luga, and then Russia is shit out of luck at that point. So I'm going to say that Putin will escalate. I think he will. He's going to try to do something to make Ukraine hesitate before they attack Ust-Luga. So not really sure what that's going to be. I feel like I'm saying that a lot these days because it's getting sort of unpredictable with where Putin's going to go with this, because he's getting pushed into a corner like a scared animal, or a wounded animal, that is. And it's hard to tell. We did see that once again, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has been damaged by some Russian strike, and it looks like it's back disconnected at least partially from the grid. So that could be maybe something that Putin's doing to warn Ukraine, maybe. It's kind of hard to tell. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to agree with Enforcer Matt. This is mostly going to push the Russians to escalate because if they lose their ability to load oil onto a ship at all, like they just wouldn't have that ability if Ust-Luga's knocked out. They're not even going to be able to attempt to circumvent sanctions. They won't even be able to get the oil out to sea at all. It's stuck in Russia at that point. Every single drop of it. So I would have to say this is most likely going to force the Russians to escalate. Maybe they'll conduct another Oreshnik strike on Ukraine to try and put some fear in them or something along those lines to slow down their actions against the Russian Federation, possibly. But it is hard to say what's going to be coming next. But I'm pretty sure this one cannot go unanswered like other attacks that the Russians have tried to ignore, because this could truly be the end of Russia, especially if the Ukrainians keep striking these ports and keep them down and out of operation for the rest of the conflict. So this could be the doomsday for Russia, not the sanctions. The Ukrainian attacks on the port could actually be the doom of the Russian Federation. Kind of a little wild to think that the Russians play games so much with the state of Ukraine in these attempted peace negotiations that the Ukrainians decided they were going to implement their own sanctions, which was just blowing up their shit, and that's apparently working better than anyone else's sanctions from across the world. They just blow up the ports that load the oil, and the situation kind of solves itself at that point. Also, a little bit of an interesting rabbit hole here to point out to folks. I saw some people saying, oh, there actually isn't that many operational lighthouses within the United States or really anywhere in the world. And let me go and show y'all the list of operational lighthouses within the United States. And let me make sure let's see lighthouses. Let's see here. Let's see here. I'm trying to see if I can find you all the ones that are still operational, because some of these have been converted into museums, but some of them are actually considered to be redundant navigational systems to ensure that if a ship's navigation went out, they're not completely stuck without any sort of navigational aid. There are a million of them, and I'm wanting to see if I can find the ones that are operational. Let's see here. Oh, here
The
we
White
are.
House Society. I didn't know that existed.
Yeah, there is actually a huge deal about the lighthouses, but this website, by the way, is actually operated by the U.S. Coast Guard and the Department of Homeland Security. But they still have operational lighthouse districts within the United States of America, and you can also go through each and every single district and see the lighthouses that are still operational within each of them. So we'll pick District 1 up in New England just to give you all an idea of how many of them there are.
I mean, there's even
And
some
here
in
they
the
all are
bay
right here.
or
And you can see
on the
right here,
rivers
a
up
lot of
here.
them still have some form of either a digital transmitting system to ships to let them know where the lighthouses are, at least their coordinates, or they even have foghorns attached, which you can see here as far as the remarks are concerned. So there are a huge amount of them. I mean, just look at the list of them that are in New England alone. I believe, if I know the number correct, there's something like over 1,000 lighthouses in the entirety of the United States. And what's even crazier is that there are lighthouses in the craziest of places. Like, I bet a lot of people wouldn't believe that there's a lighthouse in Illinois, but believe it or not, the entirety of the coastline of the Great Lakes is dotted with lighthouses to help ships travel, considering that the seas get rough through here. The Edmund Fitzgerald is a great example of that. But still, I hope that does tell you all a little bit about that, because a lot of people actually don't know it, but lighthouses are still a very important part of maritime navigation, even in the modern day. But moving on out of that, little side note there,
There's
but
a really
hopefully an
cool one
interesting
up
one.
in,
We are going to be moving on over
Ireland.
and into the
It
Americas,
is
because it's time for us
isolated.
to get to the
And
story
it,
of the
in the
USS
winter
hunt
time,
for
it gets
Captain
covered
Crack
with ice and
Sparrow
snow,
and his
crazy,
band of
course.
boys down there in the
But
Eastern
it's
Caribbean.
it's
As
cool.
a
It's
former
cool.
president once said,
Own little island.
Captain Crack
Small
Sparrow is a
lighthouse.
bad
Well, big
dude, and
lighthouse,
he
but
ran
small
a
like
bunch of
island.
bad boys. And the current president saying, we're going to blow him up. but beyond that, it's time
No
for us to
connection to
get
the
on
land.
into all of the
Still
news that
up
we've
or
gotten today
manned,
out
but
of the
it's still
Eastern
at manned
Caribbean and what's
lighthouse.
going to be going on in this area, because it is pretty clear at this point, folks, the U.S. is going to strike them. We're just waiting for it to happen. So we're going to be on high alert here at Enforcer HQ over the next several days, especially over the weekend, as we wait to see when the United States conducts a strike against the nation of Venezuela. We were able to hear that the Russians are already tucking tail and running off from this whole deal already. Believe it or not, it happened that quick. Once the Gerald R. Ford arrived, the Russians made it clear they have no intention of helping Venezuela in the long term. Despite Nicolas Maduro's public claims of a strong alliance with Russia, the Kremlin appears in no hurry to support the Venezuelan leader as U.S. pressure intensifies. Top Russian officials have effectively off the coast of Corf-Makan in the United Arab Emirates. From what we know after that, we were then able to hear that the vessels very soon. As a matter of fact, folks, if y'all don't recall, the war in Ukraine started when the Russians were in the midst of a supposed military exercise. A little bit interesting with that one. Just wanting to remind everyone of that. Seems like the strikes may be coming incredibly soon. We also know that the Gerald R. Ford is within the area, which greatly increases the chance of a strike. We actually got some pictures today out of U.S. Southcom Command showing the Gerald R. Ford and its strike group in the area. And look at those pictures. They go hard.
It goes hard. Feel free to screenshot. Honestly, it shows the age of the big bomber, the strategic bomber. When you see the trail of smoke behind it, you can kind of tell the age a little bit.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. That thing is certainly not helping out the global emissions. Like I think this thing doesn't pass the modern emissions tests, like Tier 4 emissions. I don't think they do that. But it's the military, so they get a pass. But still, look at the Gerald R. Ford's conning tower. Look at the flight deck. Wow. It's beautiful. Look at the B-52 flying over with all of the FA-18 Super Hornets flying alongside. Man, what a sight. What a sight. U.S. Southcom Command, they're well armed at this point, to say the least. We also did see that apparently, according to some reports from fighter pilots with the CVW-8 aboard the USS Gerald R. Ford, they state that they've been studying Venezuelan air defense networks. Which is very interesting, because that would be the first thing that you'd have to go up against to start striking Venezuela, is taking out their air defense network, destroying the Air Force and their ground air defense forces. So it seems likely that they're heavily considering a strike on Venezuela. We also finally got footage from the 10th of November of the strike that was conducted against another narco boat, pictured here. We see that
I almost been carrying a lot of flammables on board. That thing's like burning like fuel or something.
Man, honestly, things smoking it up. And we also were able to hear from the President of the United States of America today, in one term or another, that he's made up his mind about releasing the list. I'm sorry, about conducting strikes against Venezuela. And he stated, "I made up my mind. Yeah, I can't tell you what it would be." And that was it. That was the statement. So we're generally assuming that that means that strikes have been approved. It's just that they're not happening yet, and that announcement isn't going to be made yet, at least at the moment. So it does appear quite clear that the United States is going to be conducting strikes on Venezuela any day now, and we're going to be waiting for those strikes to be conducted any minute now. But a lot of people are wondering what those strikes are going to be. Is it going to be a full ground invasion, an airstrike? What is it going to be? What is it going to be? Matthew, what are people thinking it's going to be? What are you thinking it's going to be? And what am I thinking it's going to be?
All right. So we did hear today the U.S. president during a gaggle with the press. They call it a gaggle, by the way, when he sits there and sort of makes some off-key remarks to the press. He said today that a decision has been made, but he said, "I'm not telling you," because, of course, he doesn't tell the journalist. But apparently they have made a decision on Venezuela strikes, and action is coming soon in some form or another, which we don't know the details about, because he said, "I'm not telling you." But what are your thoughts? 75% said the U.S. will start with big airstrikes, while 16% said the USA will reach a last-minute deal with Maduro, and 3% said the U.S. will start with a ground incursion. And I tell you, I would be very, very...
Making game... They'll hit the mark. So with that, moving on out of that area and on down south, have you ever seen a thermal power plant blow up? Do you want to? Time where we do what we do on this channel, and the current president, and made fun of both of them. And if you can't, not the greatest move, but hey, it is like, or as I might say, it's going to get a little heated here really quickly.
Winds of change are blowing.
Just like they're blowing Bubba around. It's a crazy thing there.
Hold
But anyways,
on, Bubba. Hold on, buddy. You'll be okay.
Look. When someone sits there and tells you to get on a private jet and fly to an island, you say, what are you talking about? Anyway, look, if the private jets, the guys who own them, they fly around. Names of individuals.
Really good, competent weather forecasters on that. I think those look
the same page about that prediction. I can't say what it is. But we'll see. But beyond that, the president of the United States did tell everyone that he made up his mind, but he's not telling anyone. And Matthew, I was just thinking, like, I just got to be honest here. If the reporter had any sense, they would have gone, well, the greatest president, at least at the moment, and we certainly wouldn't open up with that because we wouldn't have done the preparatory and softening work on the Venezuelan armed forces to make a naval invasion or amphibious invasion as easy as it should be. So with that in mind, we're definitely going for airstrikes if we're doing anything, and then we'll probably see, based on how successful the airstrikes are, how much farther this is going to go. If the airstrikes don't really look like they were that successful, ground invasion is guaranteed at that point. If the airstrikes look like they were wildly successful, then it's most likely going to end right then and there, and we won't see any further actions being conducted, at least by the United States against Venezuela. We may try and do this whole thing remote, via Zoom, where we just sit off of the coast and bomb them a little, and then see how far that goes, and then bomb them a little bit more, and then if that keeps failing, then we'll finally show up for an in-person meeting, and we'll send the military in.
Yeah. It is interesting as well that these military exercises that the U.S. is about to conduct right off the coast of Venezuela are going to be occurring in Trinidad and Tobago, which are islands actually right off of Venezuela. Some say that islands have a very bad connotation these days because, things happen on islands which are not the most savory of events, to say the least. And it looks like the entire war might start with an island, perhaps. That's what people are saying, at least. I would personally say the military exercises that are coming up, that has a very, very suspicious look to it. I'm with the Enforcer on his opinion on that. I think those look like potentially a prelude to something larger. But just because the exercises start on the 16th, which I believe is Sunday, that doesn't mean necessarily airstrikes are going to start at that point by then. Because obviously, you don't have to have military exercises to launch airstrikes, because we have obviously very capable stealth fighters in the area that could conduct it without the exercises as a smokescreen. So it could start even sooner than that. But yeah, islands. It's islands, folks. That's what they're telling me. They said islands. They said, you gotta love islands. You gotta be careful on islands. Bad things happen, they say. Bad things.
You know, I've actually heard, man, that there's a friend that I know down there. Did you know I had a friend in Trinidad and Tobago?
No, not really.
His name is Bubba, and I actually was hearing that the winds were pretty rough. They were blowing Bubba around down there. I mean, it was kind of like
wow.
crazy. And you know, and also on top of that, I know that the United States has really good relations with Trinidad and Tobago because Governor Epstein has actually approved the permission of the U.S. forces to be within Trinidad and Tobago, which is very kind of him. I actually hear that he keeps very immaculate lists and records of all the guys who end up showing up at the islands. It's very interesting. But beyond that,
Honestly, the winds down there in Trinidad and Tobago, like they really blow, like they're blowing like constantly. That's what they say. Honestly, you got to be careful about the winds. You got to make sure you're sheltered from it because you know I've heard there's really good competent weather forecasters that keep an eye on that sort of thing, like Dr. Bubba. But you got to be careful about that. You got to be really careful.
Yeah, you got to be careful about it. You really got to be careful about it, folks, because and on top of that, folks, we all got to remember that islands are tricky business. I mean, you know, you can end up going to an island and then you can end up on some kind of an itinerary or something like that, or some sort of a sequence of names of individuals, which is always a very questionable sort of a thing to get involved with. Remember, folks, if someone offers you a flight on a private jet to a small island in the Caribbean and they tell you that it's like Pleasure Island, probably the best thing to do is not go. I have a feeling that's probably the answer to that equation is to just say no. Like some former president said, just say no to private jets to small islands. Probably the best thing to do. That would threaten Japan's defense and sovereignty so much, Japan actually would intervene and get involved. So that pissed the Chinese off so much, they're still talking about that a couple of days later. They can cry harder because it doesn't appear that the Japanese are going to back off of that. Moving on from that, and out of East Asia, we also were able to see that another explosion happened in Jammu and Kashmir. Apparently, from what we know, this explosion happened because the police seized a large amount of ammunition and then it blew up in their custody. So generally, I don't know if the Indians are going to call that a terrorist attack. They might, but really it was more so mishandling of the ammunition. I unfortunately cannot show you all the video, but if you want to see the video, the link to the map is in the description below, and you can get access to all of the videos and links that we have on this map from the map in the description. Moving on out of there and on into the Middle East once again, we also were able to see that some rockets, apparently MLRSs, were fired into Damascus overnight from some armed militant group around the city.
جاي هيك صاروخ ضارب الحيط فايت من هون.
Well, an interesting phone ringtone. We'll have to mute that. I'm not sure if it's copyrighted or not. But the shrapnel has scattered throughout the walls.
Oh.
Looks like I did a number on it right here.
Yeah.
But still, it does appear that there was an incident in Damascus, to say the least. The Israelis have also returned back to airstrikes in Gaza, and we don't know who exactly they're targeting. It may be Hamas or another armed group within the area, but airstrikes are happening again within the area of the Gaza Strip, so peace didn't really last all too long. Moving on out of all of that and on up into Europe, we also have a huge amount of news and developments that were happening up in this area today, including a second flight of a B-252H Stratofortress near to the area of the Russian border. This bomber got within 20 miles of the Russian border and was there for about 3 hours. Very scary, and it does appear to be another American show of force against the Russian Federation. In the meantime, Poland is going to be easing their border tensions with Belarus by reopening 2 closed border crossings on November 17th. Which is in a couple of days. These border crossings will be allowing for cars, buses, and partially for trucks, and we also heard that the other one is only going to be allowing civilian cars through, and that's it. We also have been able to hear, moving on into the Russian Federation, that the Saratov refinery is still on fire today. It was hit a couple of days ago, still on fire today, and in Voronezh, a solid rocket propellant factory exploded. There's the explosion.
Is it called solid rocket anymore if it's now burned up?
Actually, this has now transcended from a solid state of matter to a gaseous state of matter.
They call it a gaseous state of fuel.
Aw, man, they call it gaseous. Aw, man. We also saw the fire from a couple of other angles.
I mean, call them a glowing orange fire, but look at that boiler.
Whoa. Look at that. Look at that boil.
Почитай, может, в новостях что.
I want to put a spoiler on that.
I mean, whoa. I mean, look at the second clip. I mean, Russia, it's a crack job, but I never thought it'd get this low. Whoa.
Wait a second. I mean, call this man Picasso, but that tree's looking real artistic out there in the distance. I mean, is that like a Joshua tree? Wow.
I mean, it's not a painting, but call it a Vincent Van Gogh. The way it be making me go like that, really mentally stimulating. Whoa.
I mean, it's not a slap of paint on that canvas with the acrylics, but I call him a bit of a Vincent Van Gogh because wow, he's going.
I mean, whoa. But moving on out of foreign nation, out of that voice, it is time for us to finally move on into the frontline news in Ukraine. We all know it's coming around. It's all coming around. But before we get on into that, I do want to take a little brief moment to talk about those statements that the Chinese are making about the Japanese. Why are they doing it? What's the reasoning behind it? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that?
All right, so we do see here that China is warning citizens not to travel to Japan amid the escalating political tensions. What will happen now? Because that's a pretty strong warning right there and seems to indicate something might be about to happen. So 38% said China is just flexing its power, while 30% said China plans to attack Taiwan soon, and 26% said it's a sign of Xi lashing out for whatever reason. So it was certainly a strong warning. And this is actually the second warning that China has issued to Japan in just the last couple of days. And to me, it indicates a couple of different things. Number one, Xi is having some major political crises in China. So he is, of course, trying to find a way to distract and lash out to distract from that. So that's part of it. But also at the same time, Japan did make a very strong statement that they will try to intervene in the Taiwan situation if it is invaded. So that is a bit of a double whammy at the same time. So I think China is still planning on attacking Taiwan. I don't think it's going to happen before the end of this year. It'll probably happen sometime, probably mid to late next year, if that, or maybe even later, because China's still waiting to see what's going to happen with the Ukraine situation, and they're not too gung-ho about running into Taiwan right this very second. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that China is most likely just flexing its power. They probably do not plan on invading Taiwan until about 1.5 years or 2 years from now, I would assume. And so really at this moment, it's more so just posturing so that way people don't think there's free real estate in terms of openly stating that you'll defend Taiwan. They're trying to make sure that everyone stays backed off from openly stating that they would defend Taiwan up until the invasion that will actually happen at some point. So generally, I would say that they're just flexing their power at this moment. Well, not really even their power. They're just more so bumping their gums at the Japanese. And also the Chinese don't really like the Japanese. To be entirely honest, nobody in East Asia likes the Japanese because of what the Japanese did to all of them in the Second World War. So they all are still a little bit angry about that. And if you don't believe me, you can go over there and find out for yourself. Everyone in China hates Japan. Everyone in the Koreas, in North and South Korea, generally dislike Japan. And even Taiwan isn't really that big of a friend to Japan. It's an interesting sort of relationship, to say the least, amongst them all. But you could say that about the Chinese and other people. Like the Tibetans don't really like China, and pretty much everyone in Western China doesn't like the Chinese. And the Koreans don't really like the Chinese, especially the South Koreans. And Taiwan doesn't like them, and Japan doesn't like them. So basically, it's like the spider web of relations. But every other country hates the other. But they keep an alliance going for economic reasons. At least South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan do. But moving on from that, it is time for us to move on back up into Europe and start to cover the news from the front lines of Ukraine, which had a lot of news happening today. So moving on down into our location unknowns, we got the Russian casualty report, and it did look good. Miss DC, keeper of the record, stated that 442 drones lost is the 13th highest daily loss, and artillery. Artillery. It was looking good. And moving on into the casualty report, we were able to confirm that 1,040 Russian troops were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 2 APCs, 95 supply trucks, 35 artillery pieces, 442 drones, and that was it. But beyond that, it was still a pretty decent day, and it does appear that the Ukrainian armed forces are still putting a couple of losses in extra on the Russians to keep them at bay and stop the advances. Moving on down into the area of the Severonsky Forest, we did get to see some Ukrainians in the 4th SOF Regiment survive a near miss. We hear them yelling drone, trying to get ready to shoot it down, and it's coming up. You can actually see it back there in the top right of the screen. And they're trying to shoot at it, and it went right by and blew up right in front of them. They were lucky.
Damn, that was a close call.
We now see them bailing from the vehicle and hopping back on after they notice that the vehicle's undamaged and there isn't a second drone. And they're now back on their way again.
Also, nice kits, by the way. All these guys have very, very nice rifles.
Man, it's because it's the 4th SOF Rangers. They are going to be well equipped. A pretty cool emblem, by the way, actually. But still, the Ukrainians, I'll be honest with you, man, the Ukrainians always look way better equipped than the Russians these days, especially in the infantry, by far. Like, they are way better off than the Russians equipment-wise. But moving us on further down and towards Mirnorad, we also saw footage published by the 7th Airborne Assault Corps showing that the Ukrainians are still holding Mirnorad for now. You see them showing the intro here, and also showing them blowing away the Russian flag off of one of the elevators that is near to the area south of Mirnorad.
Got to get that. You gotta take that flag down.
Man, they always got stuff. They always get to take them flags down. They don't let them stand around there. But moving on down from Mirnorad and on into the southern part of Ukraine, we also got to see a MiG-29 using GBU-62s to destroy a small bridge within Zaporizhia that was being used for resupplies by the Russian armed forces. And there goes the MiG that's dropping off the GBU-62s. And any second now, it'll drop the GBUs. And it appears that it dropped it at some point off screen, because we can now see the aftermath of the bridge, and the bridge is enveloped in smoke from the explosions and has been destroyed.
Oh.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Well, that's the end of that clip. And moving on out of there and on up into Kyiv, it's time for us to get to the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on day 1359 of the war. And so, without further ado, here is the speech. Speech!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Провів сьогодні ставку. Головне, захист неба, все, що стосується ППО, нашої безпілотної складової, були на ставці і військові, і наша розвідка, і керівники обласних адміністрацій, саме там, де загроз найбільше, прифронтові області, при кордоні з Росією. Чернігівщина, Сумщина, Харків та область, Донеччина, Запоріжжя, Дніпровщина, Херсон та область. Ми готуємо спеціальні рішення, які можуть зміцнити наш захист саме в цих областях і завдати більших втрат окупанту. І передусім тим російським підрозділам, які знущаються над нашими містами, які знущаються над нашими людьми у Нікополі, у Херсоні, у інших наших містах, до яких їм легше дотягнутись. Вони влаштовують фактично сафарі на людей та навчають операторів дронів за рахунок вбивств українців на вулицях, на дорогах. Потрібно більше захисту і більше активних наших операцій. Сили безпілотних систем, птахи Мадяра, інші наші відповідні підрозділи будуть задіяні значно більше і отримують більше ресурсу. Вже є розширений функціонал для військових в різних бригадах. Про це ми говорили. І вже з 1 грудня має запрацювати система електронних балів. Є балів за евакуацію поранених наземними роботизованими комплексами і також за інші використання НРК бойовими підрозділами. Рішення, воно підготовлено. Повністю забезпечуємо і пряме фінансування бригадами на їхні потреби, на дрони, на закупівлю комплектуючих. І також ми працюємо з нашими партнерами, щоб наповнити програму Pearl. Програму, яка дозволяє нам купувати американську зброю. Зокрема, це системи протиповітряної оборони, ракети до них. Особливо важливо в цій програмі ракети для патріотів. В ніч на сьогодні патріоти дуже добре спрацювали, є збиття російської балістики, але треба ще значно більше сил, систем, ракет до них, щоб захищати життя. На цьому тижні є рішення держав Північної Європи: Данія, Фінляндія, Ісландія, Норвегія та наші балтійські друзі. Ще $500 мільйонів в програму Pearl – це суттєво нам допоможе. Ми готуємо постачання також інших сильних систем протиповітряної оборони, посилення нашої авіації. Ми готуємо сильну угоду з Францією. Найближчим часом ми фіналізуємо її, впевнений, нашу історичну угоду. Ми готуємо угоду із Грецією по енергетиці, щоб максимально розширити варіанти постачання газу в Україну на цю зиму і в стратегічній перспективі. Домовленості з різними країнами Європи, від Норвегії до Греції, щоб у нашої держави були гарантії забезпечення газом. Я дякую всім партнерам, які нам допомагають. І були сьогодні дуже важливі обговорення з нашими військовими, нашої ракетної програми, її рівня. Довгі Нептуни показали себе сьогодні у далекобійних санкціях проти Росії. Ми щомісяця досягаємо більших результатів з ракетами. Я дякую всім виробникам, дуже вдячний за це, нашим воїнам. Росія все частіше не зможе заплющувати очі на війну. І тепер буває достатньо гучно і видно, що насправді відбувається, бо є наші українські цілком справедливі відповіді на все, що Росія робить проти нас, наших людей. Тільки сьогодні, тільки в одному Києві 6 людей були вбиті через російську атаку. Мої співчуття рідним, близьким. Більше 30 людей були поранені, серед них є діти. Були також удари по наших інших містах, наших селах. Україна має робити все, щоб жоден російський удар не залишався безкарним. Наша зброя і санкції світу, і політичний тиск на Росію – все це працює. І працюватиме більше. Я дякую кожному, хто з Україною. Я дякую всім, хто захищає нашу державу та наші українські інтереси. Сьогодні була доповідь прем'єр-міністра України Юлії Свириденка. Уряд вже розпочав аудит всіх державних компаній, і результати перевірки будуть у правоохоронних та антикорупційних органів. І уряд повинен забезпечити їм повну підтримку. Я саме на це розраховую. Слава Україні!
And Hiram Slava. And with that, that is the end of the speech from the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this very day of the war. And it's time for us to move on into the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks. Is it a fun time? Oh, it is. It is.
The left has officially weaponized unemployed behavior, achieving meme levels of stupidity as their activism hasn't stopped a single deportation, despite all their funny costumes outside the Portland Federal Building. The literal riots that occurred all throughout October, only to now see ICE putting out glacier-sized buses as absolutely nothing is stopping them. Until these EBT tribes have resorted to jazzercise. Now this only looks stupid because It is stupid, but there is a little bit of thought behind this, as when they mask their movement behind 90s dance moves and inflatable costumes, it's not because it'll stop the enforcement of any border laws, it's just to try to make it look bad when ICE finally has to stop this nonsense with riot gear and tear gas, or so they can do their job. Because the camera will always highlight the absurdity of dancing idiots in animal costumes, only to distract from when these activists actually shoot. And Chicago wasn't the only instance of this, as Austin had a sniper firing into their facility, which tragically ended the lives of 2 immigrants inside, which Reuters frames as detainee deaths. Is it me, or does this headline make you think detainees are just dying inside ICE facilities, almost burying the lead that it was an insane leftist trying to attack ICE agents only to end the lives of the same people they're claiming to protect? But that won't get top-to-bottom 5 o'clock news coverage when the corporate media can just focus on the degenerate clown show, Stopping Fascism. And that phrasing isn't me being mean, that's genuinely what they call themselves.
We are strong! We are proud! We are degenerates against fascism!
So when they're not using bubble machines to try to topple Trump's regime, they finally started to get popped with pepperball headshots.
I've literally had spicier breakfast burritos than yours.
And they're not the only ones finding out, as this idiot proudly posted about resisting ICE. Only for Border Patrol to make a social media compilation of his arrest. I honestly think this could all be fixed with a bill that simply states, if you're at a protest and you get arrested, you are completely cut off from all government assistance forever. No food stamps, no rent assistance, not even healthcare, as anybody with this much free time to dance outside ICE facilities, posting about it on social media, has enough time to go work a full-time job, and the government shouldn't be subsidizing this. As a taxpayer isn't directly funding this idiocy, but they are giving them the ability to do it, as nobody gets off their double shift at a factory and thinks, time to put on my frog suit and dance for a couple hours in the street, accomplishing nothing before I gotta wake up at 5 a.m. to go back to work. But Portland wasn't the only place. Chicago's brand of unemployed behavior broke out in song. Now eventually there were mass arrests. Which Fox News also covered how upset they were over consequences.
And it does seem like this crowd is getting more violent and pushing back, and it's certainly not what we would call free speech. These are people that are deliberately provoking law enforcement, trying to have a confrontation.
But the funny part is, when the local CBS outlet got confused for Fox.
But there are also some signs here that, we cannot show on TV because they have curse words that are pointed.
I didn't see any like that.
I saw a few.
Who are you working for, Fox?
I'm actually live on the air right now. No,
are you really?
I'm not.
Why are you lying to them?
I'm not lying, sir. Please, I saw some signs.
We're going to make sure that Lauren is okay.
But there are several.
You know how many religious leaders are out there?
Our thanks to Lauren. We're going to make sure she's okay as she's interacting with some people who have gathered out.
I love how their version of making sure Lauren is okay really means cut off the cameras before we see her get beaten in the street, because they're well aware of how violent these protesters are. They just don't want you, the viewer, to know how violent these protesters are. Funny how the so-called news puts priority on protecting the narrative over protecting their own employee. And it's not even like this anti-ICE narrative is even worth protecting. They run fluff pieces on the moms literally acting like toddlers to stop deportations.
It is worse than you can imagine on the streets right now, and it is because of the federal immigration enforcement that we're seeing every day. And it's time for people that look like us to take a stand and put our own physical bodies in front of those bodies, because it is unacceptable.
Even proudly aiding potential fugitives.
Meet Alyssa May. She's one of the volunteers for an initiative called the Walking School Bus.
May runs one of the daily walking routes for an elementary school in Albany Park, stepping in to help parents who are afraid to leave their home to take their kids to school. The parents we spoke with asked us not to identify the school because of concerns over ongoing immigration enforcement.
The moment that the raids started happening and people started getting pulled off the street, you could just see it. You could see less students, less families, less vendors. And it really did change. It just became a really quiet place.
Teacher Dulce Jimenez says the walking school bus gives kids some sense of normalcy.
With getting them to know these volunteers, I've started to see all of these students show up, and a lot of their conversation at school is like, yo estoy viniendo con mis amigos, like, yo conozco a Miss Maggie, yo conozco a todos los voluntarios que están en nuestras rutas.
You can't simultaneously say, don't show what school this is to protect the parent's identity, while still showing every single street sign, your face and full name on your local news outlet, claiming we're hiding the location, not broadcasting directly to ICE, this large group of people that will walk right up to the front doorstep of every household that has someone actively hiding from ICE. As this isn't actually about stopping deportations, it's about getting their face on TV. As these slacktivists have completely lost the plot.
My property. You guys are on private property. The private property. Private property. You know what that means? You guys are here illegally.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll get out of your illegally area then.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, these guys fled and they crashed into our vehicles.
Because you guys were trying to illegally detain them. Illegally. Kidnapping people on their way to work.
Sorry.
You should be embarrassed. You guys are breaking up families. Nah?
He's a pedophile, man.
He's not a pedophile. You don't even know his name. Do you? Do you know his name?
Do you know his
name?
name?
And this isn't the only instance of DHS arresting a known PDF, but their need to beat the Orange Man literally supersedes their need to protect the kids in their own community. And if that sounds stupid, just remember this is the same side that thinks jazzercise can stop ICE. So if you appreciate my concise, light-order commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy Voice.
Oh. No, we'll play a game.
And everyone was like, wait, but you know, like, hey, Cash Patel said this, you know, Dan Bongino said that, and Pam Bondi said this many times. She said the files are on her desk. What do you mean there's nothing to release? She's like, oh, the only thing left is like CP, like, you know, disgusting imagery. And people are like, no, that's not what we're asking for. We don't want to see all of that. That's for the prosecution team to look at. But, you know, what about the correspondence between Epstein and all the other connected parties? And they said there were no other parties. Actually, this is when Trump came in. When reporters would ask, he'd go, there are no other parties. It's a hoax. It was Epstein by himself. Well, Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and it was only them. No one else. Not Jean-Luc Brunel, who, you know, took his own life in the same manner as Epstein after getting arrested for his connection with Epstein. Nobody else. Just Epstein and Ghislaine. And they ran this whole thing together. No politicians were involved. No Bill Clintons involved. None of that. No one was involved. And so it appeared that something was off. Everybody. I mean, left, right, middle, never Trumpers, always Trumpers, every single person knew something was off. But Trump continued, you know, went on Truth Social and said, oh, you know, everyone that believes in the Epstein thing has been duped. Like, and they believe in a hoax, right? He said, I don't even want their support anymore. And people were like, whoa, whoa, where is this going? Like, it's one thing to say, oh, we looked and they weren't there. The evidence got destroyed. Sorry. And sorry, Pam Bondi said the files were on her desk. She was just like drunk or something. He was drinking Kamala's vodka. But it was another thing to say, oh, they just don't exist, and it's actually a hoax. It's a Democrat hoax. And then a story came out that Trump had asked the FBI, the DOJ as well, to identify problematic files, emails, correspondence that involve his name. And they did that behind the scenes, and then people started speculating that perhaps Trump's name is in the Epstein files in one way or another. And that was always the case. For years, we've seen Donald Trump mentioned with Epstein because Trump's a billionaire in New York and so is Epstein. And they would run in similar circles, but it's never been alleged that Trump was involved in any of that. In fact, the victims' lawyers said Trump was one of the few people, or probably the only person, in those elite circles that gave them useful information when they were going after Epstein with their initial, pursuit when he was still invincible in the law. And so everyone was like, okay, well, if his name is in there, it's not going to be anything outrageous. It's going to be something that is perhaps embarrassing, like
his name's in there, and it's what Epstein ragging on Trump about how much he hates him. Wouldn't you prefer the bad guy to hate somebody and call them a bad guy? Usually that means the bad guy, the person they're calling a bad guy, is a good guy.
Correspondence between him and Epstein. And then all these things happened. Then the Wall Street Journal released, or they said, or was it CNN? I don't remember. They said Trump sent Epstein a letter with like a drawing, and everyone was like, Trump can't draw. And he signed it, and it was like a birthday, and it was like this weird message, cryptic. And then the Epstein people, released, the estate released the letter, which I don't know if that was ever confirmed to be real or not. But here's the thing people are missing, right? People think that when you mention Trump and Epstein in the same sentence, then that incriminates one as the other already is. But that's not necessarily the case, right? These are billionaires. They would go to the same parties. Epstein's thing was very, very specific. It was a blackmail operation of a different level. He went after politicians and people in power. Of course, billionaires in general, but I don't think Donald Trump has been involved in any of that sort of thing. There hasn't been any evidence produced to suggest otherwise, and Democrats were in power for years, and they controlled the FBI and DOJ. If there was something to incriminate Trump, trust me, they would have Control found that thing in the large archive of Epstein files, and they would have released only that information, and they would have put Trump in jail. It would have been easier to put him in jail that way than coming up with Fannie Willis's RICO and Alvin Bragg's hush money nonsense and Letitia James defrauding the banks case, all cases which have fallen apart ever since being launched on the president. So Trump, if he was really into that stuff, it would have been found. So this week, the House Oversight Committee, after sending subpoenas a couple weeks back to the Epstein estate to release to the House Committee all records pertaining to Epstein, that estate sent over 20,000 records, and both parties posted different records. Well, the House Oversight Committee posted a version, and Democrats went ahead of it and posted any correspondence with Trump. And there was like, oh, yeah, my alarm's going off. Any correspondence with Trump. And so it was like, you know, hundreds of emails, anything where Trump was mentioned, whether it was reporters asking Epstein about Trump. And Democrats thought what it would do was show people that Donald Trump was behind all this. But all it did was reveal a very interesting nuance to Epstein and Trump's connection, which is Epstein did not like Trump. Epstein was definitely a liberal. And, you know, there was an email of someone asking Epstein to blackmail Trump. And it either seemed like Epstein was talking about Trump as if he had something on him, almost as a way to show, like when someone's like, hey, do you know the secret? Or do you have something on this guy? And he's like, oh yeah, of course I do. You know, like to boost his own power and reputation, and that's how I would imagine it. But none of the emails incriminated Trump, or none of the victims incriminated Trump. The victims have spoken extensively about who they met and who they didn't meet. And Donald Trump is usually never in there. I have not seen a solid accusation of any sort. All the accusations we get about Trump are from E. Jean Carroll and those kind of dorks, right? Stormy Daniels. And it's like, yeah, those are the kind of accusations tied to Trump. There's nothing else. There's really nothing else. So that's the nature of it. But when I say that the Trump administration brought this on themselves, is what I mean by that is they could have just said, all right, look, your name's in there a lot. Okay, but we just need to disclose this and do a press conference. Explain to the people. It's not hard. Hey, look, I knew this guy because he was a billionaire and as I was a billionaire. He was in New York and I was in New York. But I didn't do anything nefarious. I wasn't up to any of that nonsense. Now, the media would, run with that, saying, "Oh my gosh, he's saying he was in them," and they'll, clip it out of context. But they were going to do that anyways, which I feel the damage is worse now, because now we transition. See what I did there? Now the president has directed Pam Bondi to investigate Democrats' connections to Jeffrey Epstein, namely former President Bill Clinton, his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and Epstein's involvement with former Treasury Secretary Lawrence H. Summers and LinkedIn founder Reid Hoffman. He also called for them to investigate the banking company J.P. Morgan Chase and many other people and institutions. Trump suggested that those connections deserve more scrutiny than his own relationship to the disgraced financier. I don't know why they call Epstein a disgraced financier. Just call him what he is. The president did not specify what aspects of their relationship should be investigated, but all have connections to Epstein that have been publicly reported. Several were mentioned in a tranche of documents related to Epstein that was released on Wednesday by the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee. Hours later, Bondi said on social media that Jay Clayton, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, would be leading the investigation. She called him one of the most capable and trusted prosecutors in the country. The district Clayton leads indicted Epstein in 2019. As with all matters, Bondi added, the department will pursue this with urgency and integrity to deliver answers to the American people. On the 2024 campaign trail, Trump vowed to declassify Department of Justice records related to Epstein, and questions about the administration's transparency regarding the case have hovered over much of Trump's second presidential term. Democrats and some Republicans have alleged that there has been a coordinated cover-up to keep a majority of the Epstein files secret. All right. Earlier Friday, Trump said in a social media post that Democrats should not waste their time trying to connect him to Epstein, writing that Democrats are doing everything in their withering power to push the Epstein hoax again. The president, who was mentioned by Epstein and his associates in several instances in the files released this week, also argued that the Democrats' ongoing pursuit of information about Epstein's connections was an effort to try and deflect from the lengthy government shutdown that ended on Wednesday. Well, I wouldn't say that's why Democrats are doing it. They're doing it because the Epstein thing, whether you like it or not, is a popular subject, right? It epitomizes the very problem we have had with our government for years, which is why everyone is still so focused on it. The reason why it epitomizes everything is we're talking about a blackmail ring, right? We're talking about corruption. And our officials, our government officials, not being accountable to us because they are blackmailed. And so, in everyone's mind, this is an issue. It's an issue that is a populist issue. So when Trump is the only candidate to talk about releasing the files, and Kamala Harris couldn't because Reid Hoffman was a big buddy with Epstein, and he was a big donor to her campaign, Trump was popular for that reason. A lot of people that I know, immediately I would tell them, hey man, Trump said he'd release the Epstein files. They were like, oh, really? He said that? And I was like, yeah, Lex Friedman's podcast. I'd show them the clip. And that would be like the thing they change their mind on, or that pushes them to go vote and actually participate in the civic process. So it's a big topic. And so what Democrats did is they realized that, oh my gosh, our reputation is in the gutter after the 2024 election. Democrats were completely locked out of politics. They lost the House and the Senate. They had no future politically. The White House was going to be ruled by their biggest enemy, somebody they tried to jail, and now he was going to be coming after them. Democrat approval was like at 30%. They had lost key demographics, Hispanic voters, black men, a quarter of them at least voted for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was almost like 50% in Texas, 50% of black men, young male voters, delivered Trump the victory. Every young male vote demographic in all the swing states, Trump gained hugely with them. So this is one of the issues they cared about. It's one of the most important issues for the younger demographic. And it's one of the issues that got Trump elected. Disclosure, above, the economic proposals and everything else, everyone knew what he'd do with the economy. Everyone knew he was coming in to give businesses a breath of fresh air and give the economy a new lease and bring manufacturing back. But it was promises like this, like no taxes on tips, release the Epstein files and the JFK files. It was things like this that reminded people that he was actually an outsider to expose everything. So now Democrats are like, oh, we can save our dying reputation by attaching ourselves to this issue that we have never cared about. Democrats don't care about the Epstein files. They could have released them and pursued them in the 4 years they had power. But now they're realizing it's a popular issue. And that's why they latched onto it. And that's why they might take the midterms, because voters are going to be a little goldfish memory like and go vote for these stupid people because of this whole saga. And so that's why I say the Trump administration brought this on themselves. They should have just released everything. We didn't need the gaslighting. Everyone knew what Epstein was about. You didn't need to tell us he did it all by himself. No one believes that. No one believes he blackmailed nobody. Come on. Right? Prince Andrew has been getting accused for years with real victims. And the only reason he's not in jail is because he's a royal family member in the United Kingdom.
But he got ousted.
Ehud Barak and the former prime minister of the UK, like these people were connected to him. They visited his residence. Epstein would visit them. And like, we understand what this was. We understand there was an intelligence element to it. How did he get off scot-free? It was because the intelligence units around the world Mossad, CIA. They're involved in this. I mean, it would only make sense. If you have an operation this massive and international, which would or should draw the attention of multiple law enforcement jurisdictions, and the guy gets away with it for years, for decades, of course this is only going to happen. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, was like a Mossad super spy, and Maxwell introduced him to Epstein. So these things have intelligence written all over them. And so it was like, come on, this is real. And why Trump made the decision to take it this route, we'll never really know. We'll never know, you know, because the Democrats were always going to come out, or not the Democrats, the House Oversight Committee came out with, you know, those documents from his estate. And it's like, it feels like now with the vote next week, which the speaker said he's going to hold next week, I believe, they're saying 100 Republicans are going to vote in favor of that because it's political suicide to not vote for it, which is the, what is it called? Okay. Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, the Democrat. So it's like Massey finally votes for something, right? He finally voted yes. So they're going to vote on this bill which forces a vote. Oh, so they did a discharge petition. Yes, that's what it is. So they, you know, in order to get a House vote where this, you know, to bypass committees and the speaker and all these rules, you can get a majority of the members to vote to do something, to vote on something. And Massey got 218 signatures. And it was 217 signatures, but that Gravauja congresswoman that just got sworn in was a 218th signature. And the House went out of session, and so there was all this, like, you know, commotion. You know, and I truly do not understand what we are trying to do with, like, not releasing the truth here. I truly do not understand. Right? If there's really nothing to see and it's a hoax, this is he offed himself, apparently, right? And then they released the footage of the jail cell, and like a minute was missing, and it's like, okay. And it would be like the most relevant minute. And it's like, okay, well, whatever, right? Whatever. We're stupid. We don't know what we're talking about. We don't know what we're thinking. But I think this is an important moment. I think what Trump is asking Bondi to do is smart, you know. If they're going to release all this about me and any mention of me with Epstein, how about we look at them and mention anything,
starting to slow down,
well, and release any mention of Epstein with them. It's only fair, right? So I think that's why it's such a big moment.
Weather.
And now Democrats are going to be pissing their pants because perhaps they thought Trump would continue just talking about it like it's a hoax. This is a big issue. This is not a small issue. It's not going to go away. It will sour voters if it's not done right. Trump has 12 months to be on top of this. And because here's the problem, right? If he doesn't win the midterms, what's going to happen is
I'm pretty sure
he's going to have executive power. Democrats aren't going to pass anything in the Senate. But he's not going to be able to get some of the more critical policies through and govern reactively, because Democrats are going to be using every opportunity they can to extract concessions. So when something major happens, or if legislation is needed to remedy an issue, it's just going to be stalled in the House because Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats will make life heck for everybody. So the midterms are really important. And then the impeachments that are going to come. Do we really want Trump to be the most impeached president ever with 10 impeachments on his record? These people don't. They will do anything. They impeached him on his way out of office. He wasn't even president and he was getting impeached.
Yep.
And that's what I'm trying to avoid. That's what everybody should be trying to avoid. And then if they take the House, what do you think they're going to do? They're just going to play for the Senate and the White House. And once the momentum legislatively slows down and Republicans aren't able to do another big, beautiful bill sort of thing with appropriations like that, Democrats are not going to fund border security. We're not going to get mass deportations. The Republican base is going to be annoyed because we would have been promised, or we got promised, the greatest mass deportation effort in American history. And if Democrats take the House 2 years in, they're going to say, all right, ICE's budget is now zero. We're negotiating from zero. We would have gone from the greatest budget ICE has ever had to the lowest. They're going to be underfunded, agents are going to leave, and we're not going to be able to arrest anybody. Because Congress is probably going to put, like, things in that bill to cap deportations to a certain number. And that's going to be done through the reconciliation process, which doesn't require, overwhelming support. And you have Republicans in the Senate. Some of them are retiring, but you're still going to have a lot of rhinos. John Curtis from Utah is going to be our new Mitch
His
McConnell.
ability
They're
is
going to
he
stop a
never
lot
misses
of good
his shots.
legislation. They can't stop things now because of the amount of pressure that comes from having a trifecta. They can't if the trifecta is broken, it's just going to be heck for everybody. So this is what I mean when I say it matters a lot what we do now, right? We have to take care of the populist issues. People might say, everyone's focused on their lives and the economy. But you know what's going to happen when the midterms get here? Democrats know this is the only issue they have that they have hijacked. It wasn't even their issue. They didn't care about this. But they are going to hijack the heck out of this and market themselves as the solution people, the people that are going to bring justice to the victims of Epstein. So it's important that the Trump administration, just for the sake of the midterms, takes this seriously and fulfills their promise. The reason I don't care that Joe Biden didn't release the Epstein files is because I know why he didn't release the Epstein files. All his party members are implicated. But it was unique because Trump said, I'm going to be the one that does it. So anyways, in 2023, a judge approved a $290 million settlement by J.P. Morgan to a woman who said Epstein abused her. It was a conspiracy that spanned 2 decades. Spanned two to three decades. And we need justice. Justice has not been obtained. And something needs to be done. So I think what is reassuring about all this is I just cannot see, Trump being implicated criminally. I might see someone in his circle, they said something like Howard Lutnick, the the Commerce Secretary, was like next door neighbors with Epstein. I'm not saying anything about that, but I would understand if he thinks he's protecting his friends by not releasing some of this. Because it's not this thing. It's a very complex, nuanced case, but justice is needed for the victims, right? What does the Bible say? You seek justice for the widow, the poor. Essentially, we are instructed as Christians to seek justice for those who cannot get it for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
We have to be fair to those who we could otherwise get away with being unfair with. Unfairness is not advocating for justice. I see a lot of people on the right who just, after Trump said, don't care about the Epstein files, it's like they just said, I don't care. Luckily, there's a little bit more resistance, and a lot of people still care. The majority of Trump supporters still care about this.
Big into following it.
Clearly.
He said he was going to release it.
That's why he's having to tweet so much about it, because he knows his own base.
Mm-hmm.
His own people are constantly in his ear saying, Mr. President, come on, man. Come on. Come on. So
we know there's so many guns in there.
and that's the difference. That ultimately is why the right wing is generally on the right side of history. The left only cares out of political convenience. They don't care. If they take the White House, they don't care. They move on and start going back to letting women, or men into women's prisons, like in bathrooms. They don't care about this issue. We're the ones that care. We're the ones that don't celebrate when our political enemies die. We don't celebrate and put our fist up and go, yes, that happened. We don't do that. Charlie Kirk died tragically. We held prayer vigils, not riots. We didn't burn anything. So that vindicates, things like this vindicate the right wing. We're not willing to just say, all right, because the president, who is a right-wing president, said so, we now think so. No, I disagree. I think we should be absolutely focused on an issue like this. Trump's approval was higher than it's ever been at the beginning of his term. And the moment this Epstein nonsense started, it went into the gutter. Why do you think that is? Every other thing he did good, people were like, but this. This is a major issue. Everybody knows about this. It's not something you can just sweep under the rug. You go on TikTok, and I think TikTok is a really good pulse of where normies are. Because it's a very leftist platform, but when you see right-wing content, they're really like a fringe on TikTok. So when you go on TikTok and you watch content, conservative creators talk about this case, and you see the comments from right-wingers saying, I love Trump, but that's a very big issue. That's a big problem for Trump and for the administration and for their efforts to get the midterms secured. I don't want to see Trump get impeached for the last 2 years. Like, if for no reason other than he's the president and we should have respect for the office and not just impeach him. Like, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see him get impeached. I want to see him have a good legacy. This guy has been in my life. No homo. No pause. He has been in my life since I was 13 years old. I bet you I have thought about Trump every day of my life for 10 years.
Yeah, probably about, not all day, but every day.
And, one of the things that was so different about Trump was at one of the Fox News debates, they asked everybody, if you lose this Republican primary, raise your hand if you are not going to commit to supporting the eventual Republican nominee. And Trump was the only one that raised his hand. This man was willing to tank the Republican Party to win because he believed in his ideas so much. People thought it was a moment of him just showing ego and him just saying, I won. But I think he was serious. If he actually lost that Republican primary, he would have run as an independent and probably won. Or maybe the vote would have been split in the general. But it showed like his intention. Think about all the politics. Well, what politics was like before Trump. You had Obama, and we had political correctness. Remember how Trump used to talk about political correctness? And how you had to say the right thing, and if you didn't, your political career was over. Well, he came in and just wrecked that whole thing. We had a weird era where people couldn't even say they liked America. Like, that's how bad it was. If you said you liked America and you were proud to be American, it was like you committed treason against God. It was like a sin, an unforgivable sin. That's how it was treated. But then Trump came in and said, no, you can be proud to be American. We're going to deport millions of illegals. and they're coming into this country and they're not bringing their best. And it's like, oh my gosh, he like took it a step further. And it's like, we need like a replica of that energy. Wreck the system, even if it means casualties on our side. And Epstein is the case to do that. It's a very important case. And if justice is not brought, then Republicans deserve everything they'll get in November next year. And I fear what's going to happen after that. Because there's a chance they take the Senate too. North Carolina is an important seat. And Trump recently mentioned that he's going to be doing like a political onslaught to try and get low propensity voters to go out to the polls. Awesome. But you have to go there and go out to those people in a completely powerful state. And if you have weaknesses like the Epstein case, where Democrats are using your own words, every ad Democrats put out next year is going to be like Trump saying he doesn't want people's support if they still believe in the Epstein case and still want justice over that. So anyways, it's a complicated situation with a lot of nuances. It's not easy it's not easy. So someone said, I don't care MTG, she is a traitor.
Yeah.
So apparently, me talking about Darkside Phil has created a ripple effect that I didn't predict.
You and I, because you've been here all night and you know me, you know I'm messing around. Guys, we already hit the goal. It's not a big deal. I mean, it's crazy that we got no support on Kick. Actually, it is. I'm shocked that no one came by to chill with me tonight on Kick and support at all. It is shocking.
Oh, God. He's like, well, we're just joking around. But to be serious, though, it is actually true that nobody did support. And, like, that's crazy because, like, I was here all day and, like, nobody gave me any money. But, like, yeah, no, I was just kidding.
Not the end of the world. I'm not going to sit here and cry. I'm not going to sit here and, let me turn off features and shit. I'm not going to do that. But we're joking. And, like, you get the joke.
Okay.
But the morons of the internet don't.
I'm the
So
moron.
when someone will clip that segment and post it up on X again and be like, this is what happened tonight. These idiots
That's what's happening right now.
actually think that's what fucking happened because they're that dumb. They're too lazy to take 10 fucking seconds to look at the raw content and see what actually happened. They just want to be the one to blow up the drama for personal gain. Whether it's some Joe Schmo nobody who watches it and laughs, whether it's a YouTuber that watches it and laughs.
A YouTuber.
Doesn't matter. You're watching fake content.
Oh.
But you don't care because
That's
you're
me.
dumb. It's sad. This is what the entire
I don't think that's a real Game Boy, by the way. I think, speaking of fake content, I think that's a fake Game Boy.
generation has become of content creators, people who just make fake content. I watch something someone else
Probably
made,
Lego. Yeah, I think it's
react to it, and it's nonsense because it's not real. The content
Yeah.
you're watching is fabricated and fake. It's a joke. It's out of
Ooh.
context. You think it's real because you're
Everything's
stupid.
out of context.
But now, because you have a following, everyone hears it. Oh, ha, 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 ha. So funny. Now we hate that person. And now there's absolutely no responsibility and no repercussion for the person who reacted.
Oh, God. Uh-oh.
Why?
Uh-oh.
Why is there no
Who did
responsibility and
this?
repercussion?
Who could have
You
done
just
this?
created a piece of actual slander
Oh,
or
no.
defamation. Why are you not held accountable for it?
Defamation for what? For saying that you asked for money?
Because you're some big shot?
Using your word?
No, fuck that. Everyone should be held accountable for their actions on the internet.
Oh, God.
Everyone, big, small. This is nonsense. And it's bullshit that people
It's
then have to
bullshit.
put up with the nonsense after. Lucky for
Were you faking it with the Tears of the Kingdom thing with the balls? Were you faking that one? How about that Donkey Kong thing where you kept getting hit by those spiky balls? You just kept getting hit by them over and over, and then you quit the game. You said it was bad. What was that fake?
For me, as
How
I've
many of
told
them
you
were
guys,
fake?
I have built myself a
You built what?
legacy where
You have built a legacy. This is true.
it doesn't matter what people say about me. I'm not going to get canceled, right? It doesn't matter.
You did get banned on Twitch. Why did he get banned on Twitch? Does anyone remember why he got banned on Twitch? I forgot. Oh, God, bro. It was such a long time ago.
Who of any stature. It's moist critical, Asmongold. It doesn't matter who talks shit about me. I'm still going to be here tomorrow. I'm still going to make the
That's true, and I have to respect DSP. I do. You got to respect Phil. He's still out there swinging, regardless of everything, regardless of how many million view videos that I put out about him or anything like that. He's still out there. Like, you got to respect a roach, bro. Like, this dude gets cut in half, and he says, wait a minute, I'm not done yet. That's it. Yeah, I again, it's funny to watch him crash out and do stupid stuff, but, like, I don't really hate the guy. I think it's just funny.
content for you. You guys are still going to like it. You're still going to support it because you're here and you know who I really am and you don't care what these idiots say.
Right.
But the common person doesn't.
Oh.
And then I get people who come by, they got to leave 100 nasty fucking comments on my video.
Yeah.
They start downvoting the video, the nonsense.
Oh my
Again,
God.
when you say to me earlier, a legit fan earlier tonight said, I'm back for the first time in like 12, 13 years, and I wish you the best. I hope you'll grow. I'll never grow. How can I grow?
I think you can. I am going to talk to Dan Clancy. I mean, what do you think? They care about weird stuff on Twitch? Apparently they don't. I think you need to get unbanned on Twitch, Phil. I do. I think you need to get unbanned on Twitch as a personal investment to me so I can farm your crash outs even more. I think Phil should get unbanned from Twitch.
Yeah.
I think we should try to get him unbanned.
Request an answer.
Yeah. Why are you so mean to him? I don't know.
Oh, when internet content creation in 2025 is we react to nonsense, we act like it's real, we don't care if we hurt someone in the process as long as we get clickbait fucking views and we make money. No culpability, no accountability. Just say whatever the fuck you want, get away for it, right? Get away with everything.
Yeah.
Well, it's bullshit. It shouldn't be. There's content creators out there who are millionaires who shouldn't have a dollar because they made it on the backs of everyone else.
You're absolutely right. You're completely right. The world is unfair. It is an unfair world. But you as a roach should understand that whenever you're living in a circus, sometimes you have to be a clown.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that about Asmongold right now because I know he's the one that this week reacted to me. I'm not saying that about him specifically. He's made content over the years.
I have.
He's earned where he is with his stature and all of it.
Who cares if I've earned it or not? It doesn't matter to me. Somebody can say I didn't earn it or not. Like, somebody asked, like, oh, would you feel bad stealing something? No. No. If I have something in my hand, then it's mine. That's it. And how it got there is not really that relevant to me. I'm just interested in getting what I want. That's it. The means and everything are not that important.
But the fact I'm making here is...
Somebody says, is this Ricky Gervais's gay brother?
That the fact I'm making. The point I'm making here is you shouldn't have blatant, outright, immunity.
You don't. And so anyway, so he's apparently still talking about this video that I made about him. Hate Asmon as much as you want, but I love any of those scooters. Cover DSP because he needs a huge crash out. There's this one here.
The trolls ruined my YouTube channel and made it so I couldn't make a living on ad.
Yep, there it is. It has more views combined total than all 70 DSP Tries It reviews in the past 5 years in one day. And this is apparently my Baja Blast video. Oh my fucking god. And filtered Asmongold. Wait, this is from 2024. It didn't filter me. I beat this entire... Who's this fucking retard? Who is this? Look. This is not even true. Look. I'm level 200. I beat death in the game. I did everything. I beat it in hard. It's literally lying about me. He's actually he's lying. He's lying. I'm max level in the game. This is I'm that's Gothic, isn't it? No, that's fucking Dragon's Dogma 1. Yeah, no, Gothic is you can tell obviously just from I mean you can tell by everything, right? It's obvious. This is the path over to I believe Grand Soren. I could be wrong though, and we're away from. And so I don't know what this is, but yeah, actually, yeah, I did. I got rage baited.
I do feel like there's a ton of these React YouTubers that are way bigger than the people who they react to, and they don't understand that when they react, that has negative consequences for the person that they're reacting to. That there might be people who maybe would check out that content, but now they won't because you saw a detractor video that says they're an asshole or portrays them as an asshole. Now people think they're an asshole. Is that fair? Did you actually go watch the real content? So maybe you need to have some error responsibility. Maybe you should actually be watching some of the real stuff to see what it's representative of. If Asmongold was watching this stream right now, do you think that he'd be like, oh wow, what an asshole?
Yeah. Yes, you would.
Probably not. But yesterday, if he saw me in a bad mood out of context on one particular stream, he probably would say, wow, that guy's an asshole.
Yeah.
And rightly so. But that's not the big picture.
Oh.
I do feel like there's a ton of these React YouTubers that are way bigger than the people who they react to. And they don't...
Oh, wow. Look at that. I didn't say anything. I guess so. And, yeah, there's a whole lot of these. Oh, my God. DSP gets a shout-out from Asmongold. What is this?
We have a road versus hunter. Looks like he accidentally fapped there. Unfortunate timing. I
just
don't
like
know if they're going to be able
DSP.
to wait out 2 minutes.
I remember this. You think DSP when shit breaks the Asmongold community knew about PWR Nirvana? I don't know about this. Major shot Asmongold. This is something else. This is from a long time ago. The DSP crash out from Asmongold is legit mental illness. Oh my fucking god. Wow. And so, oh man, I bet you regret making fun of DSP now.
Someone just asked me, why don't I restream Asmongold and make fun of him to get back at him for stealing your content like that?
This is the last time that I did it. This is from the last time.
Because I just make real content that's my own and original. I don't have to make fun of other people
Yeah.
to entertain an audience and make a living. I don't take the lowest common denominator. I don't do the easy shit. I actually, work.
What a cool guy. What a cool guy, bro. Like he really is that guy. Let me see. I don't know if there's any more of these here too. But yeah, that's oh wow, what a great pizza. And yeah, he's been talking best part I was going with the DSP treats Phil like the begging clown he is. Like I didn't even say that. I didn't even say that at all. Well, anyway, yeah, apparently he's talked about me a lot more than I've realized. Oh my god. I haven't even seen half of these. Holy fucking shit. And so, yeah, Goofy drank the whole ass Kool-Aid? I guess so. Yeah, wow. Okay, well, anyway, he definitely not a huge fan of the reacts, right? Reaction's fake, but the reaction to reaction is real work? Oh, for sure. I don't know why, but you being so mean to him is so funny. I'm not even being mean. Like, I think he's, I think he's funny. I do. I think it's entertaining. like, I mean, I think he sucks at a lot of video games, but I suck at a lot of video games too. Like, that's so that it's not like it's personal or like anything like that. I mean, it's not like I'm mad. Like, kind of armed. Not really. No, not really. I don't think so. At least maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Anyway, let's go back. Well, wait.
Okay. Well, I think that we had a great podcast. I hope you guys feel the same. That was a loaded one. We had a lot to talk about. Thank you all for the early support. I mean, it's absolutely outstanding. And thank you for just chilling and listening. And again, making it not about drama, because so many people want me to go to drama. Oh, but this person's talking junk about you, that person. I don't care. The reason those people have to talk drama is because that's all they can get attention for.
Yeah. So true. So true, Phil. You're right.
They literally have to be dramatic.
You're right.
Or else they don't exist.
Yes.
Me, I make positive content for an audience, and the audience reciprocates by liking and supporting said content.
Well, I thought you just, but the problem though is that there's like these like 8-hour compilations of you asking for money because they didn't reciprocate, right? Like, because if that was true, then, and what is this thing about this wrestling gotcha game? Like, because I never really got to the bottom of this. What is this about, that wrestling gotcha game? What is that?
I hope you feel that way, because that seems to be the case for me. When I focus on drama, it never works. It's only
so that's why you're mad. You're not mad that I'm focusing on drama. You're mad that your drama isn't working. Well, hey, listen. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
I focus on the positive
What
stuff,
the hell?
I get success. So that's why I'm not going to care about what these idiots are saying and doing, and a million videos being made about me again for the millionth time, all based on, again, misinformation. I don't care. Like I said, they're actually saying Phil's broke, and he constantly, every day is begging, constantly saying that he doesn't get contributions and he needs support. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes.
Really? Did you ever tune into a single stream?
I have, Phil. I've got to tell you. I've seen a lot of detractor videos. More than I care to admit. You ask for money a lot. Like, pretty much every time. You do. You ask a lot for money.
No. You just watch detractor content on X because you're stupid. So you can be stupid and you can have an audience of idiots. Go for it. I want nothing to do with it. I'll do my content and be positive and be fun. And, you live in your world of fucking delusions. It doesn't affect me. I'll still be here every day doing what I do, being successful. I don't need to care about this nonsense around me and the fucking drama queens that propagate that environment to make money for themselves.
Oh, you got that one right. Yeah, there it is, guys. And donate $20 to thank him for the content. We got to get him unbanned on Twitch, man. We've got to get we got to get him unbanned. That's what's got to happen.
Howdy ho again, everyone. Is it possible to survive in Kenshi starting out
No. Okay. Oh my gosh. Not quite cute, but okay.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match? You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Team up with Thorstone? Try that thing out soon. He got really buffed.
Round one,
The only thing stronger than my skin is my mind.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Rumor has it you're considering an alliance with Krakoa, Namor. Why?
As always, I choose to side with those who would benefit my kingdom most.
Be careful. There's nothing Magneto wouldn't do to protect his people.
Then he and I may be the perfect match.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Enemy ahead.
Prepare to engage. The X-Men leave New York and everything goes to hell. This place is aching to be destroyed. You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
Damn it, never falls!
Stand down.
A little extra power never hurts.
Incoming!
make me angrier.
Get that vehicle moving again! Ready to unleash the life force!
A little extra power never hurt. We must end this night. We can't afford to slow down now. Mental domination! I don't...
Pure! Chaos!
It's an honor to serve alongside.
Behind me! Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Your powers are mine!
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
That's it! Don't let
By the eye of Agamotto, Gambit never falls!
Just another
Get that
And
vehicle
the
moving
frost
again!
never surrenders.
Force first!
Let us not disappoint. I was fine, but thank you. Keep that up, Namor, and you may find yourself a queen.
You may still be yours after all.
No worries.
Hostile forces incoming.
I didn't like shit. What?
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
Impervious!
Sorry, soldier.
I will keep the thunder raging in your honor. I was fine, but thank you.
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Get that vehicle moving again!
It's an honor to serve alongside you.
Now I see energy.
Together to victory!
By the eye of Agamotto,
I unleash the Vishanti's power! Battlefield ready again.
Double KO!
I'm opening a
Get
portal.
that vehicle moving again! The final 10 seconds!
Such newfound power.
Relax, keep fighting!
your powers are mine! By the eye of Agamotto, Gambit never falls! Judge! Jury!
time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
It's all great. This one. Look.
Round two.
The time entanglement is a vexing problem, even for the Sorcerer Supreme.
Coming through.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Such newfound power.
Can we count on you as an ally, Namor? Just like in the old days?
I've grown weary of human wars, Captain. I would rather fight my own.
Whatever vendetta you have against the Service will have to wait.
Perhaps, but not for much longer.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Dark magic! I purge the darkness!
That's a WMD if I've ever seen one, yeah.
Turret right there.
Mortal pain is no match for the Sorcerer. I'm opening a portal.
I'm at maximum force.
Pentagram of Parala.
Shields up! Hurricane incoming!
I purge the darkness. Your powers are mine!
Disappear!
Judge, jury, executioner!
That's 3!
I have
You need to
unfinished
stop that
business
vehicle
here.
in its tracks. Better stop that vehicle!
More powerful yet.
Together to victory!
Look up behind you!
I purge the darkness.
By the eye of Agamotto!
That's a WMD if I've ever seen one,
Dark magic. Good medicine.
Gambit never falls!
By the eye of Agamotto! Sorcerer Supreme lives once more.
You stop them in their tracks.
More powerful yet. Judge, jury, executioner! I am strengthened for battle. The more the merrier.
Help. So cold. You stop them in their tracks.
Gambit never falls!
Enemy ahead.
Enjoy the amplifier! By the eye of
You've done enough damage for today.
This feels empty, yet somehow dangerous.
You stop them in their tracks.
I'm ready to unleash my power. Such newfound power. Leave me, darkness. Our enemies are near.
Judge, jury, executioner!
By the eye of Agamotto.
Someone's missing the
He is a god, but I'm supreme.
Together to victory!
Nobody can stand up against the full-strength Scarlet Witch.
Double KO.
Oh, be gone.
Hurricane
I purge the darkness.
Enjoy the amplifier!
Final score 2-1.
That was a good win. Want me to turn the lights off now? Okay.
Another epic victory.
Rocket had so many kills. Rocket work. Fruit? Awesome. Bathroom. I will be right back. surprised I'm already in diamond-ish areas. But let's... Yarp. Did they? Hmm. Play here. And kill us first. They change where advanced. Gold one, that flat. No way to advance start. Gold. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, yeah, I don't know when pig pants start. It doesn't say it in the rules. Didn't have pig pants in the first game. I know that, right?
This crisis is stretching.
The battle starts in 5,
There's
4,
here.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I guess it's in gold now. Pig pants start. Okay. Well, who's widow or by the anchor? Charlotte. Sure.
So fast!
Go again. Um,
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields. loss and grief, but the future belongs to mutant kind.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
If you step out of line, Mr. Barnes, I will not hesitate to rip that metallic limb from your body.
Then I guess it's a good thing I only need one arm to take you out.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Bogey's incoming. I like it. It has kick-ass ordnance.
The Punisher is upgrading his army. You cannot hurt me.
Damn it, kill him.
Rebirth is a mutant's greatest gift.
We can't afford to slow down.
Again!
Much better. You cannot hurt me.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
You are under my
Damn it, never fall!
A little help, please.
You cannot hurt me.
I got exploded.
My turn. Rebirth is a mutant's greatest gift. Me. Much better. You are under my protection. You cannot hurt me. Much better.
Fantastic!
Disappear!
Fear Magneto! You cannot hurt me.
Shield up will reach the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I feel like myself again. be removed so easily.
Get the vehicle moving again!
I feel like myself again. No Punisher! Here they are now.
Assemble!
Feeling fantastic. Together to the big power against the world. I shall not be removed so easily.
Fantastic!
The Punisher is upgraded to Dawson.
I become
I feel like myself again.
Damn it, never fall!
You shall not be harmed.
That's the boost I needed.
Watch your back. Rebirth is a mutant's greatest gift.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Exactly what I hope to find.
Only 60 seconds left.
I feel like myself again.
Assemble!
Fear Magneto!
Shields up!
Fantastic!
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
The final 10 seconds! Double KO! The current score is 2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Open your
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Round 2.
I will never allow
Dang, he
Krakoa to
almost
suffer
threw it
the
early.
same fate as Genosha.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You guys are the coolest. I always thought so.
Yeah, I haven't seen Effort Field at all.
You're pretty cool yourself. Being able to understand animals. I wish I could do that.
Yeah, all you have to do is listen. They really hate Doom.
Anybody like Doom? He's such a deep.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Smartest thing Banner
Anyone willing to help?
My power cannot be quelled.
The time entanglement is a vexing problem, even for the Sorcerer Supreme.
My
Pentagram of Hurrah!
Now I see them.
I am
Shield up! Please stop equal in his tracks. Another fearsome threat. Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger. I feel like I'm being watched. Better stop that vehicle!
welcome to the dark.
Consider this an irreconcilable difference.
extraordinary patience.
Fantastic! Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Oh!
I am strengthened for life. Leave me, darkness!
Disappear! It's party time!
By the eye of Agamotto!
Of Agamotto!
Better stop that vehicle! Mine's in place.
Much better.
Really, you're not gonna like.
Better stop that
Is
vehicle!
a mutant's greatest gift.
They look like they mean business. My friends are here!
Disappear! Fantastic! If it never falls!
It's party time!
Man.
I shall not be
They hit a
removed so
checkpoint.
easily.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Ah, here they are now. I feel like
Feeling fantastic.
my power cannot be quelled.
It's now or never. Stop
never fall! Disappear!
You shall not be harmed.
It's fighting time!
Fantastic! Ha-ha!
It's fighting time!
My power cannot be quelled.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Final score 2-3. Well, you can't expect
Yeah, they probably had decent healing. 42,000, 50,000. Boom, that helped. I have to watch the Punisher. I don't know what he did though. I don't remember hearing him all but maybe once. Nah. And why did I? Oh, I died way. Whack place. Flat healer. Diamond. Why you didn't play Wolverine? You did good. This just work. What? Yeah, I was on the back foot from the beginning. This crap.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
If you step out of line, Mr. Barnes, I will not hesitate to rip that metallic limb from your body.
Then I guess it's a good thing I only need one arm to take you out.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Bogies incoming. I like the future. It has kick-ass ornaments.
The Punisher has upgraded his armor. You cannot hurt me.
Field time probably. Lucky died. Oh.
You are under my protection.
Assemble! Fantastic! Oh!
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Things got pretty nicely holstered anyway.
That's my way! Again! You don't want to become like me.
Oh, I did the ult there. It was dumb.
Hunkering down.
Finally, they focused him.
Jury! Executioner!
Double kill!
Armed and dangerous! Never stop. Again!
Double kill!
That's what I needed. Again!
I know I need to watch this one play. I just think I don't remember playing ult ever again.
I'm hunkering down. I'm good to go. Extended my deployment. Battlefield ready again. That's a heavy artillery. Need some ranged firepower. Smoke 'em.
Motion here.
Judge! Executioner!
Overtime.
Again! Again! Smoke screen!
These girls were on the payload the entire time.
Back for another tour.
Anti-healed.
There's still a chance to stop them. Disappear!
For mutant kind!
Thanks. Loses the gambit.
You really could have used a mind like yours, Bruce. Now might be a good time to stop them.
I'm good to go. Judge, jury, executioner!
I feel like myself again.
Already, how'd she get there? Over there, we didn't deal with. What's he dealing with that? Or dying in the front line. Yeah, they were all going over there. Great. The woman's over there with them. You globe, that's okay. And the anti-healed. And everybody else looking at cover. Bounce man. Yeah, they have two things to absorb the gold. And they should have been moving up here, but he wasn't. He was just back here on the cart the whole time, right?
We make a good team.
Yep.
Out of sight. Heavy weapon. Now,
They're too busy standing on the cart the whole time.
out of sight.
Much better.
He's good, but this man back here. He's actually tough.
Just embrace the light.
Where is she looking?
My
Crosshair that.
Assemble!
Us against the world!
Trying to save my ult for when Earth came out, but I'm sorry, but 3 DPS should be able to handle a cap. There's no reason for them to be getting squashed by cap.
Fantastic! Judge, jury, executioner! I'm doing this my way! Fantastic! Judge, jury, executioner!
And she might have had healing.
I'm doing this my way!
It.
Damn it, never fall!
I was just pulling him in. He's pushing away.
Time to switch things up, including which
I can get a
side
little
you're
better
on.
understanding. Now, how do I play?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Rocket.
My
Welcome to the
Yeah, I really didn't see much at all.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It takes a ton of damage right off the bat. Oh man. Lay down, Tuba. It's too late, babies.
I'm opening a portal.
I died too late. I should have been the first one to die. I won this fight, but no awareness whatsoever of these guys. If she dies,
Fantastic!
because of the puncher. He's gonna die. Not because of the healing. Oh, shadow. They all do. Just fall like back.
Still here. Don't you put me out.
And they didn't want to go to the bridge. They weren't even at the bridge. We could have go clear, at least for a little bit, but no.
The light always comes back. Feeling hold still. I'm trying to help.
That may be going on actually.
I don't give up so easily. Ooh, a touch of healing. Psionic burst. I appreciate you.
Visible. Goodbye.
I'll put this to good use.
I'm up here and I die again because what? Wacky wanted to go her own way instead of follow the tanks.
Mutant's greatest gift.
And then nobody wanted to push up and get on the tank or on the objective, so I just backed away and waited for healing. Got tired of it. I'm able to stay in the fight long enough because they're all just focusing me down. Hulk didn't use his gift to cleanse. Start again. Here's the Hulk right here.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Vortex field. Anyone willing to
Didn't keep up with him anyway, or
Anyone willing to help? Clear. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
yeah, Mag barely even had to shield ever.
I won't disappear so easily.
I feel like myself again.
Feeling fantastic.
Punisher behind. What about the Punisher? Portal dies. Nobody turns around for the Punisher at all. No comms though. I die because of her. Diva, lay down. Come on, girl. Fine. What are you doing? Being a pain in my butt. 2 o'clock in the morning. Sat right on the porch. I watched for a minute. You're not even going down to go to the bathroom. Get in here. I'm not playing this game. I'll get back up for you to work when you're done watching what's going on in the neighborhood. But maybe it's too hot in here for. It's not that hot. Oh, we have it set to like Would have been better switching off to a dive character and get my own health packs. Probably. And letting them fend for themselves. Tell that easily. Standing behind me, expecting me to have cover the whole time. Nah, not how mag works. I die here. She's worried about the Punisher. She just moves up. Yeah, you stop heal. Come up. Keep the Punisher, keep the left. He's up. Ult here. Might have been able to get Penny. Damn it, but impossible to kill. Oh, but impossible to kill. Oh well. It's what it is, what it is. I could have done more damage, but Punisher did. Mm-hmm. Two. Oh. Hopefully nobody's having issues with like streams or anything. Except for when I switch windows like this. Then news. Yeah, man. Hang on. See what this news is. Big news. On that outfit. Oh, one that went with the outfit. I think I remember that. Assaulted. Yeah. Yeah, pushing him out of the way. Exactly. And she like throwing a jab. She was the one aggressive. Yep. You know exactly why it happened. Doesn't seem like there's any confusion. And then she's getting in that lady's face. Yeah, you got arrested. Uh, big win. Sheesh. He's probably sick and tired of seeing people act like idiots. You know, some of these people have actual heads on their shoulders. Mhm. Just like the guy that threw the sandwich needs to be appealed. She is a horrendously looking woman, though. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Been a couple times for selection, but never got picked. Yep. But unfortunately, I got pulled one for it was domestic violence, girl and girl violence. One girl stabbed the other. But I didn't get selected. Yeah. No. No, he was moving away from her. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Which is ridiculous. Mm-hmm. Well, that's a positive. Oh, he used to saying that. I'll do one more. I'm gonna wait a minute or two. It is very big. Very big. We need to talk about the soundtrack and how he. It is poor. Yep. He is. Only we know China did it. China number one. Who was paid to come? Go to Tijuana.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
I don't know. It's gonna be enough damage.
I will never allow Krakoa to suffer the same fate as Genosha.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. You're up, little.
A shield. How quaint.
Are you really the goddess of death? My father. Is he in your realm?
Perhaps you should come with me and see yourself, my child. Fresh souls are always welcome in Hela's domain.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I feel like myself again.
Okay.
I feel like myself again.
I am Phoenix!
You shall not be harmed.
Gambit never falls!
Us against the world and dangerous!
I didn't get one kill.
Mutants
They hit a
always rise
checkpoint.
again.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Armor packs here. Pay up.
Better stop that vehicle!
Killed at her.
You are welcome. You need not fear. shall not be harmed.
You belong to me!
Much better.
The moon haunts you!
Us against the world.
Magneto! Armed and dangerous!
Insignificant gnats. I feel like myself again.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Kinetic blade. Ah, here they are now. I feel like myself again.
The moon haunts you!
Hey, Teeny, enjoy the amplifier.
Double KO. They've made it halfway. Stop them.
I'm opening a portal. A shortcut.
Down to 30 seconds. Better stop that vehicle.
Hold firm. I am strengthened for battle.
Armed and dangerous! Never fall!
A feast for my crow!
Us against the world.
Hey, Teeny, enjoy the amplifier.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
The moon haunts you!
There's still a chance to stop them.
Got me good.
Your mind is mine!
By the shades of the Seraphim, I
They hit a
return.
checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
You belong to me!
Better stop that vehicle.
I'm
Only 60
ready to
seconds left.
unleash my mystic power.
time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Open your... Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields. Alas, we can no longer hide from the dangers that lie beyond our shores.
Nor can you save yourselves.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Fools! Do you truly believe you can stop my grand scheme?
A thief, huh? Ever stolen an Infinity Stone from an Elder of the Universe?
No, but there's a first time for everything, mon amis. Ever love a challenge.
Let's talk more when this battle's
The
over.
battle starts in
Might have the
5,
perfect job for
4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination. Mine's in place.
I shall not be removed so easily.
Whoa, these keyhole things are dangerous. Ooh, they hit me.
Much better. Your attacks are futile. Full potential.
Love battlefield medicine.
I shall not be removed so easily.
Hell. Time for an opportunity.
Full potential.
It's spider time!
The moon haunts you!
Hey, Teeny! Enjoy the amplifier! All grown up. Don't let us through.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Mind if we make a quick stop at Odin's Vault along the way?
Almost there. Don't forget
This is real firepower!
Feel like myself again.
Damn it, never!
Kinetic blade.
Why did I come up? Underhead.
That's 3 for me.
Double KO!
Rebirth is a mutant's greatest gift.
Get that vehicle
I am
moving
nearly
again!
at full capacity.
Did you not know who you fought?
They hitting real hard. A winning hand.
My power restored.
It's party time!
Gambit never falls.
Fear Magneto!
Only 60 seconds left.
Moon Knight Kong is no longer a threat.
The moon haunts you.
It seems we have company.
Busy pool.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
The moon haunts.
They should have known better than to betray me.
Someone scratch my back.
Here they are. I am strengthened for battle. Another arc.
Gambit never falls.
You belong to me!
I purge the darkness. We must and shall save the world tree.
Final score 3-2-2. Another epic victory! Big win!
Is what matters? Yeah. That was a good one. Mag's getting here. wanted to do 5, but I might just put her at 4. Yeah, I think I'll call it there at 4, guys. It's vegan. But it's going well. Huge wins here. Had a good couple games. 3 wins out of 4 games, so take it. I'll take it. And solo queuing on top of it all. Like, teams haven't been horribly bad. I feel like healers have been off sometimes, but and that was on one game. Other games it was I was just taking too much damage and didn't get behind corners when I died. Or it was just a team away pointed the other. Big old sims and whatnot. But alright. Thank you everybody. I'm going to sign off here. Appreciate everybody's views. If you don't mind giving it a like, a follow, and subscribe if you're on YouTube, whatever. Click those buttons. And yeah, we'll be back again tomorrow to compete a little bit more. Alright, everybody. God bless and have a good night.